games you see on stage today will look better on your 1080p TV than anything you've seen before. And finally, craftsmanship. We meticulously paid attention to every detail of design as we crafted our most technically advanced console ever. It starts with the Scorpio engine. We use 16-nanometer technology to build a 360 square millimeter chip with 7 billion transistors and a 384-bit wide memory bus. This is the fastest, most advanced processor to ever power a console. Our premium design means that every millimeter and every component within the console has been architected for maximum power and efficiency. Our aspirations were so high, an industry-standard approach just wasn't good enough. The Scorpio engine is so intense that for the first time ever on a console, we're using a liquid-cooled vapor chamber normally reserved for servers and high-end PC cards. An engineer on the Xbox hardware team invented a new power management system so innovative, we named it after him. The Hovis method uniquely optimizes every single Xbox One X at the system and component level to deliver consistent performance efficiently and elegantly. Now, it's easy to think all this technology and capability will mean a bigger console. But again, we wanted more. Not only have we built the most powerful console ever, Xbox One X is the smallest Xbox ever. This is the system you asked us to build, and it has been a great honor to design and build it for you. I couldn't be more proud of our team, and I hope you love it as much as we do. Now, let's see what this monster can do.
Exclusive world premiere. Please welcome, from the Forza Racing franchise, Dan Greenewald.
In the automotive world, supercars are debuted at international auto shows: Frankfurt, Paris, Detroit. But through your passion for racing on Xbox and PC, Forza has become the premier partner to the automotive industry. So today, for the first time in history, a flagship supercar is making its world debut here at E3 in front of you. This year, we announced a 6-year partnership with Porsche to bring you amazing experiences, both in-game and in person. Porsche shares our vision for the future of racing and esports. And this car has never been seen outside of the guarded walls of Porsche. That honor belongs to you, exclusively. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS. This is not only the most aggressive expression of Porsche's legendary design, it features the most powerful road-going 911 engine ever made. Like the Xbox One X, it's a monster. And with over 4.8 million active players across Xbox and Windows 10, Forza is one of the largest racing communities on the planet. You made this historic moment possible. Through your passion for racing, the digital and the real worlds are merging in an unprecedented way. So now, let's take a look at the Porsche 911 GT2 RS in Forza Motorsport 7 running on Xbox One X. I'm joined on stage by two presenters for our Forza Racing Championship eSports series.
I'm Shannon McIntosh, professional race car driver and Porsche driving coach. I'll be pushing the GT2 RS to its limits on the sun-baked streets of Dubai.
And I'm Verena May, professional racer and stunt driver. I will be fighting to survive dynamic weather in the Nürburgring in this Nissan GTR race car.
We start with Shannon in her customized driver on Dubai. Using the power of Xbox One X, Forza Motorsport 7 runs at a native 4K and a rock-solid 60 frames per second. And we have the additional power to deliver shocking levels of detail. Using super high resolution assets, we've recreated the intense feel of one of the greatest driving roads in the world, the Hafit Mountain Pass. But in Forza Motorsport 7, we've reimagined the entire racing experience on all devices. Racing is more immersive and dynamic. Ominous skies roll in as car parts rattle and vibrate. We've made racing more epic and grand. Race through living environments featuring spectacular vistas and massive scale. You can see we've made racing more dynamic and surprising. Dynamic puddles grow as the storm unleashes its fury. It's more thrilling and competitive. Feel the intense heat grease up your tires as you battle your rivals. And it's more beautiful and alive. Dark skies open up and change as the sun emerges from the clouds for a breathtaking finish. Racing is reborn in Forza. Whether running on the Xbox One family of consoles or Windows 10 PCs, Forza Motorsport 7 is the most technically advanced and comprehensive racing games ever made. With more than 700 cars, it features the largest collection of Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Porsches ever assembled.
Today, you are the first people to see the 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS. And this week at E3, like me, you can be the first to drive it.
So come experience the most powerful road-going 911 ever made on the Xbox One X, the most powerful console ever made in Forza Motorsport 7. Thank you.
I'm going to play a ton of Forza Motorsport 7 when it ships on October 3rd. And when Xbox One X launches, we will all get to experience Forza Motorsport 7 in true 4K at 60 frames per second. Today, we're going to showcase the world's greatest creators with a lineup of different types of games for every type of gamer. It is the largest and I believe the most diverse lineup of games that we've ever shown on our Xbox E3 stage. Games from creators large and small, games that inspire and challenge us, games that transport us to new worlds and offer us new perspectives, and games that push the boundary of our art form. Today, we will feature 42 games here on our stage, including 22 games with console exclusivity on Xbox One. Every one of these games will play great on each member of the Xbox One family, but of course, they will play best on Xbox One X. Up next is a game from a creative team that built their franchise on Xbox. In 2010, 4A Games worked with us to launch a single-player masterpiece that I played on Xbox 360. Now, I'm honored to bring them back with the premiere of their next work, running in-engine in true 4K.
World premiere. World premiere.
We are the first. The first to see the gods. The first to tame their beasts. The first to guard the soul from evil. We conquered this land and built an empire. But there are whispers on the wind. A brotherhood born in the shadows. They are the first to call themselves the Assassins.
Please welcome, from Ubisoft, Creative Director Jean Gadon.
Thank you. Ancient Egypt is the birthplace of modern civilization. And it is also the birthplace of the Assassin's Brotherhood. Assassin's Creed Origins is taking you to the perfect setting for an epic gaming adventure. Egypt, 3,000 years of history and mystery at the tip of your fingers. Assassin's Creed Origins is also the story of one man, Bayek. Bayek is the last Magi, the protector of his community, an Egyptian sheriff, if you like. And his struggle against the dark forces that corrupt ancient Egypt will lead to the foundation of the Assassin's Brotherhood. But recreating ancient Egypt, going back so far in time, pushed us to rethink and expand our gameplay mechanics. We added many RPG elements to a huge systemic world, more detailed and alive than ever before. So today, we are very proud to show you what the game looks like on Xbox One X running in 4K. And now, just for you, Bayek is coming back to Siwa, his hometown, to kill the fake oracle, Medunamun.
World premiere.
Siwa, my home, the sacred oasis.
I thought he was dead.
Our Magi, the last protector, our prayers are answered. Siwa has not been the same since he left.
Be my eyes, Senu.
This temple resembles a fortress. What has happened?
Get out of my way.
There you are, Medunamon. The next masked one on my list. Now it is my turn to tip the balance of Anubis.
People understand. We have broken their will. They understand our vision.
Better be careful here.
I should go drop these priests in the desert. Let the sand take them.
A fine bow.
If the people see these dead priests, they will surely revolt.
It is too dangerous. We'll pass for now. Guide me, Senu. Medunamon. You will die, Medunamon.
Die, you bastard! Going to kill you for that! See what is mine!
Finally.
The dark is older than the light. At last a day dawned, and we rose with this first light. But that light was a betrayal, only fleeting. In its wake, the night returned to claim us. After lifetimes, the light grows again, faint and vulnerable. We will live in the new light rather than just survive in the dark. This rebirth will end our wandering.
World premiere.
Follow me home, pretend you found somebody to mend you. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom.
Rachel?
Please welcome, from Monolith Productions, Vice President of Creative, Michael DePlatter.
Remember me? You tried to humiliate me. You left your mark on me, but it didn't work. You burned my mind. I'll kill you. Until this moment, you have not known suffering. I've had enough of your mouth, Bruce. So now I'm gonna kill you, for all these orcs to see.
Always said you were an optimist. Know what that is, mate? It's about sizing up a situation that's bloody impossible and saying, yeah, all right, I'll have a go. I'm exactly the same way.
I like him. Bruce killed the boss. Come on, lads.
In Shadow of Mordor, we introduced a way to create unique personal stories for every player. And in Shadow of War, we're expanding the Nemesis system. Two new features we're really excited about are forging an army of followers and Nemesis fortresses. Here, we'll use the Ring of Power and recruit this Olog, Bruce the Chopper, to expand our army. Then, we're going to assault a fortress controlled by one of Sauron's overlords.
Oh, that was nasty. Oi, reckon you're going to skewer me? That little sword's good for a tickle, maybe, but you're gonna need more than that to take me down. Nice one, Ranger. never happened to me before. You serve the Bright Lord now. Bright Lord, Dark Lord, same thing really. End result's me ripping spines out, which I like to do anyway, so either way's a win.
A fine addition to our army.
Name's Bruce. From here on out, I will be your shadow. No one gets to you without my say-so.
Don't worry about my enemies. They will all follow eventually.
You want to plant your flag in Mordor, you'll need to do it deep. There's a fortress nearby. They say it's ruled by a two-headed troll big as a mountain and deadly smart, which, well, I guess he'd have to be given the two heads. You take him down, you'll send a message to Sauron and get yourself some nice new digs as part of the bargain.
I'm not going to do this alone. Gather your troops.
Will do. Oh, just make sure you let me pop his heads off, won't ya?
So we already have a few loyal followers in our army, and recruiting Bruce means we're ready to assault the fortress and overthrow the Overlord. We're enormously expanding the open world of Mordor to new regions like Saragost and Cirith Ungol. Mordor's a massive, living, breathing world filled with orc society, tribes, and wildlife, as well as stories and secrets.
You cleaved me in two. Any other orc would have died, but I survived. More than that, I thrived. My brothers put me back together, stronger than ever. But they didn't make me into what I am. You did. You created the machine. No!
We've just been ambushed by the machine. He's tracked us across Mordor seeking vengeance. He's one of the 7 new orc tribes we've added.
The machine will grind you to paste! I hate big sticks! Cool, finally! You dishonor the Styrians!
Instead of killing the machine, we'll dominate him, so we can take advantage of his abilities during the fortress assault.
You take out the Overlord.
But before we charge headfirst into battle, we should plan our attack and select our followers.
My black speech is a little rusty. Actually, I don't know a single word, which is a pain in the ass, but to hazard a guess, he said you're all gonna die horribly. Yeah, my kind of black.
Well, I will handle the Overlord. You focus on the defenders.
Define focus.
There are unlimited ways to forge your story and conquer Mordor in Shadow of War, and we can't wait to show you more this week at E3. Thank you very much.
Exclusive world premiere.
Ori affirms my belief in the beauty, artistry, and heart within the art of gaming. We believe that games, like books, movies, and music, should be celebrated and enjoyed by countless generations. We're passionate about preserving and celebrating the games you own, the classics of the past, and the genres you love to play. That's why 2 years ago, we launched the Xbox Backward Compatibility Program to bring Xbox 360 games to your Xbox One. And we've seen tremendous growth in the program. Today, our library of games stands at 385 titles, and over half of Xbox One gamers have played a backward compatible game. But I've heard your feedback and you want more. Today, I'm pleased to announce an exciting expansion to the program. Our team of engineers are working hard to bring us some of your favorite original Xbox game to today's Xbox One library, including a fan favorite that I'm asked about often by the community, Crimson Skies. And it looks great. And like the Xbox 360 games, OG games will look better and play better across the Xbox One family. We'll have more to share about this program when it launches later this year. I'm proud of the library of games available today on Xbox One. All of them will benefit from the performance and power when you play them on Xbox One X. But we won't stop there. I'm excited to announce that if you own Gears of War 4, Forza Horizon 3, Killer Instinct, Halo Wars 2, or Minecraft, we'll be providing 4K updates to these titles for free. And we already have over 30 titles from our third-party partners that are planning to provide free updates as part of our Xbox One X Enhanced program. Titles like Final Fantasy 15, Resident Evil 7, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands, and Rocket League, just to name a few. This means you probably already have a large library of titles that you own today that will automatically get better on Xbox One X. Today, we showcase some of the world's greatest creators with a lineup of different types of games for every type of gamer. We showed you the largest and most diverse lineup of new games that have ever appeared on our stage. From every corner of the globe, from developers large and small, 42 games, including 22 with console exclusivity on Xbox One. And you're also going to be able to play all of the biggest cross-platform blockbusters on Xbox One. And every game will play great across the Xbox One family, and on Xbox One X runs every single game you've seen even better. So if you haven't joined the Xbox One family, now's the time. This week, you'll find Xbox One S available in the US for $249. And on November 7th, we'll begin worldwide rollout of Xbox One X, the world's most powerful console, at $499. Be the first to experience unrivaled power and performance on the Xbox One. We close today's show by looking to the future with a really great partner. They've been with us from the earliest days of Project Scorpio, and they're building an incredible game that takes advantage of the power and performance of the Xbox One family and the new Xbox One X. Please welcome Patrick Sutherland, Executive Vice President, EA Worldwide Studios.
New IP is the lifeblood of our industry. It's also risky. At EA, we have teams dreaming up a lot of projects, and only the greatest will make it their way to you. And that's okay. It's all a part of the creative process. And it's worth it, because when you find something special, there's no better feeling as a developer than introducing players to a brand new world. And as a player, there's no better feeling than losing yourself in a completely new experience. Our developers at BioWare have been creating something truly special. A huge open world that is lush, savage, mysterious, and ever-changing. Filled with interesting characters and new types of gameplay you'll enjoy with your friends for years to come. This is what's possible when we take an extraordinary vision and combine it with the latest technologies and hardware. Amazing concepts become possible. Great ideas become reality. So here we are, and we are so excited to share this with all of you. On behalf of the team at BioWare, let's see what this game looks like running on an Xbox One X. Here's John Warner from BioWare to show you Anthem.
Hi, I'm John Warner, Game Director for Anthem. Here is the world premiere of Anthem's gameplay.
Hey!
Freelancer.
Fraxley,
Listen, there's trouble. Big trouble.
what did you do?
Mistake. I hired some people. They weren't freelancers. I know. They said they could handle it, and the price was right. I thought maybe...
Unbelievable.
You're right. It was stupid. I'm sorry. But they're still out there. Somewhere. If you could just bring them back. Anything you need.
In the world of Anthem, you and your friends are freelancers, the heroes who leave the safety of the walls of Fort Tarsus to explore the unknown and protect humanity. Let's join two players as they head out on an expedition.
Hey, Paul. You ready to go?
We're just grabbing some supplies. Just about ready.
What are you going to use today?
I decided to go with the Colossus.
I'm going to use my Ranger. Try out some new upgrades.
Every player will own an array of exosuits we call Javelins. These suits give players superhuman capabilities and are heavily customizable so they look and play how you want.
Bam. Looking good. Nice. You've got a mortar equipped.
Yeah, I got it on the weekend. You lead the way, I'll follow.
This is a vast open world you explore with your friends. Each Javelin exosuit has its own unique playstyle. The Ranger is balanced and all-purpose, while the Colossus is a tanking powerhouse.
All right. Let's see what's up here.
The world of Anthem is hostile, and threats can come from any direction. This dynamic world where the unexpected is around every corner.
Yeah, he Seems like a problem for another day.
We're getting some fire from up ahead.
I'll go low. You flank.
Hang in there. Almost there. Have you been in there yet?
I haven't. We should do that later with Kim.
Yeah, you could use the XP. Hello, treasure. I think we got some action there.
Anyone, we're under attack. Anyone in the area, we're under attack.
I think that's part of Praxis' mission.
You can equip your Javelin exosuit with gear that brings devastating power to combat.
Oh, there are a lot of scars down there. Oh, the scars have a heavy.
Have time to use that mortar. Give me some covering fire. There's a bunch more coming in.
Okay, I'll get this round. Oh, come on. Be something good. Oh, yes! Jerry's wrap.
Oh, nice.
Large-scale world events like Shaper Storms are dynamic and pull you off the beaten path with the promise of new stories to discover.
Oh, Shipper Storm incoming. Okay, actually, let's get some more people. Hold on a sec.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
Right behind you. Whoa. This storm is getting crazy. So what are we supposed to do? Fly into it?
All right, let's do this.
See you on the other side.
Our story is out there.
E3 2017 is the biggest video game event of the year.
Hello, everyone!
The show is sold out, but don't worry, because we've got your ticket inside.
I've never seen anything like this at E3.
IGN has it all with exclusive first access. Get a front row seat for every press conference.
We are so excited.
Jump the lines and go inside the best booths.
This might be the biggest booth I've ever seen at E3.
Totally fangirling right now.
Get breaking news straight from the show floor.
I'm excited about our new IP.
Hear from the innovators behind the game.
I'm with Xbox's own Aaron Greenberg.
Crackdown 3 is coming. It's going to be great.
It's got a gleam in his eye.
We break down everything about the Xbox One's powerful next upgrade.
Wow.
Be the first to see all the hottest titles.
Get your head down and keep moving!
IGN Live takes you inside Super Mario Odyssey and the future of Nintendo Switch, and unleashes all the games you want to see.
Battle Station!
Insomniac's long-awaited SPIDER-Man.
Now that's fun!
EA's Star Wars Battlefront 2, and Sony's bold new take on God of War.
I will have my revenge!
IGN has over 40 hours of live coverage.
Am I right or am I right?
And you don't want to miss a second of the action. Strap in. IGN Live at E3 starts right now.
We were all completely shocked when Metroid Prime 4 was announced during Nintendo's E3 presentation, and then double shocked when Metroid Samus Returns was revealed for the 3DS. We've got the game here now, and Daniel's here to tell us about it. Daniel?
No, that's it. Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, that's all. I'm just vaguely, tiny bit excited. 2 Metroid games announced in one day after just what felt like forever of not the Metroids that I wanted, but now they're all here at the same time. Everyone has to be happy about this.
Yes.
We've got the 2DS one, the 3DS one, 2DS one, wherever you want to play it.
Yeah, everyone's just
we're playing it right now.
Yeah, we were playing it right now. Yeah,
this is happening.
Sure. Yeah, it's happening.
There's a new 2D Metroid game happening.
It's based on the old Game Boy game that came out before, so we're really excited to show that off for the first time. Yeah, the 3D vision, you can play it in 2D, play in 3D as well, but the 3D it really makes it pop. It adds that layer of depth, so it just makes it feel really eerie and just makes you feel like you're part of it. Here's Samus arriving.
This was hands down one of the biggest surprises of E3. One of my personal favorite moments, probably in Nintendo E3 history.
Oh wow!
To see this again. And no, here's the thing. Here's the history with this game with me personally. I grew up on Metroid games. I had the NES version. I had the Game Boy version. The Game Boy version I played on the original Game Boy in murky green colors.
I have that one, yeah.
With 2 buttons. It had no map, and I still found every Metroid in that game and completed it. Did everything I could. That's back now. That is this game you would never be able to tell because there's so many new things that it seems have been added here, right?
Yeah, the graphics itself has all been redone, brought up, so it looks brand new, and there's even a lot of cool new moves that Samus has available to her as well. So yeah, all those things that people are used to seeing. There's the classic going from the shooting a normal beam, going to the missiles. And right here, right there, this is a cool thing now. When you aim, you actually can aim in 300, instead of just having to aim front, up, down.
Front, up, down,
yeah. You can now do 360 degree. And even when you're actually starting to target enemies, we'll get to that a little bit later on, you actually can see it light up red when it's actually targeting the right enemy, so it actually can know when you're targeted properly.
We didn't even have that color on the Game Boy.
No, you do not.
These kids today, they have no idea how good they have it.
Oh,
unbelievable.
No. It's always interesting playing with my nieces and nephews who've never played. Like, oh, they play Super Mario 8-bit or like this old Metroid. Like, this game's hard. I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
That's all I had. So that's all I played endlessly.
Yeah, and we got good at it. Now we see the map down here at the bottom, which we're slowly uncovering.
Yeah, that's always
which I love. Very classic Metroid. Will there be a sort of percentage to this map? I know that's one of like Metroid fans' favorite things to do.
Percentage. We haven't really talked in detail yet, so I'll have to stay tuned for that one. But yes, no, it's always great seeing that the map is undiscovered. So you can always say, where do you still need to go? What's left? You even put markers down if you want to as well to mark place like certain doors you couldn't open, so you can come back in the past as well.
Now, it's interesting to announce a brand new 3DS game after launching the Switch, but specifically for a very long time, we've said we want Metroid on a dual screen system, because I think it really works in that favor. And it looks like we've got some touchscreen stuff too.
Yes, yeah, so a second ago, Sarah was doing a moment ago, which we'll actually do it again in a minute. Well, she doesn't die from that one. So yeah, if she shows the touchscreen there, she brings up there, she can now like actually add markers to different points on the map by simply dragging and dropping if you want like mark certain doors or locations that you want to come back, different colors as well.
And she's actually playing this live right now.
Yes, she is playing this live.
So I didn't know this game existed, and now it's within feet from me and someone's playing it.
But you can't have it.
But I can't have it.
You can't have it.
Oh my God, it's such a tough world. So now one of the big things about that game was sort of finding every Metroid. It was kind of a countdown or a count up to find them all in the game. Is that sort of the main hook here?
The story's the same. Yeah, the story's the same. You're basically being sent to this planet SR3888, and you're basically trying to deal with what's going on there, which are these Metroids that are basically sucking the life force out of any living creature. So that was I think she's pulled off the counter, the melee counter.
Which is definitely brand new.
That's definitely brand new. So when you have enemies coming at you, you have the ability now to do this melee counter. So right there where it swings. And if you time it right, if you do the melee counter properly and then shoot right away, you get a critical hit.
It feels like it's taking some of the sort of combat cues from at least some of the more over-the-top sections in Other M. Like I really liked when that game did a lot of the sort of snap zoom, flip around, you know, just crazy ninja stuff. And now we're seeing it here, which is really interesting to see in a 2D Metroid game. We've never seen anything really that dynamic before.
No, it definitely changed it up a lot in that, seeing all how that affects everything as well. Ooh. See how she's doing.
And now, obviously, new enemies have been added to this game, new bosses, new sort of bigger, I would say, enemy encounters that we got to see in the trailer. I hope we'll get to see some today, too.
You will get to see, we'll see some. I'm going to look at a little bit of it as well, yeah. So it's definitely a chance to experience that. And they're still based on the original enemies that existed, so it's not like it's a whole new thing. But yeah, they take those enemies, that idea, and just up the ante a bit, so it's something more interesting to take on.
And that was very Metroid Prime right there. Just plugging in, updating your stuff.
That was a save point.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we've got Sarah from Treehouse in the back playing right now. This is just a phenomenal. This is one of those things where we went from being like, we didn't know this was happening, to here it is, to now someone's actually playing.
Like right here's where you first get to see a Metroid. Oh no, actually, sorry, this is that where you told
it's a Chozo statue, right?
Yep. Man, look at you knowing all these terminology.
I know Metroid, man. And it looks like that Chozo's got little funny boots on this time. I really like the design. You know, it gets cold out there. So
now Morph Ball.
Always the best part.
Yes,
I always love that.
The music's my favorite part, though. I always love that music.
Well, because this is what changes Metroid, and for people who are sort of uninitiated, this is not just a run-and-gun 2D platforming game. When the Morph Ball stuff comes into play, we get puzzle elements, we get traversal that you can't find in pretty much any other game. It changes things. So now we've got missile tags.
You go back. You have to back. You can. This other thing too is exploring, noting, and remembering things you can go back to get the energy tanks, the missiles to increase your missile allotment. Pathways, right? Different paths you couldn't go through before, like right now here.
Yeah, and that's why the reason I brought up the sort of map completion rate thing is because I think what a lot of Metroid fans tend to do is 100% these games. And that doesn't mean, they try to. It's tough. And it doesn't just mean like find every sort of nook and cranny, but it's also every upgrade, every power up, finding missile expansions keep you going. So. And what do we have here?
So yeah, this is a mysterious statue. Not sure what's going on here. Part of the whole thing you're trying to figure out the mystery of. We'll actually be coming back to this area. Essentially, because if you go in here, there's this purple water. If you fall in the water, which we'll let Sarah fall on purpose, she just starts dying. Hopefully, I hope I didn't kill her by accident. I think I might have killed her. I think I killed her.
Well, now we know what it looks like to die in the new 2D Metroid game. That's good. It's unsightly. I feel horrible for her. She explodes.
I did have her kill. Oh, she's right. She's right.
Okay,
she got
we're back.
She got back to where her last part was. She had that. Sorry about that.
Look, let's be honest. It's going to happen to people. It's going to happen to me. It's going to happen to you. So now they know what to expect.
No, that happens in that game for sure, and that's part of the challenge and the joy of playing this kind of game.
There's one guy in the comments. He's like, it's not going to happen to me.
There's always someone who thinks they can do
perfect at this game.
I mean,
there might be.
They do. People start doing the speed runs, those completionists, all those things that go on with this as well.
I really like the character model of Samus in this game because it really reminds me of sort of a lot of the concept art around the original Metroid, around Zero Mission.
Yes.
It's that kind of like lankier, leaner. Like the Prime one felt more armored up, more stacked out for battle. But this is that sort of very kind of like lean, ready to fight.
Very similar to the amiibo for Smash Brothers. And actually, there's even a new amiibo for this one as well.
Which which I adore immediately.
There's two of them.
The two amiibo. One of them looks like the sort of box art from the original Game Boy game.
Like on her knees, like
on her knees, sort of a weapon up in the air.
Yeah.
And the other is an actual Metroid bursting out of its containment cell, and it's squishy.
Yes. I know. I was here earlier when you guys were talking about that, and your whole when you were watching, and your whole crowd over here erupted, going, "Oh, it's squishy!"
Yeah, we're such children here. No, because I really like the idea that we don't really. There's no definition per se of what an amiibo can be. It can be woolly. It can be tall. It can be, it can be articulate, or it can be a statue, or it can be squishy.
Yep. Oh, what's cool here? This is something new to the game right here. Is the Aeon abilities, which is a scan pulse, which is actually something you can use now, which is new to the game. You have to gain Aeon energy, which are the yellow pellets, when you're defeating those yellow pellets. And by using a scan pulse, and there's the yellow meter appearing there, the scan pulse will actually help you locate things you might not be able to see properly. So right now, there's the Aeon abilities. There's several new able to earn in the game. We're going to show just the one here. So this is new to the game. So
yeah,
right now,
totally.
right now there's nowhere to go in this room right now, so you don't know where to go. But by using the Aeon ability, you all of a sudden locate those actually are breakable up there. To go to this new area.
So that's like a much smarter method than the way I used to play Metroid games, which is basically just keep shooting every wall and hoping for the best.
I've done that 1,000 times.
Which I guess you can you still do that if you want that option?
You can, but cool. I think you need the Aeon ability helps a lot. So
yeah,
and it's the introduction of the Metroid.
Oh man.
They look so cute and cuddly, but they really aren't.
They really do. Like, I just really want like a big, just nice pillow to hold of one of those, but then they're also terrifying and dangerous.
Yes, they basically suck your life force.
So we saw that sort of interact with an enemy in the wild to change its properties and make it evil, or did it just straight up kill it?
It just straight up kills that one.
Oh, good, okay.
That one just straight up killed. But yeah, you saw on the trail, and then even we showed before, like, there are something that will just take over and make it something different, which we're going to fight here in a second. Hopefully, you hear the music changing, feeling more intense. See how Sarah does here. Whoop. Yeah, she's how the like that aiming is turning red.
Right.
That's basically meaning that she's able to properly target the enemy.
Yeah, no, this is awesome. And it seems like it's just moving in general, the sort of combat, the movement of this character. There's a lot more locomotion to her than we ever saw on the Game Boy or the NES, really, or even really like something like Super Metroid. I mean, this is really the evolution of the 2D Metroid franchise that I think we really wanted for a long time.
No, and it's great seeing it back too. And people who haven't played these games before, it's a great way to experience for the first time if they never have before, which is something I haven't played these games in so long. I'm really excited to get a chance to come back and revisit these games.
Oh yeah, I mean, I never ever need an excuse to marathon through all the 2D or 3D Metroid games again, but I will gladly take one in the shape of a new Metroid game. I cannot believe you guys announced 2 new Metroid games in one day. This is fantastic.
Yes, and hopefully we're getting really close to that Metroid enemy right there right now. So we'll see where it goes. I think she's close. Yeah, she's close. Here it is.
Yeah, if you don't tell her to jump in the purple ooze again.
Yeah, I kind of did that to her, so sorry about that. Here she is, yeah.
Uh-oh. Wow. So now we've got sort of this boss encounter type thing.
This is one of those things you gotta take out. So it's kind of shooting down bombs on her, using the melee counter, and then using missiles as best they can to try to take it out. Oh wow, Sarah did that really well.
Yeah, you're really good at this game.
Usually takes a couple passes to do that, but Sarah's really good at this game.
That's something we've definitely seen this drastically different, is a sort of defense mechanism in a 2D Metroid game.
The melee counter?
Yeah.
Yeah, the melee counter really adds an element to it that wasn't there before, and just adds to her arsenal, like the Aeon abilities, and yeah, just building up from there.
Which is awesome. It adds this very dynamic sort of timed situation to it where you kind of have to be badass and nail it.
Yes. So we're getting close to the end of the demo now right here that we're going to be able to show you here today. She's getting back, she's basically, right now, Sarah's basically heading back to where she started.
Whoop. Which is such an important part of Metroid games.
But she did get this first, though.
There we go.
The charge beam.
Awesome.
Everyone wants the charge beam.
Oh, can't we just keep playing this? I just want to keep playing this. This is so cool. Okay, so yeah, when we saw on the bottom screen down there, all of the tech is starting to get decked out.
Yeah, you start getting the deck, and you actually can start seeing all the weapons get added as you keep going further in the game and start seeing.
And we got an energy tank.
Yes, those are important.
Yeah, I love that noise. It's been that noise since like 30-something years.
I remember spending hours trying to find every energy tank because I needed them. Or I remember going back using that I needed to find back when I was a kid, Nintendo Power.
Yeah,
to
Nintendo Power.
See the map, like there's one.
I would call up the hotline and be like, "Where are the tanks?"
And they would
cost like $40.
And they would stay on the phone with you the whole time. They would walk you through the whole thing.
Yep.
But yes.
Yeah, this is awesome. So we're getting close to the end.
Yeah, we're about to get there. We're about to get. So you can see that blinking circle point on the lower map.
Yep.
That's basically where Sarah's trying to get to right now.
But we got pretty decked out. Like we got some cool stuff just in the short demo. And like I said, it just moves so quickly. Like everything has just such a wonderful speed and kinetic energy.
And it feels that way too when you get a chance to play. I know you're not gonna have a chance to play yourself. Oh, maybe. Hopefully you can get over to the booth. Maybe we can get you a chance for. I think media might be able to check it. Oh, no, actually, nope, we're not. Sorry. This is your one time to see it.
How dare you?
I'm just taunting you for fun.
Oh, you just dangle that in front of me and take it away. Okay, well, in the meantime, I did get a look at it today. I can't get too greedy because I went from not thinking that I'd ever get another 2D Metroid this morning to now seeing one being played in front of me.
And here you go.
Super excited for this game. We're going to bring out Sarah real quick, who's been playing all of our demos all week, powering all our Treehouse Nintendo demos. Thank you so much. It's fantastic. Thank you so much. You were really good at this game, except for when Daniel tells you to jump in the purple goop and die. So thank you so much.
But it's coming out September 15th, too.
September 15th.
Yes.
We will be right back after this in just a minute. Remember, there's a video for this game on 3DS right now you can go check out. And stay with us. We've got plenty more to come.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Destin Laguerre here for IGN Access at E3 2017. I'm here with Sam Claiborne, who played Metroid, the new one on 3DS. Sam, what do you think?
So, I didn't play Metroid Prime 4, but I did play Metroid Samus Returns. It's a 3DS Metroid game that was announced after the Nintendo presentation today. I got to play it from the beginning. It's a well-needed remake of Metroid 2, which came out on Game Boy originally. This is a full 3D game. It's still 2D gameplay with 3D backgrounds, and it didn't show well in the press conference. But when I played it in person with the 3D turned on, it had good depth. Samus felt great. The shooting was even better than it was, in the original. It's definitely improved over the Game Boy version.
So, what is the demo that they're showing you today? What were you allowed to play?
I started the game. The room went silent. I actually watched the whole intro cutscenes, and I was like, is this okay for me to be doing? There's a room of 7 people watching me do it, including Sakamoto-san, who worked on it. And I just played through the first couple levels up through one of the first Metroid fights.
Was that a boss battle?
It was a mini boss, and I collected a bunch of equipment. I collected the charge beam, and I upgraded my missile packs, all that Metroid stuff that you've come to love.
Sam, thank you so much. Guys, if you want to know more about the new Metroid, keep it right here with IGN Access for everything E3 2017.
IGN
Access. I'm Alana. This is Marty. You saw more of God of War today.
Yeah, it's very exciting. So I got to see, it was the same footage that was at the Sony conference, but I was sitting next to Cory Barlog, the creative director of the game, and so he sort of walked me through it and talked about a bunch of like little secrets and Easter eggs and sort of development tidbits.
All right. Well, one thing that I really want to know about is this time it seems like the camera is a lot closer to Kratos.
Yeah.
How does that change the way the game plays?
Okay, so that was like the most immediate thing last year. It was like, oh, the camera's, it's almost like Resident Evil 4, like right in his back. So a thing we learned last year that they reconfirmed is that the game is one continuous shot. The game does not cut. So throughout this entire adventure, the game doesn't cut.
I'm so sold on that.
And I'm like, why? How is that possible? And so the camera's sort of there because they're like, his big thing with this is like he wants you to go on this journey with Kratos and his son, and he wants you to be there literally every step of the way.
That's beautiful.
I find that super cool.
Well,
yeah.
have you learned any more about their relationship? What's going on there?
I can't believe we fought a real troll.
So the relationship, they're still being like a little cagey on who the mother is. Like my theory is that it's someone in Norse mythology, and I think that because the son can speak the language and Kratos can't. Kratos has to rely on his own son to be like, I don't know what that sign says. I don't know what this monster. We saw the Midgar serpent yell something and the son has to translate, and I found that really cool.
What is it saying?
He wants to help us!
So they said they definitely wanted this demo to focus on telling people like, yes, classic amazing God of War combat is back. We saw that in the demo where he switched from his axe to, he had the shield that sort of turned into a blade. He was using magic. One really cool thing is that you sort of have a sun button. And it's like, depending on what you're looking at, your son will do things. And so there was one where in the middle of combat, he jumped on an enemy's back and stunned him, and that allowed Kratos to get an attack in.
It is simply a target. Clear your mind.
They wanted to make sure that there are characters in the world that aren't enemies. There's a guy, he throws an axe at a guy, and the guy makes sort of like a quirky comment. And that's actually, he's one of two twin dwarves, and they actually act as the shop in the game. So you see them throughout the world, and you buy weapons and upgrade weapons from them.
That's really cool. We'll get some depth in NPCs there.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about this game. But more on E3 2017, stay right here on IGN.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Hey everybody, welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2017. My name is Marty Sliva, and I am joined by Steve Gaynor of Fulbright.
Hey, how's it going?
Steve, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
You had a very exciting week.
That's true.
The video game Tacoma, you've been working on for several years, it continually showed up at events. We never knew when it was coming out.
Right.
But finally, on stage at Microsoft, what happened?
We announced that Tacoma is coming out for PC and Xbox One on August 2nd.
That's so soon?
Yeah, it is. It's very soon.
That's less than 2 months. Is that terrifying?
It's exciting. Let's say it's exciting.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, what's the final stretch like? So game development, everything seems to come together at the 25th hour. What is the next 2 months of your life like?
Well, so I mean, the thing we're really happy about is the game, the story that you play through, the environments, like everything that's there. We're super happy with it.
Yeah.
And then that final stretch is just making sure that it runs well, that it's stable. It's all like the technical stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, as someone who is not a programmer, it's for me to trust our our very brilliant programming team to make that stuff shine. But you know, it's like you said, a lot of that stuff really falls into place right at the end, where everything is kind of ready to go, and you just have to get it out the door.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
it's both exciting and terrifying.
Yeah. So for people don't know, Tacoma, this is Fulbright's second game, Gone Home a couple years ago, one of our Game of the Year nominees. Tacoma seems to have some similar elements, but obviously much different settings. So top level, like, what is Tacoma?
Well, so Tacoma is a first-person story game. It's a narrative adventure where you explore the space station Tacoma, after it's been evacuated of its crew. So it had been staffed by a crew of 6. They were evacuated off the station, and you've been hired as a contractor to come onto the station and retrieve the AI that runs the whole facility and return it to its owners. But since you're just a contractor, it's basically need-to-know basis as far as why you're there, what really happened.
Yeah.
And so as you explore, when you're moving through the station, everything is kind of run by augmented reality. So there's digital information that's overlaid on the environment. You know, in this footage,
right here,
you have a personal desktop that you can basically open up in your vision at any time. You receive messages from your handlers, but also the tracking system on the station basically recorded these moments in the crew's life before you arrived. And some of that is recoverable data that has basically not been scrubbed clean before you got there.
So you view it almost as these like digital ghosts that inhabit the environment.
Right. Yeah, we were like, last time we didn't have any ghosts. And we really felt like that was something we could improve on.
Yeah.
But then we were like, what if they were like computer ghosts?
Sure, ghosts in the machine.
Right, because you need to kind of have that little twist, right?
Yeah, everyone kind of thought they were going to be ghosts in Gone Home.
Yeah, well.
Like I previewed it and you told me they
we
weren't.
got 6 of them right here.
That's several ghosts. That's 6 more ghosts in Gone Home. But we have this little scrubby thing at the bottom. What's the deal with this?
So because these scenes that you're inside of, these kinds of snippets of things that happened in the past are in the space with you, and because they're digital information that's been captured, the idea is that you don't just kind of come up and recover them and just watch them and move on, but that they're actually moving around you in the space, kind of in this pervasive way. And so you have control over the timeline of the scenes, as we'll see when we go into the habitable section that's after this part, where the introduction to the idea here is basically there's just these 2 characters and you follow them and you listen to them and you get an idea of how this works. But then when you get into one of the denser areas of the game, all 6 characters should be moving through the space, moving past each other, having these parallel conversations. And so you're able to move through that timeline to kind of see everything that happened from every angle and be, by the end of the experience, kind of in all places at once over time.
So it's sort of like an evolution of, in Gone Home, when you're exploring the house, you're learning about who these family members are based on what they left behind.
Yeah.
And that some of that's here, but it's also, you're literally watching scenes of the crew unfold in front of you.
Yeah. Well, and because additionally they are these records of what happened, because you're not there while they're happening, you have that similar kind of access that you had in Gone Home, which is to say, these people don't know you're there. You have access to some of these like very private moments that are maybe a conversation between 2 people, and you're seeing the characters in this kind of unguarded way that I think that you're able to get to know them in this kind of, I think, very kind of direct, kind of deep connection to what they went through in a way that's unique to kind of being, there after the fact and being able to be involved with what was happening without them being like, oh, well, somebody's watching over my shoulder. I'm not really going to show my full self in these moments. And what we wanted to do was say, we thought it was very valuable in a lot of ways in Gone Home for it to be just you and the environment and what you found and the voice of this one character. But we wanted to push ourselves to say, how can we involve the player with some of these moments while they're happening, or at least with the feel of kind of being there in the room while they're happening, but also give you that access to every element of it, have you be able to dig into all the details you're interested in. And that's something that we're really happy that our kind of sci-fi setting gave us that ability to say, like, okay, well, the technology in this station, you can be involved with it. It can be part of the core of what you're doing as the player.
But it also gives, there's player freedom here, because you have this scene here that it's sort of in the rec room, the kitchen, the rumpus room, if you will.
Yeah.
You don't have to have space rumpus rooms.
Well, there's a pool table and a dartboard down there. I think that qualifies it.
That's 2/3 of the rumpus.
Yeah.
But you enter the scene and you can sort of choose where you want to go and who you want to follow and what you want to listen to.
Right. You can see at any point, especially in this area because it's so open. We're following Evie, the administrator of the station. And just like you have a personal desktop that you can access, there are also these records of what the characters are looking at on their desktops at the time. So you can focus on one character and dig into everything they were seeing and what they were reading and what was going on with them at this time. But also, you'll notice, but Andrew and Clive are in the kitchen having a conversation. I can't be there now because I'm here with Evie, but I can kind of get everything out of this moment that I'm interested in and then pull the timeline back, go somewhere else, kind of build up that layer of understanding of what was going on to get the full picture by the end.
So there's sort of a through line through your career between this, Gone Home, and then beforehand when you worked at 2K on BioShock 2 and Minerva's Den, of sort of voyeurism in terms of storytelling and world building. Like, what is it about that interests you, and why is that so effective in video games?
Well, I think that there's this concept especially in like AAA game development. There's this idea of the core fantasy. You know, when the publisher is asking you to pitch to them, they're like, well, what core fantasy are you delivering to the player? And a lot of times it's like, I'm the most awesome dude with like superpowers, and like I'm Master Chief. I can jump higher and like be more effective in combat than anybody else, and that's awesome. And when we're making games that are not about combat, that aren't about traditional power fantasy of like defeating enemies or whatever, there's a different kind of core fantasy that I think games can give you that is about having access to these environments and having this space to feel like you're completely free to kind of find all these details that are going on to that degree, like you're saying, that it almost has a voyeuristic layer of saying, like, this is not, if I went to my neighbor's house, I mean, maybe somebody would, but generally speaking, you're not just going to be like, I'll go in their bedroom and go through all their drawers and start reading their diary or whatever.
I believe that's illegal in most states.
At the very least, it's rude.
It's frowned upon.
But in a game, we can give you a role, like in Gone Home, that is to say, you're a member of this family. One of your family members is missing. You're kind of stuck in this house. You're trying to find out what happened, and kind of give you permission to play that role of, well, okay, I have that freedom to find everything about what happened here in like a deeply interactive way. And in Tacoma, there's that, I think, having the characters be involved in the scenes in real time gives you that additional layer of saying, like, let's say that you are, out at a party or something, right? You're in a conversation with somebody, but there's all this other stuff going on around you. Maybe these other two people are talking, and then they seem like they're maybe having an argument, and you don't know what's really going on there. You can only kind of have your own one perspective, but the AR technology in Tacoma allows us to say, what if you could experience everything that this whole group was going through? What if you could say, well, I just had this full experience with you. I'm going to rewind and see what was going on there. And it's a thing that we can't have in real life. And so I think that the interactive and the dynamic nature of games allows us to say, well, here's something that maybe you wish could be something that could happen in the real world. And here's a version of it where we can say, what if you could see everything from every angle? What if you could, if somebody, in our real world is looking at their phone, and you're like, well, and they react to it, and you're like, I have no idea what that is. But if you, had that full access to just all of that information about what's going on in these moments, it's really powerful, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So going back a little bit to the Xbox conference, obviously it was exciting that you guys the game was featured, you got the release date. The term was thrown around a lot, console launch exclusive.
Sure.
So you said earlier the game is coming to Xbox and to Windows PC. What does console launch exclusive mean?
It just means that the only console we're going to be on at launch is Xbox One.
Okay. Yeah. So that's not closing any doors for the future.
No, I mean, like we're only focusing on our launch platforms at this point, but it is not a right. I think what they're saying with console launch exclusive, right? Like if we were a console exclusive, maybe it would be like a lifetime thing. But as far as where we're at, we're really excited about the partnership we have with Microsoft. Like they've given us awesome support. And as a developer, especially a small developer, there's something that is really valuable about being able to concentrate on just one platform at a time, basically. So at this point, we're saying we're traditionally a PC-focused studio. Gone Home came out originally on PC, and I think we're all PC gamers. So PC, Xbox One, and then I guess we'll just see what the future holds, right?
Did that the announcement of the Xbox One X and sort of obviously you understand hardware a lot better than I do. Is that exciting to you? Do you think that this is going to lead to some cool new sort of experiences?
I mean, the thing is, like, as a developer, like we were saying at the beginning, like some of the hardest stuff is the technical stuff, right? Like make sure it runs smoothly. Like you generally have to do a lot of work on the content side to be like, oh, do we need to reduce the textures we're using or effects or something, like get the frame rate running, all that kind of stuff. And so the fact that you can have a version of your game on like the Xbox One X that you can unlock some of that stuff and say like, okay, we always want the game to run as smoothly as it can and look as good as it can, but there's this platform that can allow us to bring kind of an even sharper, you know, faster, better looking experience to people that are, you know, investing in that platform. Like, that's really cool, right?
Yes.
Because, you know, as PC developers, you're always sort of like, well, if somebody has a monster gaming rig, they'll just turn all the details up and see everything that we could possibly put on screen. And if not, they'll turn it to low quality. And, like, you know, there's that kind of spectrum of how the game can run and how it can look.
Yeah.
And so knowing that there's a way for players to say, I'm going to upgrade my hardware, I'm going to have, like, you know, the best version of this that's on console is cool. Yeah.
That's very exciting. Steve, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Tacoma comes out August 2nd.
Yep.
Xbox One and PC. We're going to take a quick break, but first, we're going to show you the trailer for Tacoma. Stick
Awesome.
around.
Thank you.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Can you hear me? Hi, I'm Michael from Umbrella Corporation, here at E3 2017, trying to make sure that there's no zombies around. They took my guns before I could even come in.
Hi guys, I'm Vania from Shadowverse and Grand Blue Fantasy. I'm here at E3 because I'm working for the Twitch booth for Side Games. Woohoo!
My name is Mike from Orange County, and I'm here today to play Mario Odyssey. The game was great. I recommend it to everybody. Nintendo always makes you feel young at heart.
I'm Reaper from Overwatch. And I am Farrah from Overwatch for the League of Legends crossover. EVA foam and acrylic paint. Mine is all EVA as well and some PVC pipes, and there we go.
I'm here at E3 cosplaying the Dragon Age Inquisitor from Dragon Age Inquisition. This is such an awesome convention. I don't see any Dragon Age, so I'm a little disappointed, but lots of Destiny, so that makes up for it. So
we're having so much fun looking at all the games and stuff like that. It's really exciting to be here.
It feels different. It feels like they've reinvented the controls a lot.
There's no longer a run button or a parkour button. It's all dependent on how hard you push the stick.
Combat-wise, it feels a little bit lighter. There's less feedback than I would have liked.
It all feels a lot more light and maybe more responsive based on what your preferences are.
It does look a little bit more the same. I'm hoping that by release there'll be a little bit more to change the formula from the last few games.
The art style, everything looks a lot more colorful.
The graphics are probably the best in the franchise.
You know, there's a very varied color palette, more than I expected for Egypt.
There's a lot more green. The water's beautiful. The water is absolutely gorgeous. It looks fantastic.
I got to see like hippos in the water, the wildlife. I loved it. It's just a beautiful game.
Ancient Egypt was really represented faithfully, and the AI was really active, and it felt like people were actually living in that time and doing things, and I just kind of wanted to stop and look around, and I really felt like I was there, so it's very immersive.
I've been really drawn to the story. I've been playing since the first game, actually.
Via kind of mentioned his role when he was talking to the priest in the demo as if everybody should know who he was.
I love Assassin's Creed, but you know, they have their highs and lows. Black Flag's like my favorite, but this looks really awesome. I mean, this is going to be a day one buy for me for sure.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back, everybody. IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield. I'm here with Anoop Shakar from Deep Silver Volition, and it's time to play Agents of Mayhem.
Yes.
Now, this is an open-world action game set in the Saints Row world universe.
It's sort of like an alternate universe.
Alternate, okay.
Basically, at the end of Saints Row: Get Out of Hell, Johnny Gat sort of gets to remake the universe as one of the endings in the game, and this is sort of one of the universes that's created from that. So.
Okay. So Saints Row obviously is, they're known for not taking themselves particularly seriously. Should we expect that same sort of silliness here in Agents of Mayhem?
Absolutely. Basically, yeah, a lot of the same kind of trademark humor that you've seen in our other games, Saints Row in particular. Our characters, our agents really embody a lot of that funny vibe. The enemies themselves are not ones you necessarily take seriously either, which we'll see in this demo here.
Okay. And what are the similarities to Saints Row then? Like, what's going to feel familiar?
Basically, you're going to see again like the humor. You see the fleur, sort of the big symbols, purple. But on top of that, some of the agents are actually callbacks to other characters we've had in Saints Row games.
I see.
So Kingpin is one of our characters, and Pierce Washington is who he is from the Saints Row games. So.
All right, so what are we seeing here?
So this is the Ark. This is basically the headquarters for Mayhem. This is where all the agents hang out, where they get sent on missions. They can go and upgrade their technology, improve their the whole agency right here. And then we can also, get ready and head down to Seoul, which is where the game takes place.
I see. So is that like a hub world? Like where you accept missions and stuff? Or is it your home base?
Seoul, South Korea. So basically the idea is Legion has attacked all around the world, but right now they're focused their efforts in Seoul for some reason. So one of the objectives of the game is to learn why they're here and what they're trying to do, and then to stop them from doing that.
Okay. Animated cutscene?
Yes.
Okay.
So all of the agents have their own animated cutscenes, as well as all the enemy lieutenants. These are sort of the big bad guys that you're taking on. So this is August Gaunt, who you might recognize. He might look a little bit like a pop star you've seen before. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he seems to be sort of hypnotizing his audience and getting them to do what he wants. So you want to find out what he's doing and try and stop him from that.
So in Saints Row, at least, we create our character in the game. Are we creating an agent here?
No.
Okay.
In Mayhem, you're basically choosing one of the 12 agents that you have. They're all unique, special characters that have their own identity. But you can sort of pick different skins for them as you unlock them throughout the game. Additionally, you can customize their gameplay a lot. They all have their own special abilities, Mayhem abilities we call them, gadgets and all these kinds of things, and you basically pick and choose and customize them from a gameplay standpoint.
I see. And how many agents are there?
There are 12 agents total, and then we have a couple pre-order incentives, including Johnny Gat.
Right. Yeah, you mentioned that. Very well-known character from Saints Row.
Exactly. Yes.
Back. And he's playable here.
Yep. He's not in this demo, but he will be playable when the game comes out, and he's played by Daniel Day Kim, who we had before.
Yeah. So you pick your agent. Are you locked into your agent for the rest of the game, or can you take whoever you want on whichever mission?
Every time you leave the Ark, you can pick a different squad of 3. You unlock them over the course of the game, but once you have them, you can play any mission with any of them, other than their personal missions.
I got you. we're seeing some of the agents here, I assume?
Yeah, so this is Hardtack. He's sort of this Navy guy. Basically, he's sort of like a shipwreck kind of character, if you're familiar with G.I. Joe. This is Braddock. She's like this basically military personnel. And then you can see here with Oni, he's sort of changed the costume, the skin, so he looks a little different than he normally does.
I see. It's funny you mentioned G.I. Joe. You know, that's an action cartoon where all of the members of G.I. Joe were very unique and individual and specialized.
That was a huge inspiration for us in this game, absolutely.
All right, so what are we going to do? We're going to pick an agent?
So he's picking the different skins, so we have kind of like a Barbie look for Jewel, who's our engineer, fashionista engineer, and he's going to deploy to Seoul now.
Okay. And so they're all three. Do you take like a squad down?
You take a squad down, you play as one, and then you can swap between them at will as you're playing. Okay. And the idea is to basically take advantage of the synergies between the agents. So one, like Yeti here is sort of this cold warrior. He freezes enemies. Once they're frozen, then you can go in with Oni and take them out with headshots, but while they can't do anything. Or Jewel can put down a turret, take out the enemies after they've been frozen.
So how does the game progress? Is it mission-based?
There's missions where you're taking on the different lieutenants, and those you play in a linear order. But then there's a lot of activities in the open world. We can open up the map, and you can see sort of a sampling of the different things that we have.
Cool.
So all the blue are sort of these random Legion activities that are going around, and then the yellow are sort of more concentrated Legion activity that you'll want to take out. And then the purple are missions that are either personal missions, like so this is Yeti's personal mission, or here we have Daisy, who's another agent, and then there's the main missions that you take on, which is this one that he's doing here.
That obviously looks very familiar to anyone who's played Saints Row. But like, is it okay? Like, this isn't a Saints Row game. Is it okay to keep drawing those comparisons? Or
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want people to understand that there's a connection and a lineage to it, even though it's its own game. It's separate. You won't have all the same expectations, but we think if you really enjoyed different aspects of Saints Row, you'll really enjoy Agents of Mayhem.
You know, there have been, what, 4 mainline Saints Row games, some expansions and spin-offs. Is it your hope that Agents of Mayhem develops into its own franchise?
Yeah, absolutely.
Spins off?
We've developed the world of Agents of Mayhem. Here you're focusing mainly on Seoul, but we have ideas. We know a lot about what else is going on, what other Legion plots there are. You're focusing on the Ministry of Pride, but there are 7 or 6 other ministries that Legion has, and they're operating all around the world. So we'd love to be able to explore that in the future.
Okay, so what, we were just spending some like ability points?
Yes. So basically, all the agents have 4 stats that they can increase. They all have their sort of unique ways of getting in these vehicles. These are the agent vehicles you can unlock. They all have their 3 gadgets, one for their special ability, one is an active ability, and one is a passive ability. And you can swap those out as you're playing through to figure out what best works for your agent, how you play with them.
I see. So you pick your team of 3 agents, come down here, you can switch between them. So I guess that provides a lot of different options for strategies for taking on different missions?
Yeah, absolutely. And the idea is we want people to experiment, try different combinations of agents and gadgets, whatever works best for them. And we know people are going to be interested in agents for a lot of different reasons, whether it's playstyle, whether how they look, what they say, all those kinds of things. And we want people to really try out different ones and see what works best for them.
Are you building in an incentive to actually revisit missions with
Yes.
different agents?
So
like,
once
do you
you've
unlock specific things for specific characters, or?
Yeah, once you complete the main storyline, you can go back and play any of the main missions again. Additionally, all the agents have their own unlock missions, so before you get to play with them, you get to see their story, their backstory, and understand why they're fighting against Legion, learn a little bit more about how to play with them. And then they also have personal missions that tell more about what they're doing and what their goals are.
All right, so we need to talk to the bouncer of this nightclub.
Yes. You're basically looking for August Gaunt. You don't know where he is. This bouncer's basically telling you, yeah, he's not here. We think he's basically, we saw him take off in his cars, these really ugly cars that he has. So why don't you go check it out? So that's what he's gonna go look for that car now.
So we're flipping between the 3 agents. When you're selected one agent, the other 2 aren't still running around doing their own thing?
No, they're sort of off to the side.
Okay.
The idea is they can just swap in whenever you need them, and whoever's the active agent, so right now it's Yeti, he'll respond to the whatever's going on in the game with his own unique voice lines. So one of the fun parts of playing the game is replaying the missions and having different active agents and hearing what they say and how they respond to the game.
And I forget the name of the city where Saints Row the Third and the fourth took place.
Steelport.
Yeah, this is obviously very different.
Yes. Yeah.
We're in Seoul.
Yeah, Seoul, South Korea. So it's not like a true recreation of Seoul. It's sort of our inspired version of it, but it's the first time that we've sort of taken on a real world city and made our version of that.
Is there any specific reason why you chose this location?
We chose it for a few different reasons. One, we wanted to pick a city that isn't normally seen in a lot of games, and Seoul is definitely not used a lot. Additionally, the Ministry of Pride is focused on technology and robotics and advanced AI and things like that. And we feel that Seoul is a good embodiment of that, and we wanted to make sure that that came across in the city itself that you're playing in.
All right, so what are we trying to achieve here?
So basically, he's come down to this garage where Gaunt has stored a bunch of his cars. We're trying to figure out which car he's at or where more information about where he is. But Gaunt has sort of set traps for people who try and mess with his vehicles, so they're kind of exploding, and he's sort of saying silly stuff in response to that.
I see. Now the agents they're not superheroes. They don't have like superpowers, right?
Right. They have what we call mayhem abilities, and they are essentially superpowers, but they're more technology based, not like within themselves, except for Yeti, who has been experimented on.
Yeah, that is apparent.
Yeah.
There are lots of wacky weapons in Saints Row. Is that something you've tried to include here?
Yeah, the agents themselves have some of that, but we also have these things called Gremlin Tech. Gremlin is one of your agents that's at the base. She gives you all your technology, and she kind of off on the side builds these sort of weird, funny, silly, weird things, and you can use them. So here, we have access to about 6 of them right now. So like in that one, you can like basically put enemies into a ball, which he'll pop off here, hopefully. There you go. So it's just kind of like makes the enemy sort of bounce around, and you can kind of take them out or just leave them there. And the idea is those are where you'll see a lot of the sillier kind of Saints Row elements.
And then can you make the different agents' abilities play off each other? Like, does one person make the enemy levitate, and then you swap them out to do something else?
Yeah, there's definitely synergies between them where you put a debuff on an enemy, they get weakened, and then another agent can come in and take advantage of that. And one of one of the things we want people to do is to experiment and find those combinations that work well for them.
Well, so you've got multiple agents here, but is this is it a single-player game?
Yes, it's a single-player game. We do have the idea of these sort of connected contracts where you can choose them and play with your friends, and sort of over the course of a few days complete these tasks, and then you get like sort of large rewards for those with your friends on like Xbox Live or PSN.
Sure. All right, so we've got this car.
Yeah. So you can see Gaunt has actually got a decal of himself on the vehicle. He doesn't realize you have this, but you're tracking him down, seeing kind of where he went last with this car. So you're taking it over there. So he's going to sort of do this checkpoint race. He's got to get there before the car explodes, and you're basically taking it to this sort of temple, ancient temple area that he seems to be located at.
Do you have a favorite agent yet?
Personally, I actually like Oni.
Yeah.
I like he does a lot of critical hits and gets extra powers when he does those critical hits, and that's one of my favorite things to do. But one of the cool things we found when we play tested the game is there is no single agent that everyone prefers or everyone dislikes. It's a huge gamut of opinions.
Can you speak? Was it a challenge balancing them?
Absolutely.
Making sure one wasn't totally OP?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time balancing them. We also spent a lot of time making sure to differentiate them and give them those different abilities and powers.
And then when you're like building the missions, it must be hard to build missions where one agent isn't just like particularly better suited.
Yeah, we did want that to be the case, but not like so much that it was the only choice, but definitely like we wanted some situations where it's like, yeah, I really like having Joel because having a turret is great in this situation.
Is it like Mega Man where, you can use whichever one to beat Cutman, but there's a specific robot master that is going to make it
that's
easier
going to help
on
you a lot.
Yeah.
Yes,
I got you.
Absolutely.
All right, where are we here?
So now we're in the temple area. We're trying to track him down. We found out that basically he's left you're tracing his cologne, which is why it smells terrible, it looks terrible. So he's basically following sort of like a hot, cold way of searching out where he's at.
Do each of the agents have their own specific weapons, or is it still where like you can go into the weapons store and buy new weapons?
Yeah, no, they all have their own weapons. We have skins for the weapons, and we can change the functionality of them. But each one, we wanted to, again, make sure that they had like a sort of specific role and purpose.
Okay.
So Jewel in particular has this sort of energy beam that she can use to take out enemies, but she can also use it to heal her turret when she has it out.
I see. Yeah, what was that force field that she had in front of her?
That was he's scanning around to look for the clone, and that basically tells you where to go.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So you come in here, and he's got a hologram of himself. He's sort of waiting for you, and he's flicking you off.
Nice.
And basically, it's a trap. So there's an ambush. He's going to hack this machine here.
We are almost out of time. Is there something big coming up that we should be expecting, or is that?
It's just this ambush is going to take place. You'll see a shock trooper and sort of one of the bigger combats in this area.
I see.
Yep.
Oh yeah, so now we're being
Yep.
attacked on all sides here. Well, that's probably a pretty good place to leave off. Agents of Mayhem is out very soon. August. What's the date again?
August 15th.
August 15th. I think it looks awesome. It's like it's closely related to what you guys were doing with Saints Row, but it also feels totally fresh and new, and sort of like gets me reinvigorated to re-enter that world. So.
Yeah.
Anoop, thank you so much for coming by the show. Stay tuned. More to come from IGN Live at E3 right after this.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Game looks beautiful, very smooth graphics, everything's very detailed, the sounds, everything flowing very well together.
I think the right color palette that every Uncharted has to. It's vibrant, lush, green.
They're keeping up on the detail. Everything's looking really smooth. It's Naughty Dog. You can't really go wrong with them.
There's a moment where she puts her whip away and you can just see the attention to detail there. It looks so realistic.
There's some new villains which are pretty cool. There's lots of like destruction, really like attention grabbing. The graphics are more amazing than like they've ever been.
I think there's a lot of co-op. The co-op seems more intense than the previous Uncharted 4.
Me and my friends, we always like to do stuff with co-op, so if any game offers co-op, we're going to do it for sure.
I need your help.
The new characters are cool. It's nice to see a couple female leads.
I think everybody loves Chloe. Chloe's a great character. She was missed in 4. I think she wasn't used as much as she could have been in 3. So it's good to see her come back. Claudia Black's great.
I think it's kind of hard to replace Drake.
He's obviously very iconic. Love the guy, but sometimes some changes are necessary, I guess, in progression.
There's got to be another way.
It's nice to see it kind of change a pace for the franchise. It's always good when games do something different and bold.
And the game looks awesome, man. Super excited for it.
I'm Alana from IGN here at E3 2017, and we're outside the UB Workshop shop right now, where you can actually create a character in South Park: The Fractured But Whole, and then print them onto a t-shirt. I am super excited to see myself in South Park on a shirt. Let's go check it out. Well, first things first, we can change the skin color. I'm gonna give myself a little bit of a tan, and we have a problem here where I have facial hair, so let's get rid of that. We definitely need to try to make me actually look like a girl. I'm also bald right now, so let's do something about that. All right, so here's what I'm going for. I don't look a whole lot like a superhero. I have a gold sweatband, a shirt that says BP, some mitts, and what just looks like black pants. But I feel like it looks like me, and that's what I was going for, so that's good enough. So, getting a custom t-shirt right now. I'm gonna go with female, medium, black, and I get to choose my pose. It's like a kind of cool stance. Oh, I like this one. There's like a Wonder Woman pose here, so I'm gonna go with that. That's cool. They put Coon and Friends on the shirt with you. I'm gonna go with this first one. I really like it because it has the South Park sign in it, so it's like I'm actually in South Park. But check it out, let's do it. So here it is, you guys. I made myself hanging out with Coon and Friends at E3 2017. If you guys want your own shirt, make sure you check it out at the Ubisoft booth. For more on E3, stay right here at IGN.
This is the first time I played PlayStation VR.
This was my first VR experience in a racing game ever.
It just gave it more feel of the car, how fast it was going. I felt like I was in the car, just going 100 miles per hour on the track, just having fun on it. It was really incredible.
You turn and look at the rearview mirror and you see the cars behind you.
I loved the weather effects that they had as well. I thought that added a layer of realism to the game.
The handling is way easier, even if you're a beginner, expert, whatever, it's perfect. When I was trying to make the sharp turns, it would handle the way I would handle the car. It was going the way I wanted it to go, no swerving, just nice and smooth.
It was extremely well polished, and it's a game that I feel is easy to learn but difficult to master.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2017. I'm James Duggan, joined by Tim Willits, studio director at id Software, to give us a look at Quake Champions. So the very first question I have to ask you is, how did you maintain that fast, frantic Quake feel?
That's a very good question. So there's really three things that make up a Quake game. You have your movement as offense and defense. You have your arena-style levels and environments. And then you have your situational, over-the-top, powerful weapons. Those are the three things that you need in any Quake game.
Great. So we're going to be diving into all the specifics, all the champions, all the unlockables, all that cool stuff. But I understand you have something very special to show us here, which is a new arena called
Lockbox. Yes. So we are currently in beta still, but we are releasing content, and we have a brand new team a level called Lockbox. It throws back to the original Quake 1 style levels. The other levels that we have in the beta, are much more open, much more, larger play spaces. But our fans really wanted something that made them feel like original Quake.
Great. So for a while, you were running a service called Quake Live.
Yes.
And it had a really good player base throughout. But you guys wanted to update that. You guys wanted to bring this into 2017. So tell me about the core design pillars of Quake and really what you wanted to accomplish with Quake Champions.
Exactly. So we ran Quake Live for years, but it was getting a little long in the tooth. So we wanted to do something new, and we came up with the idea of champions. We see an evolution right now in the genre where people want more personality in their characters. They want more depth. They want more strategy. So we feel that introducing champions delivers that while maintaining that skill-based Quake feel.
Sure. So let's talk about that. So each champion has unique active ability. They also have custom hitboxes, HP, armor, speed, all these different stats. So it's a lot more going on. But what I do like about it is it kind of holds true to Quake in the sense that it's not all ability driven. It's still about skill. It's still about shooting. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, you are absolutely correct. Our goal was to maintain the skill-based arena shooter. The person with the best skill, they're going to win. But the champions, they add that level of depth and strategy where someone new to the game, someone that wants the game a little deeper, can find a champion they like. They can learn their abilities, and they can be successful with them.
Great. Can you give me an example of some of the active abilities? We're taking a look at Slash here with the railgun, a longtime Quake favorite. I see her like skating around corners. What's that about?
Yes. So Slash is her passive ability is her crouch slide. So if you're moving a corner and you crouch, you actually increase your speed. It's really a cool mechanic. It's pretty advanced, but it's really cool. And her active ability is her plasma trail, where if someone's chasing her or she wants to defend an area, she lays down a trail of plasma that explodes. She's actually quite popular online.
Great. Tell me about some of your other popular champions. I know Nyx is a favorite. I know Scalebear is a favorite. Tell me the whole suite.
So my personal favorite is Galena. She's my go-to champion. Galena is an unholy paladin, and she can throw down totems. And the totems can heal you or your teammates, or they can blow up against your enemies. So for me, it adds a level of depth and strategy where I can guard an area, I can use it offensively or defensively. So she's definitely really popular.
Great.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, we've also found that Sorlag, which is kind of on the opposite spectrum of someone like Nyx, and you can see Sorlag there on the screen. She is she's a bigger character. She's kind of a lizard, and she has this area of denial attack that people, and especially the pros, really like her. So we have Nyx on one side, Sorlag on the other side, and then some great champions in between.
And of course, Snorlag is the lovely lady who vomits acid everywhere.
Yes.
That's delightful. All right, so we saw when Slash died and respawned that she spawned with a nail gun. So tell me about that, because you can actually choose which weapon you respawn with, but they're a little bit nerfed.
Yes. So looking at the Quake legacy, the different weapons that we start with, we wanted to give people the opportunity to start with something, but those are starting weapons. It's not a loadout. And so we have the machine gun, the nail gun, and the shotgun. But the more advanced machine gun, nail gun, and shotgun are in the levels. So you can pick up any weapons. No one is limited to a certain weapon, but it gives people that little extra choice. And it adds, some depth to it. Like for me, I usually start with the shotgun unless I play a fast character, then I start with the nail gun.
Sure. So we're looking at Clutch here, and he's activated his shield ability, which stops all incoming damage. Now, if you told somebody who was playing Quake competitively about that, they would probably get a serious migraine. So how have you dealt with the community reaction to this?
So we knew that when we told our hardcore Quake fans that we were going to put champions into Quake, they would freak out. So what we did is we got them playing the game. Early on, even before we went into closed beta, we invited to QuakeCon about 100 pro players and said, play the game. And they saw that we spent a lot of time and effort into ensuring that there's balance, that no character is overpowered, and that the active abilities do not fundamentally change the way you play. And they love it. Like we've had a lot of great response from the top Quake players in the world.
And Quake Champions retains a lot of the core pillars, my favorite of which is strafe jumping, which from what I understand was actually initially a bug in like early Quake code, but is now a bona fide game mechanic that actually you're taking advantage of with some characters' kits. So for all of us out there who don't understand what strafe jumping is, what is it?
So yes, you're right. Strafe jumping was actually a bug in the original Quake. You have instant sideways acceleration. So when you're moving forward, if you use your strafe keys, because of that acceleration, you can start to actually speed up going forward. And it's kind of this kind of rhythm that you have with the keys that allow you to start to pick up speed. So what we did is in Champions is we have some champions that can strafe jump faster. We have some champions that can't strafe jump at all. So you can really find a champion that you feel most comfortable with when it comes to strafe jumping.
Cool. We're looking at some classic team deathmatch gameplay here on IGN Live at E3 2017. But I want to know, what are the other game modes that you have in Quake Champions?
So of course, team deathmatch. We have straight up deathmatch, it's free for all. We have our brand new esports focused team game mode called Sacrifice.
Ooh.
And then we have something that's very special to Quake. It's the 1 versus 1 mode, which is a duel mode. And the thing that we are really excited about for duel mode is that on the esports circuit today, there is no real 1 versus 1 game mode. So we think that with the legacy of that in Quake, we can be really successful with that duel mode.
Fantastic. So when I played a little bit of duel mode, it was on the team deathmatch maps, but now you have specific duel versions of those maps. So how do you balance that? I understand you have to bring like maybe the pickups down a little bit, stuff like that.
Yes, exactly. We recently released with the last update 2 duel specific maps. One's called Corrupted Keep, the other one's called Blood Run. And if you're a longtime Quake fan, you'll know what Blood Run is. So those levels are smaller. So your engagement times are down And then the items are balanced, and the pickups are balanced to really get that strategic gameplay. So for the bigger levels, like Blood Covenant, we did make some adjustments to the items to make it more conducive to that dual play. So we feel that the smaller, tighter levels make for a better experience.
And you've actually leveraged the Champions element into duel in a really cool way, kind of a pick 3 and an attempt to counter your opponent. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so the big new thing with duel is our when you start, you have the option to pick one champion and someone else picks. So you're going to have that almost, rock, paper, scissors mechanic where you can see what kind of strategy the other player is going to use. And it's added a layer of depth, and it's added a layer of excitement to, especially the spectator mode, because you can see what they're thinking and you can kind of guess. And it really adds a level of depth.
So a really exciting announcement here at E3 2017 was the inclusion of BJ Blazkowicz from Wolfenstein in Quake Champions.
Yes.
So of course the first question that pops into everybody's minds is, are other Bethesda property characters going to be making their way into Quake Champions in the future?
Well, I don't want to give it away anything right now. But we will have a regular cadence of champion releases. BJ is really exciting because we have Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, that was announced this week at the showcase, and it was really exciting to team up with that team to have BJ. And BJ's active ability is dual wield straight out of the game.
Damn.
Yes, and so far online, he's definitely been very popular as a champion.
So also announced was a $1 million esports tournament. I understand, obviously, Quake is competitive at its very core. So what does that mean to you?
So we're really excited to announce this $1 million prize pool at QuakeCon this year. We're committed to the game as a competitive esports title, and we will roll events moving forward. We feel that the legacy of Quake being one of the original esports titles has helped kind of define the esports industry today. And there's no better way to put our flag down than to have a $1 million prize pool at QuakeCon this year.
Cool. All right. One of my favorite game modes is Sacrifice. I got to play a little bit of it. You've been talking about it a little bit. Can you give us a rundown of what that is? It's a little bit unconventional, so go ahead.
Well, it may be unconventional, but we've tried to keep the rules very simple to make it more spectator-friendly. So it's pretty straightforward. You have a soul in the middle, and you have 2 bases. When the soul spawns, think of it like a flag. You pick up the soul, you bring it to your base, and you defend your base. That's it. So the other team, of course, can attack your base. They can take the soul out and bring it to their base. So think of like one flag CTF with a kind of King of the Hill domination mode attached to it. And we found, especially for esports, especially for spectating, it works out really well because the soul becomes the ball. And you can watch the ball. You can watch people carry the ball. You can even throw the soul like a ball. So it's so far it's been very, very nice for spectators to watch the game mode.
Cool. Jumping back to the Champions aspect of the game for a little bit, you have some characters that exist kind of on the edge as a tanky-ish character, like Clutch, some that are very quick, like Nyx. I was really interested because it is very skill-driven. Do people play what their team needs, or do they just play what they're best with, because ultimately the game is about getting kills?
So we have seen with some of the pro teams, they've started to build that strategy. What's nice is that not each of the teams has deployed the same strategy. So it's been very encouraging for us to look at these pro teams that are practicing, that they do lay down a strategy based on the team, and it's not the same. So you won't find like someone playing all Sorlags or someone playing all Nyxes. It has been encouraging. I think we'll see more of that, especially during the qualifiers and the regional events leading up to our Quake World Championships. So yeah, it's been it's very encouraging.
Nyx just picking up the quad damage here, and that is just an old standby. The purple glow of death, as I like to call it. She's popping her active ability. Tell me about what you decided to keep in Quake in terms of stuff like quad damage and pickups.
Yes, so of course we needed to have quad damage. It's one of the things that truly makes a Quake game. The weapons, rocket launcher, a lightning gun, and railgun, we call that the holy trinity of Quake weapons. So don't mess with the holy trinity. And then of course we wanted to keep our pickups as easy and straightforward as possible. So you have your armor and your health. We did change the way the health works to make it more streamlined, where you have your health canisters, your health bubbles, and each of the health balls in the levels recharge an entire health bubble. So it's a little easier to follow. It's a little easier to understand. But the key thing to Quake is remembering that when you spawn in, you need to go and find your weapons and your armor. Because you need to gear up, you need to battle, and then you need to restock. That's what we tell each of our new players.
Cool. All right, let's talk in a little bit of levity here.
Okay.
We're looking at the rocket launcher. And this is a weapon that you can actually make look like the Doom rocket launcher with the aesthetic customization. There's just a plethora of really cool and fun things. Can you talk me through how people unlock those skins and what is unique about your aesthetic customization system?
Yes. So one of the things that we really wanted to focus on, besides the great gameplay, is being able to customize your champion. It goes all the way back to the abilities and having an attachment to the character that you want to play. So we have a number of different armor sets. We have skins. We have skin shaders that are available for every champion. Those can be acquired in like loot boxes or backpacks. Also, we have the weapon models. The Quake franchise has such a history of these great weapons. So we have the original Quake 1 rocket launcher. We have the original Quake 1 lightning gun. We have the Quake 2 railgun, which is my favorite railgun. So we really want to give people the opportunity and the ability to customize their experience while maintaining the same gameplay and the same competitive nature of the game, but to give it something special. And we feel that with the legacy of our characters, the ability to bring in characters like BJ, and you can customize BJ as well, that we really have a lot of great opportunity to do some exciting things in Champions.
All right, my final question is about the monetization system. How are people getting into this game? Is it free? Can you unlock champions for free? That sort of thing.
Yes. So our goal with the monetization of the game is to bring in as many people as possible. So the game will be a free-to-play game with an option to buy all the champions, the champion pack. So if you're the type of player that says, you know what, I just want to buy my game and I want to have everything and want to go play, that's available for you. Of course, you can still unlock the skins and the different weapon shaders and stuff. But if you want to, play the game for free, you'll start out with Ranger. You can spin your in-game favor to unlock other champions. You also have the ability to own a champion through a drop, through a loot box drop, and then of course you can deconstruct some of the items that you earn to eventually then buy a champion. So there are multiple paths that you can take to earn champions in the game.
Fantastic. This has been Quake Champions, which is currently in closed beta. Where can people go to sign up for the closed beta?
It's simple, quake.com. All
right, quake.com. This has been Tim Willits, Studio Director at id Software. Thank you so much for joining us on IGN Live at E3 2017. Stick around for more. We're going to have stuff all day, every day, so keep it right there.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
What's up, guys? Terry Schwartz here with IGN Access. You wanted to know anything we could find out about Destiny 2's campaign mission? Well, lucky for you, our Destiny expert Destin Legary got some hands-on time with the game. So let's hear what he had to say. Now, you selfishly have had a chance to play Destiny 2 multiple times now. For people who haven't had a chance to have hands-on yet, what are some of the biggest changes they can expect?
Okay, so your subclasses are going to be a little bit different. You're going to have a character power that you can activate. On the Warlock, it's actually like a pool of healing energy. The Hunter is going to have Shade Step, and the Titan has like a shield that can either be full or half. Now, when you activate your supers, even if you're using an old one, for example, I tried out the Titan, he has Striker, the Striker subclass ability, but he can dash around. It's changed a lot. It's going to take you a little bit to get used to.
So the subclasses are one of the biggest changes, but one of the things people did notice is that Destiny 2 looks a lot and sort of feels a lot like Destiny 1. Is there anything, any of the changes that you've seen so far that you aren't a big fan of?
I don't like that strikes are kind of their own contained experiences still. Like, it doesn't seem like there was an evolution there. Crucible still seems like Crucible. I mean, we'd have the new game mode type. That's good. And I definitely don't really love the PlayStation exclusives. 1 year is too long. I'm fine with like a few months. That makes sense. But it's locking out Xbox and PC players from being able to experience those exotics. And that's a game changer.
So one of the big things that's being hyped about Destiny 2 is that the story is supposed to take things a step up. You've had a chance to play a little bit of Homecoming, which is towards the beginning of the game. What do you think?
I absolutely love what they're doing with the story. With the Gaul character is taking away your light. It's going to make you more vulnerable, and it's actually one of the most exciting aspects about Destiny 2. Plus, the cinematic storytelling. Honestly, it's really, really good. I'm really, really interested in getting my revenge for him blowing up the vault. Bring it, Gary.
Now, we had a big cinematic trailer yesterday focusing on Gaul. How is that reflected in what you did get a chance to play in the Homecoming mission?
Well, I refuse to call him Gaul. His name's
Gary or Gil. Glenn? Is it? I don't know. It's something with a G.
And he's going to die. You actually encounter him at the end of the mission. That's kind of the big cliffhanger they leave you off with during Homecoming. And yeah, I'm coming for you.
Well, there you have it. That's everything we learned about Destiny 2's campaign, but we want to know your thoughts in the comments below. And make sure to keep up with the conversation on Twitter using that hashtag IGN Access. For all things Destiny 2 and E3 2017, keep it here at IGN.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2017. I'm here with Deej from Bungie, and we're talking about Destiny 2. Deej, how's it going today?
It's awesome. Energy of the show is great. You know, you get this nice, peaceful environment, this nice set, but what your audience at home doesn't see are all these people out on the show floor right here. So I got fellow Bungie people, I got Guardians over here, so just enjoying the view.
People at home also didn't get to play the PC version today that we're looking at right now.
Yes.
This is running in, our stream's 1080-60, but this is captured at 4K, 60 frames per second.
Indeed.
The PC version plays smooth and looks fantastic. How excited are you to bring it over to Battle.net? Or,
Yeah, well, we're working with our new friends at Blizzard, old friends, new partners, I guess would be the right way to put it, to bring Destiny 2 to PC, opening a whole new frontier for our community, welcoming new players to join us in this world, to join us on Bungie.net, to look at their stats, be members of the community, give us their feedback. Any community needs new blood. That is the lifeblood of any community, is new players to bring their opinions and their perceptions and their gunfire into a place like Destiny, where the different players of the game have a dramatic impact on every player's experience. So that's always an exciting thing. It's definitely going to be a unique perspective to bring in PC gamers or to welcome hardcore PC gamers who have been playing Destiny to choose their preferred platform.
Definitely. You actually have some beta dates coming up. When are those?
Okay, so the open beta for Destiny 2 begins for everyone on July 21st. If you go to destinythegame.com, you can pre-order the game to be among the first people to play, and it'll provide you with details as to when you can jump in first.
Definitely. And then a little bit later on PC, correct?
We're saying late August at this point.
So what is that beta going to look like? Is it the content that we've experienced during the preview event, or is it more?
Well, it's the content that you've experienced at the gameplay premiere. We began this journey into the world of Destiny 2 with a deep and meaningful conversation with our community. Hundreds of people got to play at that point in time. We've brought those same activities here to E3, so yet thousands more people have been able to play Homecoming, the first mission of the game, the Inverted Spire Strike, as well as Countdown, the new Crucible mode. With the beta, we are opening that experience up to millions of players. This is an opportunity to experience the action of the game firsthand, first person for the first time. It's also an opportunity for us to test our tech. We've made new investments in server infrastructure. We've got new ways for the game to serve up its action. We've got new ways to bring people together, and we want to test the machinations behind the scenes to make sure that we'll be go for a good launch in September.
So there's been some talk about ranked modes in multiplayer. Are those going to have exclusive rewards or something? Or can you tell me more about them?
The talk that we've opened ourselves up to at E3 is that the Crucible is going to have some different options depending on your mood. Destiny, we've said many, many times, has different activities for different moods. We have different activities for every type of player, no matter how they like to play, if they like to play solo, cooperative, competitive. If you are a competitive-minded player, sometimes you want to go in and you want to be challenged to within an inch of your life with your very best game. Sometimes you want to kick back and play something a little bit more social, a little bit more casual. We're going to have different Crucible playlists for those two moods. As to the ranking or the matchmaking or any of those things, the different rewards for the different playlists, these are things that we'll talk about later. But what we would say to anyone, if they love competitive play, is that the Crucible will have different ways for you to challenge yourself or to enjoy yourself. And these are things that we'll expose the community to later on.
Speaking of ranked play, Iron Banner is one of my favorite modes. Is that going to be coming back in Destiny 2?
Well, certainly there will be a Crucible end game. How those things unfold after you've been able to liberate the last safe city on Earth, assuming that you're successful. The Crucible end game, just like the PvE end game, things like Nightfall Strikes, things like raids, these are things that we'll expose the player to over time.
Got it. So one of my favorite activities is also the raid, of course. Everybody loves the raid. Now, one of the most important things going into a raid experience is your subclass selection. I need to know, is Self-Res going to be back? Because my team is doomed if it's not.
Self-Res is not going to be back.
Oh, boy.
One of the things we wanted to do for the Warlocks is it should be an expression of power. We saw that the Sunsinger Warlock would hold on to their super and save it like a power-up or a do-over. We want the Warlock to be a hero of action, a hero of intent and purpose and combat, just like all the other subclasses. I actually will politely disagree with you as one avid fan and player to another. I think the most important decision that you make before you go into a raid is who you bring with you. Forming up that fire team full of people that know you, who want to play with you, who agree to finish that activity with you is crucial to your success. And you and I have had, on many occasions, a conversation about how we bring people together to experience raids for the first time.
And you're doing that in Destiny 2 with guided games. I see where you're going with this.
Indeed.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about how that experience is going to work? Somebody queues up who's a solo player.
Yep.
They come in, then what happens?
You will be able to browse a directory of different clans that are also ready to embark on a raid. Now, I'm a member of a clan, have been for over a decade, so as a Bungie employee, as someone with a friends list that is bristling with willing allies, it's not difficult for me to form up into an activity that requires teammates. Not everyone has that experience. There are plenty of solo players in our community and who we hope will join our community in the interest of a great action game that tells you a great story and sends you out to the solar system and back to become a hero. If you want to embark on the most challenging activities in the game and you don't have people at the ready to join you, you'll be able to browse a directory of different teams that are also queued up and ready to go. They may need 1 or 2 people to come along and join them for that one single activity. You'll be able to see what the name of the clan is, what their motto is. You can decide if they have the type of personality that represents the type of company that you would like to keep for the next hour or 2. You can join them in their lobby, you can talk to them, you can prove that you have a mic and that you're willing to cooperate and that you're willing to talk to them. And then if there's a match there, if there's a love connection, you can embark on that mission. And maybe at the end of that mission, if you found your ideal raiding party, maybe you can get an invitation to join that clan right there in the game, because clan support is something that you can look forward to in Destiny 2.
So you're going to be able to adjust your motto and other settings, and that's going to show up in-game, correct?
Yep. You'll have a custom banner, you'll have a motto, you'll have the name of your clan, and all of these things are things that you will do to cultivate a shared identity and to communicate to the people that you'll be meeting in the game who you are, why you play, what's important to you, and what sort of people you are.
Definitely. So the trailer that you showed at E3, it was featuring Gaul, and there's a big story element there. It adds weight to death. Now, why don't you tell me a little bit about that and why you decided to add that?
In Destiny 1, we were introducing people to the world, so their understanding was that you were fighting minions of the darkness. This time, we have a villain that you're going to love to hate.
Gary.
Gaul.
Oh,
you can call him Gary all you want. Gaul will earn your respect when he kicks you off the back of his capital ship, when he sends you down into the ruins of the city that you're sworn to protect with no ghosts, no powers, no weapons, none of the things that make you a guardian. You will come to respect Dominus Gaul, the tip of the spear for the Cabal professional military. The full might of the Cabal Empire descends upon the last safe city on Earth. It becomes not so safe anymore. And the Guardians, who have always felt like superheroes in this world, are going to be driven back out into the wild to discover new ways to fight. They'll be reuniting the stragglers, the survivors of this attack, consolidating their forces again, launching a counterattack to go back in and reclaim our home. Those are the themes of Destiny 2.
So you have the world, you have Titan, Io, and Nessus. When you pick your subclass, or your character class, sorry, are you going to go on a different path, or will your experience be similar depending on
We're unifying every player with a great story that takes them across the solar system to discover the Vanguard, who have been driven from the city, and to reunify humanity as a fighting force. So they will follow the same linear path that tells them a great tale about loss and recovery and reclaiming their home and fighting to reunite the Guardians and go and take down this brand new enemy, the most dreaded enemy that they've ever faced before.
Got it. So one thing that you've been getting a little bit of heat over are the PlayStation exclusive content. We talked a little bit about this off stage. I've said some stuff, and I wanted to give you a chance to respond to the community. It feels like some people they feel a little left out, to put it mildly. How would you respond to them?
I would say that Bungie seeks to create an amazing game on any platform. I would recommend that people make an informed decision as to where they want to play Destiny. Play where your friends are. My focus as a community guy is to play on every single platform. We are pro player in that we put the player at the center of our creative process. Every single player that plays Destiny, if they're on our feedback forum, or if they're on an external website that they host and moderate, or if they're engaging us directly on Twitter, they have our ear. We're creating an amazing whole experience for every single person that wants to play this game. It is no secret that there is additive content on the PlayStation 4. If you want that content, they'd love to have you as a member of their community. If you want a great action game that brings you into contact with other players and a developer that is eager to hear what you have to say and to evolve that experience based on your feedback, we'd love to have you as a Guardian.
So where does that feedback go once you collect it all?
It goes to every single person that works at Bungie. Cosmo, who is our fearless community manager, is always looking at our feedback forum or Reddit, which was his hometown in our community. He founded the deeply influential Destiny the Game subreddit. He looks at the people who are engaging us directly on Twitter, and he digests all of that feedback. Not measured by metrics or backed up by science. He takes sort of an emotional conversation and he boils it down for every single developer at Bungie. So every single person that works for our company gets an email from Cosmo every other week that basically tells them, if you're not looking at the internet to read everything that our community is saying, because they're busy making a game.
Yeah.
Mind you, we can't pull people away from the internet sometimes because everybody is deeply focused on our audience. But if they're doing their own thing, if they're writing code, if they're deeply immersed in the art and they don't have time to read tweets as much as we do, everybody at Bungie gets a summary of exactly what the community's talking about, what they want to see in terms of improvements or evolutions for the game, what their response is to the things that we're revealing, what their response is to the things that they're playing. We take inspiration from them, we take criticism from them, we relish it, we drink deeply of it because it makes us better as developers. And any person in our community who takes the time to talk to us about what we're making and what they're playing has a voice, and they have a seat at our table.
So, when I start Destiny 2, am I going to be able to create more than one character? How many?
I'm actually not certain how many characters that you'll be able to create in Destiny, but when you start Destiny 2, you will build a character that you want to embark on that journey with. That character will lose everything that makes them a Guardian, and then you will begin to rebuild that hero from the ground up with new weapons, new ways to fight, new allies that you'll encounter in the worlds of these games, new rewards that will make you powerful again, and then at a certain point in time, it will be the moment when you launch a counterattack against the Red Legion that have occupied our home.
And if I bring in a character from the first game, there is some transference there, your appearance and such. Do I have a chance to alter my appearance or alter the subclass that I've picked?
I don't want to make any promises about what they call the new user experience, about the first moment in Destiny, but what I can tell you is what you are bringing along with you as an existing player of our game is legacy. You are bringing along your pedigree as a Guardian who's been with us from the start. There will be new members of our community. There will be people who join us in this world for the first time, and if they inspect you, they'll be able to tell that you are a force to be reckoned with, or you are a wise Guardian who can lead them to some of the more challenging aspects of the game. So we are going to give you the opportunity to strut your stuff and to demonstrate to people, I'm not new to this. And the great thing about that is that the Destiny community has been such a welcoming group of people. We've found such a strong sense of hospitality and such a strong social quality to this game that when people join the community, we found that people love to say, it's great you're here, let me show you how awesome I am through the activities that we'll share together. If you've never played a raid before, I would love to hear you scream and holler the first time that boss goes down and your cache fills up with new rewards. I want to hook you up with that. I want you to expose you to everything that this game has to offer and everything you can find in this world, and we're making all of that easier to happen in Destiny.
So with the subclasses, do you only get the one, or like can you switch like in the original game?
You'll understand how all the subclass works on a long enough timeline. But yes, obviously players can embrace more than one subclass as to how many or how that works. You know, we still have designers who are refining the way all of these things work, and I'm going to leave that as a story that they can tell when they're ready.
Got it. Last question, why did you move from the 8th to the 6th?
We were ready to go.
Right.
It sets us up for a good phased launch. You know, I think we're going to see our peak concurrency on that weekend. So it just sets us up for a good, stable launch. You know, different people joining the servers, different people joining the population. We were ready to go. Content updates are better when they happen during the week before the weekend hits. So why not move it up a couple of days?
Well, that's awesome. I get to play sooner.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being on the show today. It's a pleasure, as it always is. Thank you so much. Guys, if you want to know more about Destiny 2, keep it right here on IGN Live at E3 2017, and we're going to have Bungie back on Fireteam Chat tonight. I'll see you there.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
So fast-paced, so much teamwork involved.
I love the co-op with friends.
I feel like it's a lot more team-based, and you need to definitely consider your positioning very well.
I really like the new maps. The new supers worked really great, especially for the Hunter, which I played.
Movement is very fluid. You can tell they took their time with it.
Controls were great, and they still seem like that, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I got to play as a warlock. It played like a warlock, nothing too different except for some really good ults that had a lot of cool particle effects and fire and flame going everywhere. I was really into it.
I definitely would have liked to seen, a little bit more with the story, a little bit more PvE based.
Undisciplined light. You're not brave.
Fine-tuned already. It's pretty awesome. It feels good. It shoots good.
Something that really surprised me was how slow kind of it felt a little bit, but it's a lot more engaging with everyone else. So you need to work as a team.
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access at E3 2017. Joining me is Jose Otero to talk about Monster Hunter World. And I want to examine that word on the very end there, world. What does that mean?
It is designed to be seamless, so no more zoning. If you're familiar with Monster Hunter games and you've spent like hundreds of hours when you swap between worlds, getting that loading screen that like breaks the action, that's not a thing anymore. Monsters don't disappear on you like they did in the prior game. It is very much an ecosystem where like I saw a big lizard-looking thing just swallow something else whole. And it was very large, walk back to its nest, and then regurgitate it for like a smaller pack to feast on.
Tell me about the Hunter. You said he's a little bit faster, a little bit more nimble.
Yeah,
what do you think?
No, I mean, every Monster Hunter game is sort of working towards speeding up how the Hunter moves and sort of that versatility, scaling up and climbing up objects. This one dials that up a little further in terms of you're not stopping to like forage and gather resources the way you normally did. You just walk by and pluck something up right there, and you can use it right there. So according to what I'm hearing, it is still very much a 4-player game, and even though the trailer didn't show that, they showed sort of a single-player adventure, and they were trying to highlight that there is now drop-in, drop-out co-op. So if you end up taking a quest that you can't really deal with at the time, you can fire a signal flare and get 3 more people in there to help you with a battle. When you factor in like this dynamic teamwork, these great battles with beasts, and then this world, like it is so like Monster Hunter, but so unlike, and it really feels like a next step based on what I've seen. Again, like I just like where this is going, and I can't wait for them to show more.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. Now, during the Ubisoft press conference, we learned that the life of a pirate is pretty short-lived, and that virtual plundering is much safer. We've got world premiere gameplay from the just-announced Skull and Bones, and Justin is here to explain it all. Justin, thank you for coming by the show.
Absolutely.
Now, first we're going to take a look at the new trailer for the game, and there's a lot to discuss here. We'll pull that up, but ever since Assassin's Creed for Black Flag, people have been wanting an all-pirate, all-the-time game from Ubisoft. So is this an answer to those fans' requests, or is this actually something that came internally that you guys, you're like, this pirate stuff actually works really well, we should do a whole game on this?
Well, I think the idea of being a pirate is a very base fantasy. It's something we all wanted to be as kids, right?
Yeah.
and you look at that type of accessibility, the idea of true freedom and player agency, you know, that's a very accessible and understandable fantasy. And we worked on naval combat in Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, the naval combat, naval gameplay, and just built upon that along with the studio strength of Ghost Recon Phantoms. It just made sense for us to build that type of game.
So your guys are building a multiplayer-focused,
absolutely,
pirate ship battle simulator. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a simulator; it's a tactical action game, and it's really about being a pirate on the Indian Ocean during the golden age of piracy. It's captures that aspect of piracy or the pirate fantasy that's really core, which is stealing and plundering at sea.
Sure. So your trailer here gives us a female pirate captain of the ship, but who are we playing as in this game? Are we creating our own characters?
Well, you're able to select from multiple captains, and you're able to customize your crew as well. And the idea is you want to upstart pirate. You start out penniless. You head from the Caribbean. You refuse the king's pardon. That's basically an offer of clemency. You sail for the Madagascar coast around the Pirates Round, and then you reach the Indian Ocean. And you've got to fight your way up to the top of the food chain and compete against other pirates, other players, and pirate kingpins that will challenge you along the way.
So different pirates to select from, do they have different characteristics, different skill sets, or what differentiates them?
Our customization is really centered around player choice and synergy within the class. You see in the demo that we showed at E3 and at the conference, it's a very traditional RPG archetypes that we adapt to our fantasy. So you're able to choose your captain, you're able to develop customization through the choices that you make in weapons and abilities.
So when you choose your captain, does everyone start out with the same ship?
Well, I mean, that's a little too early to talk about it, but that journey of being able to develop and customize your ship is pretty central to the journey in Skull and Bones.
I see. Are you trying to differentiate the captains by, let's say, one will have faster ships, one captain may be in control of sturdier ships?
Well, customization on your ships is where that comes into play. So you have sails configurations, the ability to manage the wind. The wind is really key for us. It's one of our key breakthroughs. If you're able to use the wind, you're really able to be a strong predator at sea. You're able to position yourself to strike and put yourself in the right position to take advantage of your prey.
I see. Now, this is a little tease at the end of the trailer, right, that you showed yesterday during the conference. Yeah. I think I know what we're teasing here. I think we're teasing deep sea monsters, a kraken maybe.
Well, Skull and Bones, you see it through the eyes of the sailors of the day. And these pirates and sailors, they believed in things like this. If you look at maps from hundreds of years ago, the corner of the maps are really ward you off. And they say, don't come over here, it's dangerous. Yeah. We want that fear that those pirates felt to be something that the player feels.
Well, so it sounds like you've done your research. On pirating.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, the idea of sailing, our developers, we, just a month ago, we went sailing off the coast of France on a tall ship to learn how the wind and the ocean really affect that experience, from the way that the crews manage the rigging to the way that the sails are impacted by the water and the ocean and the wind. Yeah.
So that was the trailer, and now we've got some exclusive new footage here that we're seeing. So is this going to show us a little bit what the gameplay's like?
Well, this is just one of our modes. It's a PvP mode. It's 5 versus 5, and it really encapsulates the heart of being a pirate in Skull and Bones. It's the idea that you're a predator at sea, you're hunting for loot, and you're not alone. There are other pirates who also want that loot, and that's where the conflict comes in. So you're right here, you're seeing yourself line up against your team. You can use your tools to assess the situation, your wind map to assess your speed and positioning, and then you strike.
Are you guys hoping to have clan support, or how are people building their teams of pirates?
Well, pirate gangs are the fundamental aspect of how you'll carry yourself up the food chain and secure yourself as the ultimate pirate kingpin. You're going to have to be able to recruit your friends. This is just a PvP matchmaking mechanism within Loot Hunt, but you'll be able to build objectives and shared objectives that push you guys collectively up the food chain.
Interesting. All right, so your studio, you guys are kind of known for water.
Yeah, it's one of the strengths of our studio.
You do water really well, and I got to say, even though this is pre-alpha gameplay, your water looks very pretty here.
Thank you very much.
So, can you speak to a little bit what's happening here? Actually, I want to know about the steering. You said wind is very important.
Absolutely.
And I know down in the bottom right corner, you're always keeping track of how fast the wind is blowing, right?
Right, so it's not just understanding the position of the wind. You can see where it goes blue. That's basically saying you have the wind in the optimal position.
Got it.
And through customization, you'll actually be able to change your sails configuration to fit your playstyle. So if you have the wind at your back, you're going to be able to push yourself a little bit faster. And when you head into a headwind, you can stop and you'll be dead in the water when that happens.
That particular ship was acting as a battering ram.
Right, that's the Brigantine. It's a very up-close melee type of ship. It's a very intimate ship. It's not one I play. I like the Sloop of War, which is a long-range ship. And that's who you see right there. He keeps his distance. He uses long nines and precision. And when he's able to anchor, he can actually lock in and do more critical damage.
So does each player just have... Are you locked into one ship, or can
you start out with one ship,
but you can gather more, purchase
Absolutely.
more?
Over time, you can find new ships. It's like if you and I were playing online, and you're taking, say, the Sloop of War, and I'm in a Sloop of War, and we want to go hunt in the hunting grounds, which is our systemic shared world where you can sail solo or co-op. Maybe I'm going to pick a ship that complements yours, or maybe I'm going to pick an ability that matches something that we can use together.
I see. And then once in a game, each player is the captain of their own ship.
Right.
So you're not like teaming up on with multiple players on one ship.
Not on one ship. I mean, it's really about that freedom of being a pirate, having your crew, that relationship between your crew, and taking that crew out and hunting on the seas.
So if you're acting as pirates, what are you actually doing and controlling during a match? Are you always have to be steering the ship?
Well, like I said, our pirates are predators, right? So we want to give them tools that make them feel smart and powerful. Just like in nature, they're the ones who control the environment. They have the ability to use the crow's nest to assess. You saw when we went up to the crow's nest, you can get a 360 view. You have the spyglass, which can give you intel about your target, even highlight the cargo that it has or the weaknesses. And then you're able to use your weapons within each station. And you're just seeing a small taste of the weapons that we're developing for our ships and ship types.
Well, you have your crew.
Right.
Is that something else that you're like, you are gathering and trying to build and cultivate?
Right, you'll be able to go to locations and taverns and collect and develop your crew over time. Your crew is a reflection of your accomplishments, right? So it's a little early to talk about how deep we're taking it, but we want players to feel like a ship really reflects their experiences and accomplishments.
This is a little bit of a non sequitur, but I'm playing a lot of Disgaea 5 on my Switch. Yeah. Totally different game, but in that game I build a party, and each member of my party has a name and different stats, and I get to know them and care about them. Are we going to get to know our crew members in this game?
In Skull and Bones, it's very important for us to tell a story, right? And a story means characters. And on your ship, you see Silva Mercy is your first mate. He's the one who helps execute the orders. You go up to the top of the crow's nest, and you have another character that, again, it's a little early to talk about a lot of those characters, but those relationships are really important. You're going to meet historic and historically inspired characters along the way, too.
And can you assign specific tasks to your crew? Like if you want to go man the cannons or go up and have a look. Well, up top, you want to say you can take over steering.
There are ways for us to automate firing, right? If you want to focus on an aspect of it, you can blind fire. It's auto-aiming, but it's really about being able to control the ship on the intimate level. So when you go to aim at another ship and you use your precision aiming, you go right down with the crew. You're down there with the cannon crew, and you're aiming at your target.
I see. So we achieved, we just saw victory here, right?
Yeah, they were able to escape with their loot. That's really what it's all about. Not just in the PvP mode, but the whole game is about being able to capture the most loot and push yourself up to the top.
I love loot. Like, what type of loot are we going to be? What's the booty?
I mean, it's early to talk about it, but we are set, again in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
And the spice was what fueled the economy, the same way that oil does today. So you have all these commodities that from any of the regions that we'll explore will become critical to you using to develop your ships and your fleet, etc.
Now we're looking at some more new footage here. Can you explain what's happening here? Is this a different type of mode?
This is just open sailing. What we want to show here is really how the player gets signs and feedback that tell him the direction of the wind and the impact of the ocean. So you can see, again, some of our beautiful ocean and the depth that comes with it. I'm not wearing my glasses, but I'm pretty sure if you guys are, you can see there is wildlife and other stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to ask.
Yeah, below the water, you can see some stuff there too.
I see the sharks. Yeah, so like hunting in the sea was a big part of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Is that something you're going to incorporate here?
Well, wildlife is an important part of our ecosystem. It's a little early to talk about how we'll expose that. But you're not a fisherman, right? It's not. It's not our experience. But we do want players to be able to interact in a logical way with the things that they see and experience in Skull and Bones.
And you said what we were seeing earlier. Man, this is really pretty here.
Thanks.
Like I think we were talking about before we started filming. You worked on Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I love that game, and you spent over 100 hours just sailing around in that world, and I look forward to doing that in Skull and Bones.
Awesome,
as well.
man. Me too.
And I love the sea. Are there sea shanties?
Yeah, absolutely, and they're brand new.
Nice.
You'll notice that. We wanted to take what fans really loved and appreciated about sea shanties and put that as part of our experience. And again, we're going to want to give players a lot more control in how they experience shanties and discover them along the way on their journey.
You're saying the match we were watching before, the PvP mode, is just one mode. Can you give us any idea of sort of like, I know it's early, but how many modes or what other types of modes you're playing with or thinking about?
I mean, we're taking a very logical and practical approach in how we develop it. You're going to hear more about that over time. But what I want to emphasize is we're not building one-offs to the experience. So every one of the modes that we have will follow the same rules of the rest of the world. So if you see things like pirate hunters in our PvP mode, you should expect to see them in the rest of Skull and Bones.
I see. So you're building this as a multiplayer game. So to clarify, is there any, I know you can choose to go it alone, but is there any sort of single player story or campaign?
Our campaign is actually integrated into the experience in our PvE and our PvP.
I see.
So players, again, they start as an upstart captain. They work their way up. Yeah, I mean, narrative's important. We want to tell stories, but we want the player ultimately to help shape the world, impact the world, and have it react to them and become part of that journey and that story. We want players to help us be storytellers too.
I see. I'm noticing a lot of ornate decorations on the ships. Is that part of are there going to be cosmetic customizations?
Absolutely. I mean, when I have a ship, I want people to be jealous of my ship. I want them to envy the ship that I have. That's why we have a lot of, you can see the external camera, the internal camera. We have ways for players to really take pride in the ships that they're building. They're magnificent beauty, and we want people to be really proud of them.
So in that same regard, how are you handling defeat or your ship being sunk?
It's early to talk about it, but loot and looting from your enemies is a key part of the fantasy, and we're not taking that from you.
I see. Skull and Bones is a 2018 game.
Fall 2018 on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 4 Pro, Xbox One, Xbox X, and PC.
Wow, well, it's already looking super beautiful, super fun. I can't wait to hear more. Thank you so much for coming by the show.
Absolutely, thanks.
Yeah, it's great to meet you. We've got to take a quick break, but IGN Live at E3 continues right after this.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access here at E3 2017, joined by John Ryan to talk about Skull and Bones, which I think the immediate thought was like, oh, look, another pirate game. But it's from what we played yesterday, it's pretty dissimilar to Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
At least what we played was a lot more combat focused. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this was very much the multiplayer mode that Black Flag should have had but never got. It's 5v5. You basically are pitted against another crew of pirates, and you're also set to the goal of taking out like a merchant convoy. convoy as you go. I mean, it's a lot more tactical, I feel like, than Sea of Thieves might be, because you don't have the option to play as a single person. You literally just control the entire ship.
It's worth saying you don't get out of your ship at any point. Instead, you control a class of ship, and from what we played, there were actually 3 classes. There was like a bruiser, a tank, and then a sniper. Which one did you play?
I played as the Sloop of War, which was like the snipery one. I thought about playing as the bruiser because I had that cool ram on the front, but I went with the long range just because I'm a coward. So while my team was sort of skirting between our opponent's ships, I was able to just lay down a lot of cover fire. Unfortunately, I ended up getting sunk eventually, but it worked really well for a little bit.
And there was a respawn timer. This was not a scenario where you lost the ship and it was gone forever, at least in this mode.
Up until the very end.
Right.
So what I liked about this was that it sort of shifted gears towards the end of the mode. Once word gets out that there's a group of pirates duking it out on the high seas, pirate hunters show up and they're like, all right, you got to get out of here. And so as soon as they show up, you lose the ability to respawn and you have to instead escape. There's a lot of mechanics that you don't see necessarily in other games. You definitely didn't see in Black Flag. Like the ability to sail with the wind as opposed to against it. The reason I got sunk is because I ended up having to turn about, facing into the wind. I ended up in a watery grave, and I was really bummed about that.
This PvP mode that we got to play was only one of what is potentially a lot of different modes.
Yeah.
One of which being kind of an open world RPG. Do you have any insight on that?
Like, this was very much a demoable slice of what will be the larger game, which is going to be a big, huge open world Ubisoft social RPG where you can, it sounds like there's going to be solo PvE if you're into that. If you want to sail alone, you can. But you can also join up with friends, create a whole crew of pirates, and basically your own little armada of buddies so that you can explore the world and do like co-op activities or just explore together.
Great. John Ryan, thank you so much for talking us through Skull and Bones. For all things pirate games and E3 2017, you're already in the right place at IGN.
And that sword can't be! I'm guessing your goal is Elysium.
No matter the danger, we can overcome it if we're working together.
The 4 champions that appeared in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild will be available as amiibo.
Rocket League is indeed coming to Nintendo Switch, complete with cross-network support, local wireless multiplayer, Mario and Luigi hats, and new exclusive cars we'll talk about later this year.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Splatoon 2 for the Switch has new maps, new weapons, new modes, and a whole lot of ink. Here to walk us through the multiplayer action is Daniel from Treehouse. Thank you so much for coming by. There is, I think, statistically more ink in this game than was even in the last Splatoon, right?
I'm sure. There's an endless amount of ink. It's all over the place. New weapons, all that stuff you're talking about, so it's craziness.
Super excited for Splatoon 2. The more I see it, the more I'm just kind of geeked out at how wonderfully colorful it is, how messy it is. For me, it's such a special franchise as a Nintendo fan because Nintendo games have always been sort of like organized. They're about collecting things, and saving things, and this is just about trashing the place.
It is absolute just craziness, everything, the splatting, all of that. It's awesome to see it. I mean, the fans have loved it. It's a whole new franchise. It's been really taken off really well. The color, you're right, it just makes it a whole spectacular just event of itself.
So we're actually going to take a look at some gameplay, some matches, and see how all this unfolds. And let's just talk about what we're looking at here. Look at this guy. This is just adorable.
So if you notice, they're wearing a different kind of outfit. We're actually showing a different mode. So you're right, the normal mode of Splatoon is the 4-on-4 turf war and different modes like that. But we're now going to be showing Salmon Run, which is a brand new mode. 4-player co-op. You can play it on local wireless offline, or you can play it. It'll be like a timed event like Splatfest, and you can earn special rewards if you play during that time. So we're playing it offline right now, just over local wireless. What's going to happen here, essentially, the four of you guys are working together to collect all these golden eggs and survive multiple waves of these enemies attacking you.
Now this level here, this is something we've seen recently, right? This is one of the newer stages.
This is a brand new stage for that, yes.
It's kind of decidedly a little more murky, dark, sinister, I would say.
A little bit. You're basically working to collect these golden eggs for your boss. That's why you're wearing those special orange like apron suit. So right now they're trying to splat everything possible because it makes it easier for the Inklings to move around in the areas they go to. We started at the easiest difficulty to get people going along with this right now. So there'll be enemies. It's a lot of it's about communication with your teammates. We got 4 people playing backstage for us right now.
Oh, wow.
2 people from Nintendo, 2 people from IGN are playing together. So they're trying to see where the enemies are coming from, and they need to work together to defeat these certain different kind of bosses that are going to pop up. That's a Snatcher coming out there.
Oh, that's awesome.
But you need to find the bigger bosses who will have the golden eggs. These are all. That's not them. They gotta hopefully get somewhere else on the map to find out where the main bosses are. We'll see it right now. Right now, Sarah, who's we're playing right here, is using the splat dualies. There's something called the fly fish.
Hey, remember when I called this level murky a few seconds ago? I think I spoke too soon.
It does get really colorful real fast.
Yeah,
so
this
awesome. So this is one of the enemies here. So basically, you need to defeat this boss essentially to get golden eggs out of them. So the only way, so each boss has a different type of. You have to figure out what the puzzle is to basically defeat them. And this is the fly fish. And, but the cool thing is, if you do get knocked down like that, your teammates can resurrect you by putting ink on you, like right in your life preserver, and boom, now they're back.
So the collecting eggs from a boss, I'll be honest, it sounds gross. Are these like, is this like edible eggs? I don't really know.
No, so yeah, not edible eggs.
Is this
They're
like
called
sushi?
Golden eggs. They're golden eggs. Well, you mean like salmon roe, I guess you could go that direction. But yeah, all these enemies are different weaknesses. So this is like here, the steel eel.
Wow.
If you fight to the back of them, in the back of the steel eel actually is the driver. You have to defeat the driver to make it happen.
And you can play this mode in single player as well, right?
You can play 2 to 4 players.
Oh,
it's always multiplayer.
Cool. So it's always multiplayer, so you can team up with somebody, take on who got beat there. We got to figure that one out.
Actually, the team we had there lost on the first wave, sadly. They should actually do better than that. I hope they can do better this time.
Are you kidding me?
It's the easiest difficulty, and they died on the first wave. You're supposed to survive 3 waves.
Team IGN and Team Nintendo just really messing things up back there.
Yes, they did not.
And not in a good way like you're supposed to. I really like the new sort of, they're not bosses, right? They're just sort of like creatures that show up.
Creatures that show up. Like there's one called Steelhead, Steel Eel, Drizzler, Maws.
They're all loosely based on fish?
Loosely based on fish, yeah. Like Maws, like Jaws, yeah, exactly like that. Drizzler's like an umbrella type one. Stinger's like a sniper, a bunch of pots. You'll see if to kind of knock out the pots to take them out. The fly fish you saw, you actually throw your grenades into the hatches to defeat them. So let's see how they do this time around.
So we're jumping back in. These guys have named themselves after iconic Nintendo characters.
Yes.
Which is all the more reason they need to do really well and not disgrace the names of these sacred. I mean, you can't just run in there as Mario and Luigi and die in the first time.
No, you can't. But see, so here you go. So there it is. So now they're taking out the snatches right there. But there is the fly fish to the right.
Oh man.
But it gets hectic, and right now they're starting at the easier difficulty, and you can keep incrementing it up higher and higher. When you get to the higher difficulty, it is extremely hard into the higher ones.
Yeah, these guys are getting bombarded by what's that? Like that's
the fly fish. It's basically shooting out like these kind of rockets out of it.
And so he'll open up like a garbage can, basically.
Essentially, and you're trying to throw your grenades in there to basically take them out.
Is this like an anti-pollution message?
They took one out, and okay, the second one. We'll see if we get in there.
these are very, very precarious projectiles here.
That's the thing. You have to figure out each of them are very different. That's the challenge behind all this as well.
Yeah, this
they got one in there.
There we go.
So boom, now it's destroyed. So if you go over there now, see those 3 golden eggs.
Yep,
now your teammates can pick them up and take them back to the center point, but don't let the other enemies steal them. So in the center of the base is their base. So right there's
chaos,
dude.
It's
complete chaos. That's the whole point, the whole joy of it. So there's one egg. So your goal is to hit a certain quota.
Okay.
So the next 30 seconds,
now he's here.
Yes, this is Steel Eel.
Okay, so you got to bring the eggs back to the basket in the middle.
Before the timer runs up. They've only got 1 golden egg in there now. So someone there, hopefully Sarah can grab one. Get it back in there.
And so that enemy there, you want to take out its head and its tail?
It's just its tail. The driver is in the tail. So
because it's got this short sort of like shower curtain of pain that comes by.
Hurry up, get it to the center point.
Oh,
someone get it there. Did they get it? No, they got it. They got it. They got 3. They got 3.
This is complete chaos. I love it.
So that's what it turns into, very much so. So if you do survive, which they hopefully did, they did. Now the next wave should begin.
They got it through wave 1.
They get through wave 1.
Now, what kind of stuff can we expect in wave 2?
Just more enemies, and then it gets harder as you go, as you finish to get to the end of it. Now they're on the easier difficulty. So as you said, you can up the difficulty by 5 percentage points each time.
That was easy?
This is 5%. They're playing.
Are you kidding me?
I believe so. I think they're playing on 5%.
That was like total madness.
It's total madness, and we played it before a couple times. You up it to like 40-50%, it gets really hard. If you up it to 100, it is enemies off every side. The water levels constantly are changing. There's fog that can appear as well.
I'm gonna be honest. That sounds incredibly stressful.
It is, and it gets and it's all about communication too. You have to be talking to your teammates. No, you need to stick together, because if you're too far apart, when one guy goes down, that's the drizzler right there.
Oh man,
he has an umbrella. Oh, you gotta flip them over. They did, and now you can take them out.
So how did he do that? He just kind of smacked them.
He turned into an inkling, went underneath, and popped them off.
Got it. Oh, that's a cool strategy.
So that's the cool thing. So all these are to always change each time, and even your storage unit, where you have to keep dropping off the golden eggs, keeps moving locations.
Why?
Every wave it changes.
That's just mean. That's cool.
That's the whole point. It's meant to be this crazy. You thought it was crazy before in Turf War and playing like tower control and that. This is a whole different way of just playing in a different way, working together.
Your home base should at least be something you can count on.
Well, it's not your home base, right? You're going somewhere else to collect these golden eggs to take them back to your boss.
You guys always think of everything, don't you?
Yes. There's a reason behind everything. Yeah. So this is another. This is one of the enemies has a shield on the front. You can actually shoot them from behind to take them out more quickly.
So that's easier to do when you have 2 players, right?
Exactly.
Because you can have one distract them. All right. So we got the eggs. We're heading back to the
they got it
here.
And they got their now they're at 6 for 4. They beat their quota, which is great.
Oh, awesome!
And the quota will be higher. It keeps going. So the first round was 3 for their quota. Now it's 4 for their quota.
What is that?
That's the stinger.
Okay, that's
the stinger's like a sniper, and you have to actually shoot the pot that it's standing on from the bite. If you start taking out its base, you can take them out that way.
That is terrifying. That is one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen in a video game.
It is. As you said, it's really murky. It's scary. They've gotten really inventive with the names. Now they're going on to wave 3.
They're like cheering back there.
They're cheering back there. They all start together. You also have your specials again. You can only use them 2 for the entire 3 waves.
What? Really?
Yeah, so each player can use it twice. That's it.
So you have to make sure you save it for the right exact moment.
Yes, then notice the water level is just completely changed. So now the stage is different.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, so now it's completely sort of... The entire shape of the stage has changed dynamically.
Which gives you even less room to move around.
Way less room, and then this guy's back.
Yep, they're all back. Here's Steelhead again. Oh, this is Steel Eel. Sorry, Steel Eel. Steelhead's a different character that'll come out that has like these. Its head inflates and shoots these bombs.
It's easy to get confused because that Steel Eel it'd have a steel head.
Yes, it's
very
all
confusing.
these complications.
This guy's great, by the way. I like that giant paintbrush is just smacking around.
Yes,
making a mess.
And then what Sarah, the main person here, which is Sarah, she's actually using one of the new weapons called the Splat Dualies, which even has a cool move that you can actually kind of dodge while you're in midair. Things like that.
Do you find like when you personally play, like which sort of like weapons do you find yourself?
I always end up going back to the Splattershot Junior. That's always been one of my favorites.
Always like that one.
The roller's fun too, which has changed up a bit in this game as well. I know some people are amazing with the Charger, who are good at sniping. There's some people who I work with who are just insanely good at this game, who just play it constantly, and it's awesome watching them play or playing with them.
That's awesome because that's technically considered work, right? I mean, you can't even.
This is all considered work. It's research. It's research.
Squid Research Labs. You can't even be like, get back to work. All right, so
that was convenient. The Drizzler actually appeared right next to their home base, and they've already met their quota.
We got the Steel Eel has now returned. Oh man. Yeah, so you don't want to get smacked by that head.
Right. The head you can't destroy. You can't destroy the head.
And the Steel Eel does an incredible job of just sort of covering the... Oh, we're getting circled right now.
But she survived. Sarah quickly survived. Now she can shoot one of her buddies right there.
There we go. Grab the eggs.
And they broke the quota this time. They finally cleared it. And this is on the easiest difficulty.
Are you kidding me?
This is the easy difficulty. So if we have time, we could actually jump it up to the next one to see how they do.
I think we should try it. Okay. I want to see how crazy this gets.
So now they're going back to home. That's their home little boat right there they start from.
If they tell us to stop, we'll just yell at them. I want to keep going.
We can keep going, hopefully.
Yeah, we're going to keep going. Let's keep playing it.
So,
this is too much fun.
Yeah, this is fun. So there they all go. We see how they did.
I like these
good teamwork. I love the outfits are so different.
They're so cute. These little neon fisherman kids.
Now she's doing a little dance. I'm not sure what that dance is.
It's a wiggle. It's just like
wiggle.
a little, it's a shimmy.
So it is a job. Yeah. Oh, they were playing 10%. I apologize. They were playing the next difficulty up. So now we're going to try a harder difficulty. So I'll let them pick. We'll see how high they decide to go with it. Maybe they'll go probably, let's say, we can pick the number, 40, 50, 60.
Let's do 60.
Okay.
Let's do 60.
They're gonna
You said it. You said it. We're going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see how difficult this gets. They're in the back.
They're going back. They're talking. You can hear them in the back over there trying to talk about how high they're going to go. But it gets really challenging. So I'm glad they survived that round. I'm glad they were able to go through that one. But yeah, that was 10%.
I think the IGN folks are going to get beat back there because the Nintendo folks are they're legally allowed to play this game all day at work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, when we can.
So then technically they should be able to do really well at 60%, right?
Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends. I mean, in the treehouse, we try to play our games. It's all good practice, good fun. Yep. We try to see what the games are, and it's fun. It's fun for us. Yeah, that's a great way to learn.
So as they're getting set up, I just want to talk a little bit more about Splatoon 2.
Oh yeah.
When it's out, when people can play it.
The game comes out, if I remember correctly, July 21st.
Oh,
so
awesome.
it's real soon, which is awesome. It's coming out real soon. I'm really stoked to play it. It's been a lot of fun just watching, as I said, the fans enjoying it and just seeing all the stuff they're adding, new levels.
New single-player stuff is coming,
New single-player, the whole story behind what happened with Callie and Marie, like what happened with all that. I know all the fans had their own lore they were talking about. The drama that happened after the final Splatfest, which was Callie versus Marie.
It's been tough, man. Okay, so right off the bat,
it's dark.
What?
So already it's a lot harder. You can see a lot more enemies coming out.
Yeah, this is getting much crazier. It's darker. Did it just auto set to nighttime?
It's a hard difficulty, so it can be different fog. Everything has changed. So
got it.
It just makes everything down. Their quota is 8, by the way, not 3, as it was before.
Okay, so this is like we're being a little cautious right now. It's a little scarier. It definitely looks a little more dangerous.
There's just enemies everywhere.
I have less of an idea what's going on. It's definitely more chaos, but we've got a lot of players working in, I believe, synchronicity to make things happen. We just got bombarded by a whole wave. Oh!
Splatted by Chum.
Wow.
And they lost it.
Okay. All right, well, that's what it looks like at 60. It goes higher than that?
Up to 100%.
What does 100% look like?
I've done it once, and it was just insanity.
Is it just like when Pikmin swarm you?
It's kind of like that. Instead of when you play 5-10%, like the enemies kind of start from one area, and you kind of work together, and then the 100% they may come from every direction possible. Fog of war, it's like kind of not fog of war, but a fog can appear. Different water levels, more enemies. They're just lots more of them. You saw right there. You saw a lot more snaps.
Are you guys going to sell turbo controller Joy-Cons to compete with this? I need something with a rapid fire. That's insane.
But you can't get those about reloading your ink at the same time.
That's the
so you
problem.
Can't just rapid fire the whole time.
I would need pro sports E-League, just the best players in the world to take that on.
Yeah, that's probably what you need. I mean, that's when you play. I'm not sure you've been playing when you play online. Like there's certain people who are just amazing.
All right, so I have to do this to you because you're here.
Okay.
I want to see what this looks like at 100%. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to go to 100%. We're going to see how fast they go at 100%. I think this is going to be... my guess is... I'm going to put a timer down right now. I think 25 seconds tops. After the timer starts, I think these guys are going to go in 25 seconds.
Wow,
this is gonna
you're
go
really going to
fast.
push them this way. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah,
quota's 13.
Okay, this is Splatoon at 100%. Now, Dana, what's the name of this mode again?
This is...
Here we go.
Salmon Run.
Salmon Run. Salmon Run at 100% with 4 players who are just already getting beaten around. I'm not keeping track of the timer right now. This is already a mess.
You can, yeah, the little logo's on top of our timer, so we can't quite see.
Okay, we got it. Yeah.
So here are the steel heads.
Oh my god.
So that little thing they're blowing on their head, you actually throw a grenade at that, and they're bombs. We still haven't seen Moz yet. Moz is like a Jaws-type shark that pops out of the ground.
Dude, there's like 4 bombs on you right now. The entire level is getting covered in Nickelodeon
So right now, one teammate is down. There's still 3 up.
Oh my god.
You can see where it's coming from. Boom, she's down. 2 left. You can see in the upper left.
2 left.
No, they're 3 up now.
Okay, 3 left. We still have a chance.
They're working together. Now you
There's
can.
still a
Now
chance.
Sarah can move in the light. Oh, they lost. Oh, just died, and it's over. You can hear them laughing back there.
That's what Salmon Run looks like at
100%.
We lasted 44 seconds. That's what that looked like at 10%, 40%, or 60% and 100%.
Yeah. So it's different percentages that way. So yeah.
That was incredibly intense.
So it's incredibly difficult, intense, and that's the whole point. I mean, it's meant to be that challenge that people want for those people get. It's a really good way to practice too. If you want to go into play Splatfest or play in the online forum for Turf War,
oh my
all those
god,
opportunities.
What an absolute mess we made of that stage.
It was.
Thank you so much for coming by. Splatoon 2. When can people play it?
July 21st.
July 21st
Yes.
on the Nintendo Switch. Go check that out. Play the single player. Play that at 100%. Send us your videos. We want to see it. That was fantastic. Thank you so much for coming by. IGN Live will continue. We will be back in just a minute at 100%.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Hey guys, it's Terry Schwartz with IGN Access. You wanted us to find out anything we could about Splatoon 2. Well, lucky for you, we had 2 editors get some hands-on time with a new co-op mode. So let's hear what they had to say. All right, Casey, so you got a chance to play a new mode in Splatoon 2. Tell me about Salmon Run.
Okay, so Salmon Run is a new co-op mode in Splatoon 2. It brought back all of the very classic Splatoon controls, like you can use motion control to look up and down, you use the stick to turn back left and right, and you play with 3 other people, and it's an enemy wave mode. So there are 3 different waves, and each wave there are specific boss characters that you have to defeat, and then you have to pick up their eggs and bring them back to the basket. And each wave you have to get a specific number in order to pass.
Does adding a co-op mode feel intuitive to the Splatoon franchise?
Yeah, it's weird because obviously it's completely new. They've never done PvE stuff before. And the idea of playing with your team, getting that sense of cooperation and a lot of voice chat.
For example, one of the roles that I took was I covered my teammates with the eggs to make sure they didn't get knocked out. So I stood back and fought the salmonids as they were coming up so they could escape with the eggs. And I can just see a ton of different strategies that people come up with.
How did it feel playing Splatoon on a Switch?
Great. I mean, Splatoon anywhere feels good. It's really not that far different from the Wii U because that was always the same kind of shape of controller. It feels great and it looks amazing on that little screen.
So you had a chance to play this little section of Salmon Run, but are there any plans to grow this out or expand it in the future?
Yeah, we played 1 map. They very heavily hinted there's more maps to come, which would completely change how you have to play because those environments, like, they change between waves. And on top of that, he also hinted that they're going to be doing big group events for the game in the same way the first game did the Splatfest, which was you choose a side and then those 2 sides war over a weekend. He implied that something like the Splatfest might be coming to Salmon Run, which is really exciting. I love the idea that there might be specific events there.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. It's time to take a look at Call of Duty World War II. We're here with Brett and Aaron from Sledgehammer Games. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. I'm Damon, and this is He Who Makes False Promises, Marty Sleva.
A mug will be eaten eventually, I promise.
Okay.
We have plans.
All right, so you guys had your big reveal event in May.
Yes.
And we got a great look at the single player there. What are you guys showing here at E3?
So we're showing one of our campaign levels, the Marinade level, and we're super excited about it. Been working on it for a long time.
Yeah.
And glad the world can see it.
Yeah. So what about this campaign has been, different developing a campaign that takes place, during World War II as opposed to one that takes place, far in the future?
Well, we had to do a lot of research. We had to make the game very authentic, as believable and respectful as we possibly could. Just trying to take, the players back to some of that nostalgia, but also give them something entirely new. So I think we've done both.
So we're actually looking at multiplayer here.
Yeah.
Taking the setting way back to World War II obviously significantly changes the campaign. How does the new setting change the multiplayer?
So with multiplayer, we really, very excited to go back to World War II, obviously, and go back to the roots, back to boots on the ground.
Yep, there it is.
And, we looked across the board at a whole bunch of things. Some of the key things that we're really excited to talk about is our headquarters mode, which you probably heard about. So this is really bringing a really big social aspect to the game that you've never seen before. So back on Advanced Warfare, one thing that was really important to Sledgehammer Games, in Call of Duty, you're really it's about your gamer tag and a title card, and those things are really important. But we really wanted to bring your character into a 3D space with our virtual lobby on Advanced Warfare. And so with World War II, we really wanted to expand on that and really take that into a whole new level. So in Call of Duty World War II, you're going to be able to see your character in a whole new space. So while you're in between matches and your countdown's going, and you used to be able to jump into the firing range, well now you can actually turn around from that firing range, walk into a whole new 3D space. It's D-Day +3, and you're going to find all kinds of things that we're really excited for people to explore in the beta coming up.
So it's going to be sort of like non-combat things, like you're safe in this place.
That's right. It'll be like you're not in combat, but it's a very social space.
Okay.
So you're there to kind of interact with your friends, compete, pick up daily challenges.
So you mentioned that this space is D-Day +3. I'm assuming D-Day is going to be featured in the single-player campaign, as it's one of the most iconic moments in World War II across pretty much all media.
We are featuring the landings at Normandy, and it's one of our huge action set pieces, and it sort of kicks off our story in a big way with our, main character seeing combat for the first time on the beach.
Yeah.
So it's pretty intense.
How do you, in a moment that's been told so well through so many different forms of media, whether it's games or whether it's something like Saving Private Ryan, how do you do something, new and different? And what is, the development tools you have in 2017? How does that differ from Call of Duty's origins?
We have a lot of new technology, a lot of new mechanics. We're doing a couple of different things, like, there's no health regen. We're doing health packs, which is a big deal. We have squad abilities. So yeah, just trying to bring as many new features into an old familiar setting.
Yeah. So you mentioned no health packs, no regen. Does that transfer over into multiplayer as well?
It does not.
Okay, it does not. Okay,
No.
so we're not. So people who've grown to know and love, modern Call of Duty multiplayer, this isn't going to be like a 180.
Right. No, I think we're really, again, bringing it back to something that we think is very familiar, but at the same time, we know there's a lot of new players out there that will experience kind of these very visceral, raw, brutal weapons that were just, there's just so much, we really want you just to feel that mud and that blood and that grit. And we feel like in the past years, with more feature settings, which we're real familiar with Advanced Warfare, that there was just a change there. And so we're really excited to go back to that grit.
The footage that we're watching here, this is all from one map?
Yeah, right now what you're seeing is Ardennes Forest. And so this is one map right here. I think we were switching to Point du Hoc, but I think this is all Ardennes Forest right here.
Like, can you tell us a little bit about Ardennes Forest? Like,
Absolutely,
where this is in the
So this is really an important, an awesome, iconic location in World War II. So the Battle of the Bulge, and this is something that in multiplayer that we're really been focusing on, just getting that really fast paced. It's a very kind of this is one of our more standard 3-lane maps, and what you're seeing here is actually some of the divisions that we're also really excited about. So this really changes your second-to-second gameplay with the characters. So you're going to listen to one of our 5 divisions. I think you saw just a little while ago one of the bayonet charges. So that's with the infantry, and the infantry is a special division skill that they have that they can use in the game.
Is this a capture the flag mode we're watching right here?
This is domination.
Okay.
Are you introducing new modes, or is this something that people who've grown to love Call of Duty are the modes gonna be familiar to them?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of familiar modes, but also we're really excited today at E3 where we've been showing off the war mode, and that's something that goes way back, something early on that we were doing in game jams at the studio, and we knew early on with World War II that it really allowed itself. It was kind of the perfect marriage of World War II. So let's do these asymmetrical Axis versus Allied. Narrative objective modes and chain them together. And I think we just knew that wasn't something that we can just take, like in this example, we're looking at domination. Well, that mode wouldn't just kind of fit in that map. We had to make all custom maps for those to really give that asymmetrical feeling that we really want to bring that war to life.
So you mentioned it a little bit earlier at the reveal. One of my big takeaways personally was that you're not playing as a super soldier.
Right.
You're playing as this kid who was just trained to hold a gun a couple weeks ago. That's a big departure from Advanced Warfare, where you were playing as kind of a superhero. So what is that like in terms of single player, and then how does that translate also into multiplayer?
Well, one of our design pillars was you're not a superhero. You're a 19-year-old kid. So, that informed the narrative and informed game mechanics and informed even our big action sequences, making sure you're not winning the war by yourself. So, it really informed everything. And also, we created some mechanics around that. You have to rely on the guy next to you, on your squad, and making sure they're helping you out, and you're boosting their morale, and they're giving you kind of benefits as you play. So, it informed everything.
So for people who may not know, this isn't a globe-trotting campaign. You're not going to be like on an Indiana Jones map flying across the Pacific and everything, right?
No, it's mostly just the European conflict through France and Belgium and Germany.
Was there an impetus for why you guys wanted to tell a sort of a more personal, intimate story?
It was just a matter of focus. We wanted to, you could take so many thousands of stories of the war. We wanted to just, find one we really liked and focus and telling that great story.
Are all the multiplayer maps based on locations that you experience in the campaign?
Some of them are.
Yeah, some of them are, but we also then have departed with the trailer. I think we saw a few new maps, but we're still going to save some of those to announce at a later date. But yeah, they're not all the same.
Sure, absolutely. So since your big reveal in May, what's been the reaction so far from your fans?
Oh, it's been really exciting. Yeah, I mean,
it's been great.
We've been working really hard, so it's just been great to come to the show and actually see people actually playing the game hands-on.
What is that feeling like? I mean, obviously you guys have been working on this for years, like literal years, and not being able to tell anyone about it, and then finally in May, all of a sudden you lift back the curtain, you show it, and then you're here at E3, public, 15,000 people, able to get hands-on. What is that like?
It feels great.
Yeah,
it
feels awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty indescribable. I mean, it's hard to explain. I mean, I think it's something that the whole team pours their heart and souls into, all the research, all the dedicated developers that have been focusing on this, and then to be able to come and actually hear people's reactions it's been awesome. Yeah.
So how long have you guys worked on Call of Duty?
I've been on
the
it.
series.
Yeah, since 2009.
Yeah, 8-9 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you were almost back when we were in World War II, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
no. I don't mean actual. I don't mean
Yeah.
the world was in World War. That was a terrible thing to say. I meant the series, like World at War.
I was actually curious if you worked on the original Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
If you've been worked on those.
Yeah. What was your first game?
Modern Warfare 3.
Modern Warfare 3.
And Advanced Warfare.
Very cool.
Yep. Same thing. So we've been
Were you guys
working
at
together on
Visceral
that.
beforehand?
Yeah.
Very cool.
But I have to imagine you played those games.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah,
enjoyed
absolutely.
them. So
yeah, for sure.
Was it cool?
I
Were you
mean-
excited to get to take Call of Duty back there?
Super honored. I mean, this is something I think, for me personally, that was something that really got me into Call of Duty was those World War II Call of Duty games and that series. So to be able to come full circle and also hit kind of those spectrums with Advanced Warfare going into the future, and now, to me, it couldn't be better as far as a developer and what we've got to explore in that space.
Yeah, super proud. It's an honor to go back to the roots of Call of Duty. It's an honor to work on a World War II game and to respect that war. And yeah, it's been great.
Yeah,
cool. Call of Duty World War II is out November
3rd.
Guys, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. So much more to come here at IGN Live at E3 after this.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Mamma mia, Max Scoville here for IGN Access. I am here at E3 2017, and I'm at arguably the happiest place on the entire convention center floor, which is Nintendo's booth. This year, they've gone completely out of control. They've got New Donk City, they've got a whole bunch of stuff from Super Mario Odyssey, they've got Mario himself right here with his new hat and his funny hat-shaped air balloon spaceship, whatever it is. And of course, there are plenty of demo stations with all sorts of games. Mario Odyssey looks fantastic. I cannot wait to play it. However, this year, E3 is open to 15,000 members of the public, so the lines are pretty long. They've got lines going around the block. They've got Splatoon 2, they've got Pokken Tournament DX, and of course they've got some new amiibo on display. I'm personally very fond of the new Metroid stuff we got to look at during Nintendo's E3 presentation. Just a ton of fun because gamers are here. You, the public, the fans, you're here and you're having fun. It's not just a bunch of stuffy businessmen walking around. Anyway, we've got lots more coverage coming from E3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be doing lots more of this.
To Super Mario Odyssey was excitement.
My first reactions, honestly, I was surprised. I actually didn't know the game was going to be that large. It feels amazing.
I'm pretty impressed with it. I can say with confidence now that it is massive. It's going to be a huge game.
You have 2 different modes you can play. You can either play kind of like a traditional more Mario kind of game, which is in the desert arena, and I chose to go to the city because that in the trailer the city was the most interesting to me. I wanted to know more about it because we've never really seen that in a Mario game before.
It's just cool to see actually people walking around on New Donk City and then Mario just jumping around and having fun around them.
So the one thing I didn't like is that he's a little bit slippery. It's kind of hard to control.
So far, the triggers seem to be repetitive as far as throwing Cappy. I want to see a little bit more with the Pro Controller because I'm not really used to the sensory part so far, so definitely throwing Cappy is going to be kind of fun to figure out how to use with the Pro Controller.
As far as upgrades go, I think the cap is named Cappy.
One of the ones that I noticed is that you can toss your hat and actually get into whatever it is that you're tossing the hat into. Like, so for example, I was able to toss my hat into one of the bullets and became the bullet, and you can drive the bullet to wherever you want.
But I didn't know how detailed it was until I played it. I mean, you pretty much can possess almost anything in the game. It really changes the way you play the game. It changes how you would handle puzzles in different ways.
For the Metro Kingdom, you could turn into an electrical ball and go up the skyscrapers. And I never spent any time on the ground. I was up in the buildings for my whole demo.
It is exactly what we wanted, and it's exactly what made games what they are now.
It's Terry here with IGN Access. It's fair to say that Super Mario Odyssey is one of the biggest games of E3 2017. Well, two of our lucky editors got some hands-on time with the game, so let's hear what they had to say. What surprised you the most about getting hands-on with Odyssey?
I think it's the depth of those places. They seem quite small, and then when you get into them, you realize like there's a lot to discover. It feels like you're just going to turn a corner and find a new side quest, a new coin, and then there's places to spend them, and there's a lot of layered elements on top of one another. That's what's going to be the main excitement for me, is just finding out how deep these things go.
Like, for example, in the Sand Kingdom, we saw a pit of a sand whirlpool. You know, we didn't want to go in there, but we did, just to see what would happen. And it actually brought us to a totally different area filled with ice. So we had to get through these ice platforming puzzles to get to a totally different area in the Sand Kingdom.
We saw two of the game's kingdoms. That's Metro Kingdom, which is also known as New Donk City, which I love, and the Sand Kingdom. Which is the sort of, it's like a desert but with huge frozen bits of ice in it, which is really entertaining. Everyone's worrying about being cold. Like, Mario stands there and shivers when you stand still. It's really nice. There's a bit of the 2D sort of pixel art bit that we saw for the first time today, which is super exciting. Like, it's actually stealing a mechanic from Zelda.
And, you know, one of the things that was very similar to Breath of the Wild, they had a mechanic where you kind of send something up into the air and it slip around the entire level from bird's eye view.
What did you think about Cappy as a character?
Also, Cappy as a character is a weird one because we have no idea why he's there. Like, it doesn't make any sense. He talks to you whilst you're playing. In terms of functionality, it's pretty simple. Like, we were playing with two detached Joy-Cons. You just flick it and he flicks out, and he either captures something or he attacks it or just bounces off. I think it's quite intuitive.
I loved his white top hat because he looks like a ghost, and I think that's really cool. It's like, oh, it's a possessed hat. This is so cool.
Now, one of the other big changes you discovered is there's a new coin system here. Talk to me a little bit about how that works.
Yeah, so in Mario Odyssey, coins don't just give you one-ups. You can actually use them for services and characters. Like, for example, we found a character named Jaxie. You could use coins in order to use him. He's very fast and breaks down obstacles. And additionally, with these coins, you can go to the shops and buy outfits. And a really cool thing about these outfits is that they alter Mario's ability. At least some of them will.
Is there anything you aren't completely sold on so far?
So far, and I didn't expect this from a Mario game, the controls don't feel quite right to me. Just a slight bit imprecise. I didn't quite know when I was going to land, which is a major thing when you've got this new triple jump feature where you're meant to be just bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. It's an early game too. I don't want to go all in on this. It's the only thing in the whole demo that made me feel just a tad off about it.
Liked about the new Crash Bandicoot series is that it's nostalgic. Like, I get to play something that I was so happy playing when I was younger.
Like, these three games are the reason, like, I never jumped on any other platform in the 90s. It was all PlayStation.
This was the first game that I ever got, so getting to play it again remastered was really fun.
Oh, I like how well they kept it true to the original. They didn't mess with the formula, and it came out surprisingly well. Graphics look great.
Art of each level is really insane.
Back then you really thought those were the height of graphics, but now you're actually seeing how far graphics has come.
You can play as Coco, which was really cool, especially for us ladies playing. You know, that representation is sweet.
The controls are very responsive and very good. I mean, I tried with the stick, and it's quite tricky when you try to jump on the box, but with the directional button, that's totally fine as well.
Coming from the original to this game, I can't say they changed a single button or controller layout whatsoever. It feels exactly how the original did, and I think that's a good thing.
This one and Ratchet and Clank are like the two best platformers I've seen on the PS4. Crash is awesome.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back, everybody. IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon. This is Joe. We're here with Adam from Konami, and we're going to talk over a live gameplay demo of PES 2018. Adam, thank you so much for coming by the IGN stage. Now, is it true? I've heard you've got Usain Bolt.
How crazy is
in
that?
the game this year?
So weird. It's absolutely crazy.
Not a soccer player.
No, but a huge fan, and actually a player to be, because he's actually going to hang up his running shoes and hopefully change it for some soccer cleats.
He did trials at Manchester United a few years ago, didn't he?
Absolutely. He's played with a number of teams, but he's actually trialing right now with the second division French team, and he's looking to get into football. And that's how it started, watching a football match, seeing his people there, having a conversation. Hey, what do you do? I'm this. What do you do? I'm that. Oh, we should put him in the game. Yeah, we should. 2 weeks later.
No, for real.
No, for real. No, seriously. And I think it was a fantastic thing what actually happened, because it was this guy who loves football, really into it, and just having him want to be in the game, perfectly replicated. We released a trailer because we flew out to Jamaica. We did a 3D capture. He looks fantastic. He's got his celebration. It's absolutely amazing for us. And it's got so many people talking about PES.
Yeah, for sure. Which we are seeing played live right here.
Wonderful. So you're watching a night game right now. So this is Atletico Madrid from Spain against Liverpool. Liverpool is a partnership team for PES, so we have like an exclusive partnership with them as well. What you're seeing right now is a game which is looking completely different to last year. And it's something that we've worked on for a number of years now, 3 years. When it comes to the visuals, we're using Fox Engine still, but we're still adapting it to a football game. Oof, great save there. And what you're seeing here is brand new nighttime lighting, because what we did is, with our partnership teams, we took our scanning department with their gear and flew them to Barcelona, flew them to Germany, and flew them to the UK. And they captured the stadium lighting, the pitch, the tunnels, everything. And they even stayed until the evening so they can capture the night as well. Nice. So it's fantastic recreation of the game, and it gives it a brand new look.
So are you telling Everton fans that some of the look of games they play will have...
No, everyone's going to benefit. This is a game for everybody. But truthfully, actually, that's a really good question, because what we've done is, using that capture data, we're able to then use some of that to make, for example, all the grass look like grass and look very authentic in different times of the day. So actually has benefited the game. Same goes for the new face captures. We're quite big on our authentic player faces in PES. We really focus on making people look like they're supposed to. And even those sort of capturing of the face and the textures benefit other players that we can use the same sort of skin color and tone as well.
Obviously, changes in soccer games are always got to cater to the crowd.
I'm not offended.
They're quite hard to describe until you like. Often it takes hundreds of matches to really understand how a game feels different. What's your sort of big picture idea for PES this year?
To be fair, it's the fact that you don't even need me here. this year because PES really does sell itself. And this is the easiest show that I've had because I can talk about the visuals, the animations being different, being improved. But for us, it's night and day. If you see last year and this year in terms of how it looks, how the players move, every year we used to have a few hundred new animations. This year we've completely changed the base one, so how they walk, how they dribble, how they turn. So it's like we're not talking about hundreds, we're talking about tens of thousands.
Wow.
So for us, it's so easy for us to get people to come in. Where the challenge lies, though, I think, is getting people to accept that PES is the best football game, you know. And I think, listen, it's a clear challenge. We've got a huge competitor. And so what we're doing this year is something a little bit different. We're really trying to focus on improving our online.
Okay, yeah,
And by doing that, we're actually launching an online beta at the end of July.
Interesting.
Open for 11 days. But the key component of this beta is that it's 3v3.
Oh, wow, okay.
So it's a new mode, a new co-op mode that we're actually bringing into PES. It's part of our new esports a campaign with our features and our modes as well. So for us, 3v3 is really important because it allows us to not just convince you as we see a great goal, celebration, things like that, but it allows you to bring your friends into PES and convince them as well, because we do understand it's more than just one person that we need to convince. It's you and your friends as well. As you see a great shot, brand new net physics,
So stoic.
goalkeeper's upset because he's let the goal in. But you see the lighting here, looks fantastic from the floodlights.
I was going to say, like,
the touch.
looking closer, you know, those instant replay moments, those are often the moments where a game really sells itself for people.
Absolutely.
Have you worked on the sort of, like, that really close-up tech
Presentation
as well
element?
As the, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, what you might have seen during this actual stream is you have a shot, you have a pass, a misplaced pass. You'll start seeing stats come on the screen, and it's following the broadcast element. When you saw the replay of the goal, each key play slowed down to just show you a different angle. Fantastic save there again by the goalkeeper, which we've really improved as well. But the presentation has always been something that the fans have really wanted us to focus on to make it more authentic, more like you know, watching an actual football match, and there's something that we worked on a lot.
It does feel like you started last year really pushing particularly with your partnerships, really pushing the sort of the license side of the game, getting that more sort of televisual element almost. Like
Absolutely.
having, for me, I'm not a Liverpool fan, but having You'll Never Walk Alone in a football game, that's like an incredible. It's a weirdly incredible thing because it seems like such an ephemeral element, but that's a huge part of British culture.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You don't often see that kind of real life aesthetic put into a football game.
And I think we've got that freedom to do it because we don't have every single license and every single team to appease. Everybody wants to be front and center. And by focusing on some of the partnerships, I'm actually making good on some of those partnerships in the terms of it's not just a license that we put on the back of the box, you know.
Yeah.
We do a lot more than that. We actually go and visit the players. They get hands-on. They give us feedback. We go to the stadiums. We capture the sound, all the anthems and things. It's an unbelievable benefit to have these kind of partnerships, but it's not just a case of having your logo somewhere on when you're watching the stadium. It's a lot more than that, and it's helped us benefit the game for sure.
Have you got any more key partnerships that you're planning to announce?
Loads.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Are you able to talk about any of them?
Unfortunately, not, no, which is rather obvious.
I was hoping for a scoop.
Yeah, but it's really exciting because I think one thing that we did last year with the partnerships is it really showed everybody the intent. Because right now, you know, if people do get upset with all the licenses stuff, they want to see effort. They want to see a trier. They want to see people going out there. And because we went and signed these three big teams, Barca, Liverpool, Dortmund, we've got just as many to announce for next year, all over the world, and really, really close partnerships, really big teams, and benefiting the game in various ways. But alongside license as well, something that's really important. I know Bolt is kind of a key icon here, but we also showed Diego Maradona, who was in the game last year, so it's not a surprise, but we went and worked with him individually. And that's something for us to give you a bit of a tease, is that we're going to go starting working with these legend players individually. And we've got some really big announcements, and you can hold me to that. If I see you at Gamescom, guys, huge announcements of legend players that will only be in PES, and the biggest of the biggest.
And is that Bolt, those players, are those exclusively in my club, or are we going to be able to, particularly with Bolt, are we going to be able to use him, like put him in through edit mode in other elements
You'll
of the
be
game?
able to unlock legends and certain players like Bolt through My Club once you get them, but they'll be available in Master League in a transfer window.
Gotcha. Okay.
So a little bit technical there, but the answer is yes.
Okay. Nice. And to go back to that 3v3 mode just for a second, you talked about
huge. Yeah.
Yeah, you talked about how that's going to work in the online beta. Can we talk about that in a little bit more detail in the sense of who are we stuck with one player each, or are we cycling through players, or like how's it going to work?
Yeah, absolutely.
Moment to moment.
So I think for us, the main reason why we decided to bring in 3v3 is a lot of our fans wanted us to actually bring in some kind of co-op, couch co-op, online mix 2v2. So it means that I could play online, you could be online with 2 people in one console and 2 people online kind of thing, being able to play it. So we wanted to go one step further and actually do 3v3. So we've done 3v3 with the same concept. I could be online, you guys could be on the same console, but we're on the same team.
Gotcha.
It's absolutely amazing. So what we did is we integrated that into the whole PES League system. PES League is huge for us. It's our esports system. It's really important to everything that we do. Just 3 weeks ago, we gave away $200,000 to the winner. He was a 17-year-old kid from Brazil, completely changed his life.
That's
Second
amazing.
place, got $100,000. We really investing hard, and that was all down to the fact that we were at the Champions League final, which is an exclusive license to PES. We were there in Cardiff. Huge events. The 3v3 is kind of the next step up, because what we're trying to do is giving the user an option to how they play in a variety of ways. We have the 2v2, we have the 3v3. My Club is really big for us as well, where you get the legend players. We're bringing that into PES League as well, so you can have a variety of it. And the big news about playing online with your friends is that we brought in stat balancing. So I'm not sure who you support, but it might not be Barcelona, but you might want to choose that team that you support against Barcelona.
Well, I mean, Spurs could beat Barcelona on their day, so I don't want to hear this.
But the great news is even if you lost and complained that they were stronger, you don't have to do that anymore, because we've got stat balancing now online.
Okay, nice.
So that's all about skill. So you can have the shirt, you can play your favorite team, another great goal. You can absolutely have that experience with your favorite team. The best thing about 3v3, I have to say, is I didn't even know about this, but I actually saw it being played at our stand today, is if you score a goal, you and your mates, there's quick time events in certain situations on the pitch where you can, if you press a button at the right time, you do one celebration together. So you can trigger celebrations. It's really cool, and when you see it, it's so funny.
That's a really nice way of rubbing it in.
Absolutely,
that's a great thing.
So again, people can test that at the end of July. I mean, listen, the beta is not really a marketing tool for us, if I'm honest with you. It's more of a, listen, let's get online right this year for PES. Let's really focus on testing the infrastructure. We're going big this year with so many ways of playing online that we have to get it right. Help us. It's on PS4, it's on Xbox One, and it's going to be open.
Is the beta running on both platforms?
Correct, yeah.
And are we able to talk about the PS4 Pro and One X modes this year?
With the Pro, all we've announced is 4K.
Okay.
Xbox One X looks monstrous, but nothing to announce right now regarding any support for the X. I'm really hopeful that the console will do the work for us, if I'm honest. That would be great. Thanks, Microsoft. But yeah, no, for now, but again, more information to come on that.
Nice.
And, talking of, powerful machines, something that's really important for us this year is actually taking PC to the next level. So, unfortunately, for the past few years, the PC version's been more like a hybrid, not quite on the level of PS4, Xbox One, somewhere in between. And this year, we're actually taking it up to the next level. So it's actually on the parity of PS4 and Xbox One. However, it is the best version. So if you do have like a GeForce or a crazy graphics card, you will be seeing PES at its best on PC.
Are you able to speak to why PC's been so hard to get right and how you got it right this year?
Do you know what? It's actually learning about the Fox
really?
engine. It's every year we have the same sort of challenges and we learn a little bit more and more. I still get asked a lot of questions about, are you still using Fox? Are you still using, but the main point is it wasn't built for a football game. It was built for a beautiful 3D open world game. And we've been adapting that visual engine for ages. It was found it easier to focus bit by bit on the consoles, which is, to be fair, our biggest market. And slowly but surely we managed to master it in a way where we could then accommodate the resource to put it on PC as well.
It's really interesting that move across all sports games, actually. Like, we're seeing a lot more sports games use engines designed for other types of games, and particularly with Fox, it must be really interesting working within a company that's using this engine all across. Are you sort of setting standards for other development teams? Are you finding out things about Fox that maybe they don't know, and you're passing information? How does that work?
Part of that is actually really true, finding out things about Fox that we didn't know about. It's an engine that is always being worked on, and it's something for us that allows us to benefit. That's a really nice finish, by the way. Very nice, and you get the,
as you'd expect from Griezmann,
hotline bling celebration as well. Yeah, I mean, I think for us it's always going to be a learning process because it's always being worked on in a certain way. I mean, there's not much more I can say about Fox because it is an engine for Konami, not just for PES, so I have to leave it there. But for us, it's learning about how we can keep utilizing it. I don't think we're kind of educating anybody internally of, oh, look what we're doing. I still think we're the ones that are learning, but it's really important for us to be building system outside of Fox, like the animation engine. For example, we need to be working on that separately. Where Fox allows us to really impress people is the lighting, it's the visuals, it's making it look real. Yeah. And we're still unlocking that potential.
I mean, you must realize that I desperately want to play Dele Alli in a Metal Gear Solid game. So,
okay.
Like, that's,
okay.
If you could work
you
on
make that happen,
that would be really great.
People,
I'll try and get skin pack for Survive. I don't know, mate.
That
Whatever you say.
Absolutely fantastic.
Just for you, though, yeah?
Oh, yeah,
okay,
please.
Okay.
On the other end of the spectrum, from your high-end PCs and your Xbox One X versions, would you like to do a version for a Nintendo Switch?
I would love to. Who wouldn't? I mean, I think actually a lot of people are sort of asking that question now.
Yeah.
Because I think everybody might have had some kind of, predetermined thoughts about how well the console would be based on what Nintendo have achieved in the past with their, with their consoles, the support, lack of, etc. But let's face it, Switch has been phenomenal. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. And for me personally, I'm a huge fan. And it's not that we would ever say we're not going to work on it or we are going to work on it, but I think a lot of eyebrows right now are raised, and I would love to. That's what I can say.
I mean, we can hear the noise from the Nintendo stand right now. It's loud.
Yeah.
Like, I suppose that must be part of the sort of wider PC thing. You're creating a scalable game when you're creating for a PC audience. Like,
absolutely.
Is it possible that by working harder on PC that we can then see, like, in future it could come to Switch because of that?
I think that's the aim. Yeah. And we just launched a fantastic mobile game on iOS as well. So I think everything that we're doing right now is getting PES on as many platforms as possible. We certainly want it to be on every single platform out there.
Nice.
Well, Adam, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you.
Does PES 2018 have a release date?
September 12th.
September 12th.
In the US.
Can't wait.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Stay tuned. More to come here on IGN Live at E3 after this.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
The press conferences might be game over, man, but there's still plenty more E3 goodness to get into right here on the Daily Fix presented by the Marines. Oh, and of course we have another great giveaway to help you get over hump day. So let's begin, people! Destiny 2 won't have the Xbox One X factor when it comes to frame rate. Game director Luke Smith told Jeff Keighley on YouTube live at E3 that the shared world shooter sequel will run at 30 frames per second on Microsoft's system, just like PlayStation 4 Pro. Meanwhile, on PC, Destiny will support an uncapped frame rate. No reason was given for why the sequel can't hit a higher number on Xbox One X, but obviously there's plenty of speculation that Sony's marketing deal with the game is holding it back. Detective Internet, here's a pro tip for you. Be careful with conspiracies. Minecraft and Rocket League offer crossplay on PC, Xbox One, and even Nintendo Switch. Yes, let me reiterate that, even Nintendo is supporting multiplayer crossplay. But you won't see this on PlayStation 4, and Sony's global sales and marketing head Jim Ryan came up with a lame excuse. Why not? He told Eurogamer, "We've got to be mindful of our responsibility to our install base." Is your responsibility to be sucky? Because that is a sucky decision. Nintendo wants all the big name games on Switch. I mean, this is a no-duh, right? But Nintendo of America President Reggie Fils-Aimé showcased his desire for third-party support on the hybrid system. He said, "We want every high-quality game to have an opportunity to be played on Nintendo Switch, every single one." Fill in the blank of third-party high-quality game really wanted on Nintendo Switch. The answer is yes. Well then, I want GTA 5, Overwatch, Star Wars Battlefront 2, and Monster Hunter World, just to start. All right, what about you all? Hit me up in the comments below with your games of choice. Hey, speaking of high quality games, I've got something special for you. You see, thanks to the Marines, we're giving away any game that you can purchase or pre-order, as well as a console of your choice, including an Xbox One S and PlayStation 4 Pro. Yep. To enter, all you have to do is fill out the form in the link on the screen here or in the video's description, where you'll also find official rules for the giveaway. And that's your Daily Fix for June 14th. Now that you're all caught up on today's E3 news, be sure to stick with us here at IGN for all of your live coverage of E3 2017. I'm Naomi Kyle. Don't forget to download the upgraded IGN app. And remember, you can get your fix anytime online at IGN.
Welcome back, everybody. IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield. It's time to take a look at one of the big surprises at the Microsoft conference, Metro Exodus. John Block is executive producer on the game. John, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
And first of all, congratulations.
Than's.
This is a big reveal of the game here at E3. You've been working on it for a long time.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take a look at the gameplay demo that was shown off at the Microsoft conference, which looks incredible. But first of all, give us a rundown here. This is the third Metro game?
It's the third. Okay. It's the third game in the series. Yeah. There was Metro 2033, Metro Last Light, and then we had done a sort of like HD upgrade,
right.
the Redux for both of them.
Yeah.
So this is the third installment in the series. They're all based on the novels by Dmitry Glukhovsky.
Right.
And this one takes the player. You take the role of Artyom again. Artyom's back.
Okay.
So the good ending from Metro Last Light is the canon ending, or the one where he survives. So now he needs to get on a train with a small group of survivors and actually leave Moscow, which is where the other two games have taken place pretty much exclusively.
Hence the title Exodus.
Exodus, yeah. And so you get on a train and go on this epic cross-continental journey to find something new, find something better.
So I played Last Light, but it's been a while. Was that 2010 or 11 when that game was out?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's been a while. This game has been in development for 3 years already,
wow.
We still have a little bit of time left, but it's been the most ambitious project for us at 4A Games.
Yeah,
ever,
well, I mean,
so.
it's certainly looking very nice. I would say. So the premise here, this is a post-nuclear meltdown world, right?
Yeah, post-apocalyptic. So basically, in the fiction, in 2013, World War III happens. Everything blows up. The only people in Moscow that survive were able to actually flee down into the metro system, which in real life is actually built as a nuclear fallout shelter for the city.
Yeah.
And you play as Artyom, this guy who was born before everything blew up, but was raised pretty much entirely underground. And so now it's exciting to finally be able to take him outside of the only place that he's known his entire life.
I mean, look at this. Is this what Xbox One X
Yes,
like,
this
brings to the table? Like,
this is what the game looks like. This is
I mean,
this
like-
is representative gameplay. This whole trailer was captured from a gameplay sequence at the end of a level, towards later on in the game. And the only thing that we've done to this for the purposes of a trailer is shorten the sequence, remove HUD, take out quick time prompts, things like that. But this is what the game looks like.
I mean, I play a lot of games, and I often think, well, games look great now. I don't know that I really need to get into 4K gaming. But when I see this, if this is the promise, then I start to understand.
Yeah, and for the Xbox One X, we are targeting 4K HDR, so it's going to look amazing.
Great. So these are first-person shooters with a big survival element. Is that accurate?
Yeah. So we would call it. I guess we've been calling it survival horror in the past. This one, in particular, we're introducing these new non-linear levels. In the past, the Metro games have always been pretty linear, story-driven. This one's still story-driven, and we do still have the classic linear Metro levels. But we also have introduced new levels like this one that are non-linear. A lot larger, and it's kind of more. We're calling it like the sandbox survival.
Interesting.
So
are you building in more things for people to do? Is there any sort of crafting or loot systems? Anything like that?
The weapon systems in the past, we've had very kind of basic capabilities to upgrade the weapons in the past, but in this game we've overhauled that whole system. As you can see in the beginning of the trailer, Artyom swaps out the magazine type from a 3-round revolver, like a cylinder, to a high capacity magazine, and that's just a little taste of what we've done to the weapon systems. In addition, the amount of content that we've put into these non-linear levels, we want the player to explore and really enjoy and immerse themselves in the world.
And what's the story with the creatures or the monsters that we fight? Are these former animals that we would recognize that have been mutated?
Potentially, yes. I mean, like at the end there's the bear, and you saw the wolves as well. Underground, there was a mutated creature we call the Watchman, which it has elements of certain animals you can see, but maybe we're not so sure what it came from. But all of them are mutated from something that existed before.
I see. That little slice of game that you're showing is very cool. Is that from early on in the game, or can you tell us?
No, it's from a sequence at the end of a level that's later on in the game. One of the whole story of the game takes place over a year, and you'll see all 4 seasons. It's another new thing that we're doing in Exodus, where in the past it's always been winter. It's always been cold. And because there's just like a permanent nuclear winter in Moscow, but now we'll get to see different environments over different seasons. This one in particular is in autumn.
I see. So our overall goal is to escape, leave Moscow.
Yeah,
that's right. Is there a main antagonist, bad guy, so to speak?
So we're not getting too much into the details of the story. We're kind of just setting the premise now for everybody to understand, and then we'll get into those details later.
The game is looking very impressive. It must be exciting for you, be working on it for so long to actually get it out there. So, like, you appear you're there at the Microsoft press conference. You show it off, and do you breathe a sigh of relief, or then are you nervous about what people think?
It's been I mean the response we've seen online. When we're not talking to people about it, we're all glued to our phones checking checking the internet for the responses, and it's been really overwhelming. We're really grateful for the fan reaction. It's been overwhelmingly positive, and it's from the moment we saw it up there on the screen at the Microsoft conference, our hearts have been pumping, and we've been smiling. It's so awesome to be able to finally talk about it.
Can you talk about some of the cool technical stuff you're able to do now that you weren't before? I really liked the sequence there where you just lit the lighter and was able to burn away the fumes.
Yeah, well, I mean that sequence visually has been overhauled for Metro Exodus, but you were able to do that in previous games. But there's all the mechanics and features for gameplay that have been in previous Metro games. We didn't want to remove any of them when we were thinking about how to introduce the new non-linear gameplay style, and so all the features that were in the game before are still there, and then we've added more. I mean, even like the gas mask you see here, he's taking it off because he's able to actually breathe outside in this environment. But the gas mask features are all still there. We've added some more elements to the gas mask gameplay, but it's still there the way that it's been with filter management. You have to change your filters out.
Yeah, can you actually? I don't think we've actually touched on that. That's a major feature of these games, right? Because when you're underground, the air is toxic.
Yeah, and some places above ground will not be, like this particular area, but then there are some places where it will be. You have to find filters, change them out. Your watch has a timer that relates to the filters, and it tells you how much time you have left. And if you don't find enough filters, if you don't manage them properly, you could run out of filters and suffocate.
Is the crossbow a new toy?
So the crossbow is actually, we did have a crossbow-style weapon in previous games, but it's been redesigned. One of the things that Prof, our creative director, has worked really hard on for this game with our weapons team is redesigning the weapons to make sure that they are as mechanically sound as they possibly could be. Almost all the weapons are kind of cobbled together, like handmade weapons, made from parts and different things that they find in the world, because there are no weapon manufacturers still making stuff. So people kind of have to make their own weapons and equipment. In the past we've had weapons that looked like they could function, but this time we took a lot of extra time and care to make sure that while maybe we're not actually building them to test them out, they in theory mechanically are sound and should work.
I seem to remember ammo being somewhat scarce, which would make sense, this being a post-apocalyptic world. Is that sort of like a feeling of tenseness that you're trying to create for the player?
Yeah. There's a number of things that we're constantly trying to do to keep the player on edge and make them feel like the immersion level in Metro games has always been incredible, and the atmosphere is so thick. Like you really feel like you're there, and you're constantly struggling to survive and having to manage resources, and so it's we use it for pacing and for keeping the player involved, and like you really need to look around and explore the environment and find the things that you need in order to make it through.
Sure. Well, once again, congratulations on the reveal. The game looks very impressive. Is Metro Exodus an Xbox exclusive?
No.
Okay.
Metro Exodus will be coming out on the entire Xbox One family, PS4, and PC in 2018.
2018?
Yes.
Okay. John, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thanks.
Stay tuned. So much more to come here on IGN Live at E3 after this.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store. Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter
It's cool. These 3 characters all have distinct abilities. Boomer, you you're able to sort of come upon this town, send him through the town, and he won't aggro any of the enemies, but he'll tag everybody.
You can get him to kill people.
Oh no, you totally can,
Yeah.
but you can also send him on a peaceful mission. He tags everybody, and then you can kill him. But then also, Boomer has the ability, you can sick him on a person, he'll grab a gun out of their hand, bring it back to you. It seemed really cool.
So one of the things that I didn't like so much about playing as Boomer, though, is that he doesn't pick up every weapon. It's actually random.
So it seems random, yeah. And again, we're like 9 months away from release, so I don't know if it's going to become less random, like if there's going to be a button to attack and a button to grab the weapon. But yeah, I totally noticed that. So
Just
I played as Nikolai, who you saw in the reveal trailers, who he owns a biplane.
Yes.
And so
I flew his biplane.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you can call him in, you can have him land it, and you can fly in it. Also, I looked upon the town, and I just had him carpet bomb everything.
That's very convenient.
I feel like it was the opposite of Boomer, where Boomer was being a good boy, Nick was being a bad boy.
Yeah, but aside from dogs, which I could talk about forever, I did a lot of different things in this game. I mean, I approached the first mission entirely stealth, which worked really well, like classic Far Cry, fully infiltrating an outpost. And then I got a mission from a bar, which was awesome, looted the neighborhood, which basically every house was open and had stuff in it. There was a safe that I had to unlock. There was loads of creative stuff there. I went fishing, and then I flew a plane. Aerial combat.
Super interesting. Yeah, aerial combat, like actual dogfighting. Yeah, I'm super stoked. I mean, I feel like there was a lot of controversy when the game got revealed. We still, we don't know a ton about the story. We don't know a ton about the characters. But having, played about half an hour of this game and its open world, like I am totally ready for another Far Cry game.
I think that I will have fun playing it, even if I don't buy into the main story regardless. So it seems like just a lot of chaotic open world fun. We have way more stuff from the E3 2017 show floor to show you over the next week, so make sure you stay tuned to IGN.
Guys, I'm here at the Capto Glove booth. That's right, check this one out. What does it do? You're gonna see. It controls a VR experience. Today we're gonna be doing the helicopter simulator. I'm all ready to go. All right, hook me up. All right, here it goes. I have to hold my hand out like this to control this helicopter and try not to die. Oh my God, this is really sensitive. Oh, okay, we're heading the wrong direction. Let's pull this up, pull it up. Mayday, mayday, hold up. Okay, here it goes. Okay, I got a handle over it. Let's try to land on that track over there, all right, my friend? He's ignoring me. He thinks this is going super well. Little does he know, I'm about to crash this bad boy. I didn't mean to. Please say bye to my family for me. Oh, I'm actually doing a flip. I'm doing a flip. We're crash landing into a house. It's a garage. Oh my God. I just exploded. Hey guys, I'm hanging out here at the Monster Hunter booth here at E3. It's pretty nice. I mean, it's very zen. There's a lot of nature around. It feels good. If you want to check that out here, you definitely should. And I like it. I don't know why it's so popular though. I kind of wonder what's going on. Like, what's the big deal?
Naomi.
What? Holy fuck!
It feels different. It feels like they've reinvented the controls a lot.
There's no longer a run button or a parkour button. It's all dependent on how hard you push the stick.
Combat-wise, it feels a little bit lighter. There's less feedback than I would have liked.
It all feels a lot more light and maybe more responsive based on what your preferences are.
It does look a little bit more the same. I'm hoping that by release there'll be a little bit more to change the formula from the last few games.
The art style, everything looks a lot more colorful.
The graphics are probably the best in the franchise.
You know, there's a very varied color palette, more than I expected for Egypt.
It's a lot more green. The water's beautiful. The water is absolutely gorgeous. It looks fantastic.
I got to see like hippos in the water, the wildlife. I loved it. It's just a beautiful game.
Ancient Egypt was really represented faithfully, and the AI was really active, and it felt like people were actually living in that time and doing things, and I just kind of wanted to stop and look around, and I really felt like I was there, so it's very immersive.
I've been really drawn to the story. I've been playing since the first game, actually.
Vibe kind of mentioned his role when he was talking to the priest in the demo as if everybody should know who he was.
I love Assassin's Creed, but you know, they have their highs and lows. Black Flag's like my favorite, but this looks really awesome. I mean, this is going to be a day one buy for me for sure.
Greetings, true believers. Max Scoville here for IGN Access. I am at the Sony booth at E3 2017. They showed off lots of cool games, such as Spider-Man, who you just saw up there with the cool helicopter. They're also showing off a bunch of the other games that we're all drooling over, such as Days Gone, there's Monster Hunter World, and of course Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. There's a whole bunch of stations set up for Destiny 2 and Star Wars Battlefront, and of course Call of Duty World War II, and they have a bunch of stations set up for PlayStation VR, which I think is awesome. This is a chance for the public to get their hands on the thing that goes on their head that lets them do VR, which is very cool. One PlayStation exclusive that's here is Detroit Become Human, which is, of course, Quantic Dream's upcoming sort of interactive story game with incredible visuals about androids. And that's not all. There's an actual android here. Let's go talk to her. And I'm here with an actual android. What's your name?
Sydney.
How do you feel?
I feel wonderful. Actually, I'm not allowed to feel anything.
E3 can be pretty hectic, but luckily we've got androids and regular people here to help. Thank you very much, Sydney. I hope you have a great E3. We've got lots more coverage coming from E3 right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
I'm Alana, and welcome back to IGN Live. I am here with Mike from Capcom and Mike from Marvel. We got two mics today.
Hello, true believers.
We're here to talk all about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. Now, the story mode just went live last night. How's it being received?
Very excited about that. It's going over great. You can play, jump in for free, download it Xbox One, PlayStation 4 right now. First 25 minutes of the story mode. It's quite a juicy little morsel.
Yeah,
it's super exciting.
It's just a salsa sampler. I mean, there's
it's
a
just
ton of story.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
Well, we do actually have Peter playing it right now live for us, so we can check out what it looks like.
Yeah.
So what do you think that existing players of the Marvel vs. Capcom franchise are going to be excited about in story mode this time?
Well, they're super excited about how we've innovated the battle features and everything, but what we're also very excited about is the story of how the universes have come together, the Marvel and Capcom characters. We're telling that story for the first time this time, and you know, as fans ourselves, we just love to see these characters interact. The dialogue is fantastic. The story is on an epic scale. You know, what would happen if Dante and Rocket met? You know, those kind of interesting scenarios we're playing up in the story
about
mode.
guns, I guess.
Yeah, it is about guns, exactly.
I have seen a lot of references to, well, it seems like the focus is really on sharing these two universes and combining them and interesting crossovers.
Yeah.
How much discussion do you guys have to really make sure that you want?
A lot. I mean, look at that. I mean, X just threw Cap's shield, right? I mean, that's a discussion right there.
Yeah, and I mean, at Marvel, for us, everything starts with story. And you know, this franchise has a long history between our two companies, has a lot of fans. I think some of the most passionate fans in the fighting game community.
Oh yeah.
And when we had the opportunity to sort of, you know, resurrect it, bring it back, you know, we want to respect the history, but we also see an opportunity for sort of a fresh start. The series has never had a story mode, so why not tell the story of how these universes came together, how all these characters met. And so between our two companies, our creatives got together, they talked through every little piece of the script, every little cinematic moment, how it all plays out in an interactive experience. It's got Marvel humor in there, it's got crazy stakes, it has all the insane bonkers things you would want to happen from the Capcom and the Marvel worlds coming together. And okay, so here we go.
As you see here, I mean, this stage is what we're calling X-Guard, right? So we've been very thoughtful about how we're mixing the IPs in this particular game. So every stage in this world itself is actually combined. So you have what looks like, you know, you see Asgardian imagery there, Asgard, right? And then on the left side, for those X fans out there who played the X games, you'll see what looks like Able City, right? So the stages are actually mixed. This new world is a mix of Marvel and Capcom.
And what's happened is Ultron, our killer robot, and Sigma, the killer robot from the Mega Man universe, got a hold of a couple of Infinity Stones
Yeah,
and
that's a
accidentally
dangerous mix.
fused themselves and our worlds
Yeah.
together, right?
So that's what I was going to ask. How does this fit into the canon?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It looks
And
like
so,
it's absolutely
but
crazy.
both of them have a shared goal of wiping out biological life, or in this case, assimilating it to, like we call it, cyberforming all biological life into something that is mechanical and part of one shared Ultron
It's very friendly of them.
Yes, exactly.
So to give people the very quick rundown of the story without any spoilers, what's the thing that you think people are going to love the most if they're Marvel fans or Capcom fans? If there's one thing for people who are fans of either of those things, what are they going to be looking for?
I mean, I think that people will just be blown away by the epic scale of the story we're telling here. And like Mike just touched on it, the Ultron and Sigma, how they came together, using the Infinity Stones to merge the world. We've been very thoughtful about how we've put the story together. So I feel like fans from both sides, maybe even Marvel fans who don't know the Capcom characters or vice versa, they would definitely see all the thought we put into it and kind of like the homages that are placed all over the place. It's a love letter to fans on both sides. So
Yeah,
I
think for me, I think hopefully, this game speaks to kind of two audiences for us, right?
Yeah.
One is the hardcore, faithful fan following of the fighting game community and the tournament players and everybody who just wants to get in the laboratory and come up with crazy combos. It's fun to pick up and play. It's super complex. I think we're going to get into some versus mode later. But on the other side, there are a lot of, this franchise, even if you go back into the 90s, introduced a lot of people to new characters, new Capcom characters, new Marvel. A lot of people got exposed to some Marvel characters through
from the
this
original
game.
Capcom
And so including characters like
I
Ultron,
read Moon Knight comics because of NBC.
Captain Marvel, Black Panther, which I think we just showed yesterday in the press conference. I'm trying to go through who I can and can't talk about.
Rocket,
but,
but
sort of celebrating Marvel and those characters, and it's authentic.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, you're going to get those fun character moments. You're going to get humor in there. You're going to get real stakes. And so the story mode is going to be a lot of fun, but it's also very, very competitive.
Yeah, so we know the Infinity Stones actually interact with the game as well. Can
Yes.
you tell us a little bit about how that works?
Sure. So what we'll do next is we'll cut over. We'll show you guys a little bit of the gameplay, talk through the new additional features that we've added. But the Infinity Stones play a huge role in how we've innovated the series to move it forward. It's a 2-on-2 fighting game, of course, so you pick your main character, you pick your partner, but then the additional strategic layer comes from those Infinity Stones. You pick one of the 6 Infinity Stones, and that rounds out your team with extra abilities, and you have access to abilities that those characters may have never had before. For example, the Reality Stone, if you use it, you can shoot a projectile. Well, maybe characters like Hulk, big brawler characters, they would never be able to shoot projectiles, right? But with the stone combinations, you can develop your own strategy. And
you can sort of double down on strengths that you already have on your team or augment weaknesses.
Yeah.
And it allows for, if you're playing a Captain America Mega Man team, if you play them with a Time Stone, you might use them very differently than if you're using the Mind Stone or the Space Stone or there's 6 Infinity Stones.
So obviously balance is a super important part of a fighting game. How does that change balance?
Well, it's interesting because obviously, system-wide, we've done some things to simplify the game, make sure that all characters are viable. One of the most important things is you just pick up a character, you play them, and they feel fun. So that's always been most important. But then after that, it's like we want every character to be viable. So on a system level, we've addressed that, then also per character. But then the stones fill in for those gaps, like Mike said, where a character may need a little extra juice in one area, or you want to double down on their strengths. I want to use Hulk with the Power Stone, for example. So we're looking at some gameplay here, and what we'll show you first is how we've simplified the system so that even newcomers who maybe have never played the series before, they can jump right in and have fun. One of the ways we've done that is with the simple combo system.
Yeah, so I'm of the understanding that from the get-go, you can tap one button to execute a combo if you're a beginner, right?
Exactly, exactly. This was important to us because for the Versus series, one of the standout features that defines it is air combos.
Yeah.
If you didn't have the dexterity to do air combos previously, you didn't have access to that fun. We want to make sure that all new players who are jumping in this time around, if you just tap the light punch button, you will get to experience an air combo all the way to the finisher. Doesn't mean you're going to win the Capcom Pro Tour with that, right? You're going to have to put in a little practice, but it does give you that feeling of fun, and that's something you can use with any character in the game, right? It applies to everything.
That's awesome.
And just from a Marvel, kind of brand standpoint, we consider ourselves very inclusive, going back to Stan's soapbox and the comics and the films, and we wanted anybody to be able to pick up the control and experience the excitement very, very quickly. But like Mike said, if you want to get in the laboratory and get crazy and come up with some strategies, we expect people to find a lot of kind of crazy depth.
I saw someone on the booth today who played it saying that they, in their first 10 minutes of playing, got a combo of over 50 hits.
Yeah.
So would you say combos are more grand this time around?
That's fantastic. I mean, they're bombastic. It's grand, just like the Versus series has always been. One thing that you just saw here on the screen was a simple hyper combo. So basically, if you press the hard punch and the hard kick, easy hyper combo, exactly. If you press the hard punch and hard kick, you're going to be able to do some damage right away. And that hyper combo may do, 30, 40 hits. And that's going to immediately let you feel like you can do some damage, you can get in, you can play, you can have some fun. Now, that said, that only gives you access to one of your character's hyper combos. If you want to dig in deep and you want to have access to their other 3 or 4 hyper combos, you're going to have to learn the inputs and learn the strategies there of when to use what hyper combo to really develop your game. But this easy hyper combo system allows people to just jump in, do damage right away, see these cool over-the-top attacks. It's very important.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
It looks so great.
And the same philosophy applies to the partner system. Very simple, one-button command for an Infinity Stone, one-button command for a partner switch. But it's up to you to figure out the right time to partner switch, the right combinations, the right setups, the right strategies. It's all there, but we've simplified it in a way that allows everyone to enjoy it very quickly.
Yeah, so as you can see, the series has gone back to 2v2.
Yes.
So it's a 2-on-2 game now, but we've added the active switch system, which allows you, as you just saw, to change into your partner character at any time, anywhere, doing literally anything. Whereas previously in the series, there was rules built around when and where you could call your assists. This time it's completely open and free form. Like again, Mike said on the just right there, it's simple on the surface. It's just one button, you tag it, your partner's going to come out, right?
Can I
but
ask,
then under the hood, there's a lot of strategy there.
Yeah, can I ask why you guys decided to go back to 2v2?
Sure. That was a decision we made early on in development when we were deciding how can we move this series forward? How can we innovate? Obviously, for fans like me and Mike who've been playing from the originals, it used to be 2-on-2. Recent 10, 15 years, it's been 3-on-3. But we really wanted this time to play up the partnership between the characters. And we asked ourselves, how can we do that? Does a character coming out for a split second, doing an attack and leaving, like the assist system, is that really partnership? Or do we want to see more interaction between the characters? We decided we really want to play up that interaction, and the best way to see that on screen was with 2 characters instead of 3 or 4 or 5,
It's a buddy system.
Yeah, getting this really fluid dynamic switching system so that it almost feels like they're working as one character,
Yeah.
But
you can also see here, well, okay, they just KO'd, but he had activated the Reality Stone Infinity Storm, which, Mike was talking about the strategy of that, that all of a sudden every single attack you do has some crazy full screen elemental effect that you can use. And so if you're a zoning character, if you're a heavy hitter, whatever your sort of identity or strategy is that you're trying to build in the game, even with just 2 characters, there's still a lot of breadth to how you use those characters together, what stone you use as part of your strategy and your identity in the game. And that was the core. It isn't so much how many characters are there, how many assists are there, it's are we giving players the tools to create an identity and create their own play style? And that's really what's sacred, I think, in our minds about this franchise and this series, that we're confident when people get their hands on it, they'll instantly feel that, right?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, I've been watching everybody at the Capcom booth playing Versus mode, which we have playable here. You can download the story demo, but at the booth we have Versus mode, and people are already immediately figuring out kind of crazy tactics and strategies that even us playing in the office for months, like, we're already seeing new things that people are coming up with. And I
that's
think
awesome.
that's very, very exciting about like kind of the future meta of the game. And so,
But I would say you don't even have to be a hardcore fighting game fan to have fun. And I would say, even if you've seen MVC3 or the past Versus games and it just looks too crazy, right? It's like, I can't get into this. I would say try it this time around, because you can go home, you can download the story mode for free, but you also get a taste of the battle system. And as I mentioned before, the goal is to open it up for a lot of people to be able to come in and have fun. And that's what story mode does. It's that window to the game system. So as you experience the story mode, you go through and you play the characters. You also learn the systems enough that you can go online and you can play your first battle, and start having fun with the game.
So you're making it sound like you can kind of get as deep and tactical as you want to, or you can kind of play a light, easy version of it.
And I'll say that you probably hear that line a lot about fighting games. It's things that people, it's easy to learn, hard to master. I would encourage everyone to get their hands on it, because I think we have something that at least around our office, people who are not hardcore fighting game fans immediately love and enjoy playing.
Yeah.
Whereas as soon as you get in the hands of the mad scientists in training mode, they go nuts too.
Yeah.
So,
well, and it's great, and it's easier to watch. It's easier to follow. You know, if you're watching matches, you know what's going on. Whereas 3 was a little bit hard to follow. I mean, let's be honest, with all the assists coming in, the characters are also nice, big, and beautiful on the screen. We're looking at Thanos there. So from that perspective too, I mean, just looking at the game, it's drastically different from 3.
Yeah.
And we've done that to make it feel fresh with the new cinematic look, but also just easier to follow.
Yeah, and it looks absolutely beautiful. You guys should be so proud.
Yeah, in motion. I think there's chatter online, there's this and that, but like 1080p, 60 frames a second, all the crazy bombastic effects, animation. You get in there and play it, it looks incredible.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Stay tuned to IGN Live for more.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2017. I'm Max Scoville, and I'm joined by Arthur Parsons from TT Games. You're the guys who make the Lego games.
We are.
You do that. I keep getting to talk to you about Lego stuff, and it's really wonderful because what kind of monster wouldn't be happy about talking about Lego video games?
Absolutely, especially Marvel.
Exactly, yeah.
Lego video games.
I love the last one. I had so much fun with that game, and you're making a direct sequel to it.
We are. Lego Marvel Super Heroes 2 is exactly that.
Right.
We are even having a direct crossover. So, yeah, if you haven't played the first one, firstly go and play it. But if you haven't, it doesn't matter. You'll get this epic original story. However, if you have played the first one, you'll notice at the end of level 1 of Lego Marvel Super Heroes 2, there's a direct crossover with where we left the post-credits of Lego Marvel Super Heroes 1. You've saved the Earth, and then the Guardians of the Galaxy turn up and say they're not here with regard to that. They're here for something else. This game is the something else.
Right, and when the first game came out, Guardians of the Galaxy, the movie hadn't come out and blown up. And, and you had the Guardians in the first game, but they were based on original comic book appearances.
Yeah.
And now everyone's in love with the Guardians, and there's 2 movies under their belts, and you're clearly drawing from MCU kind of source material here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, with this first level with the Guardians here, we feature them all. And then at the end of this, because they're on Xandar, there's been a call for help from Nova Prime, and something's going on, and then we find out that Kang the Conqueror's rocked up with his wife, Ravonna. They just happen to have turned up with Eson the Searcher, this huge giant celestial. So they're trying to evacuate Xandar. Then it's like, oh, actually, we probably need to go and tell the guys on Earth. So they fly to Earth. When they get there in the Milano, that's when we have this crossover. And from that point on, it just goes on this huge open epic scale.
Right, and the whole thing with Kang the Conqueror is he's all about time travel and just
he's such an underused character.
Right, because it's a complete carte blanche to just pull from wherever and go. And you guys kind of have that already with it being Lego and getting to get silly and everything. We've seen some kind of teaser key art where there's Cowboy Captain America, there's Spider-Man 2099. You've got sort of like Planet Hulk with the funny hat. Is this the last Marvel characters we saw in Lego form were Lego Avengers, which was drawing from the MCU stuff, and now you've got MCU characters mixing in with that. Where does this fall in the relation to all this? Is it just everywhere?
Yeah, predominantly this is kind of set entirely in comics. So it's an original story that we wrote, co-wrote with one of the Marvel comic book writers. And what we did was, I've got a real big love for Kang the Conqueror, and there's Avengers Forever, which was like 1998. There's a 12-book run, and then the Kang Dynasty, which is a really good run in Avengers, 41 to 55, 16 books. So this story is inspired by that, and the idea with this is it's very much set in comics. It's very much set there. However, little Billy, who's 6, he may never ever have seen or read or heard anything about Marvel.
Right.
He's gone and watched Guardians. He loves it. So obviously, we want to draw those people in. It's like, hold on, I like Guardians. What's this? Draw them in, take them on this epic journey through some comic content. You know, it's you know what we do.
Yeah.
We take the mickey out of everything. So yes, there are references to the movies, to the TV shows, to the cartoons. You name it, it's in there. But first and foremost, it's based in the comics.
Yeah, you're playing with Lego. You're building and having fun and getting weird and creative.
It's like Ace on the Searcher.
Yeah.
You must have seen that Thor Ragnarok trailer.
Right.
Which is just like, whoa, what happened to Thor? When did Thor suddenly get like super good?
Right.
And Aeson's actually in the background of that section with the Grandmaster. Where you've got
I'm not super well versed in the more sort of psychedelic, like Jack Kirby kind of stuff,
Yeah.
but I recognize that funny face there. What's his story?
So Aeson the Searcher is a celestial. So they are like super powerful. In all reality, Kang's kind of brought this guy from the future. He found him at the ends of time. And it's like, you know what, I'm going to give a real test to these guys. I'm going to bring Aeson in and let's have a bit of fun.
Okay.
Because Kang is all about, you know, doing cool stuff from out of time, but he's not just going to turn up with, you know, the Damocles base and just vaporize people. He likes to beat people fairly, you know, reasonably
All
fairly.
right. That sounds like that's a good villain. He's not just trying to wreck everything.
Yeah,
he wants
exactly.
to kind of have a good
so
time.
he comes, he wants a good war, a good battle, so he's bringing Aeson in, gives us a good chance to kind of set things up at a high tempo. And then it kind of sets up the fact that it's this time travel. Like you say, you've got classic Kirby, Cowboy Captain America, but we've gone all ends. We've got, believe it or not, medieval Marvel heroes.
Ooh!
There are some awesome medieval Marvel heroes.
Are you pulling from like 1602, or is it something weirder entirely?
We are, yeah. Anywhere that you think we can go, we're going. And so these all cross over in the storyline. So you're actually having weird characters, what I would consider weird, like weird time. Yeah, we had one that there was like 2 pages of art for certain Egyptian characters.
Okay.
And we were like, they're too good not to put in. It's, you know, Egyptian Avengers. You know, you never heard that exclusive accident reveal, but you know, and you have these guys crossing over with 2099 characters, Hydra Empire characters. You know, and it is so much fun to be able to have that interplay. You know, multiple versions of Hank Pym, for example.
Yeah, he plays a big part of this, right? Like he's got.
There's a Giant Man kind of. We have a lot of fun with Giant Man in the story. He's kind of like the butt of all the jokes, which is really, really cool.
Okay,
but he also gets fun.
Mechanically, he's also fun because he can get small and he can get huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we do a lot of the time. It's that whole sort of, you turn around and all there is on screen is there's this giant pair of legs and he just kind of reaches down and passes something.
And they're funny, goofy, blocky Lego legs.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, this is why this has been so much fun, because we're getting to go and explore areas of the Marvel Universe we've never been. And it's the whole diverse thing. Our story, it's not a linear story. We've got a branching story for once.
Right, I was going to ask about that, because you had a beautiful big open world with the first game, and then with Avengers you were kind of jumping around in kind of time and place and settings in the films.
Yep.
Is there like a hub world here, or is it how do you jump around in time?
Yeah, so the story kind of weaves in and out of various timelines, and some really kind of bizarre things go on and lots of twists and turns. But the core sort of base for everything is a place called Chronopolis, which is, in the comics, it's a city that Kang creates by ripping places from out of time and making one city that he can rule over. So we're bringing that to the player, and in there you have, you know, Wakanda, Atalan, Hala, underwater city of Lumeria, ancient Egypt, Hydra Empire. it's so cool.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll be able to show
that
a little
is
bit.
so cool.
but-
Yeah, I will keep talking until
Yeah.
it shows up.
Yeah, it's wicked, but it's all about personality to us. Every character having like the cool things you want them to do. For example, Star-Lord, he can put his mixtape on and do a
Really?
little dance. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Phil's going to get beaten up first, but when he's not getting beaten up, he can put his mixtape on, and then you get to listen to a bit of Redbone. And no matter what's happening, everyone just stops. And it's just a really cool thing. And all the characters have that personality, that vibe about them. As Rocket, you can jump on Groot's shoulders and go around blowing stuff up.
What does Baby Groot do? Because everyone's crazy about him, and you showed him a bunch in the trailer.
Yeah, so he has kind of these cool vine arms, and he can beat everyone up.
Okay.
But the cool thing is that he can transform to Groot fully grown, and obviously Groot small.
Oh, of course, with time travel, he can just.
Yeah.
Is that the?
We kind of like rigged it a little bit that Groot found a little piece of Kang technology which kind of gives him the ability to do that. Because in all reality, you're not going to sit there and wait like 20 years for him to grow into a full-size tree again.
Yeah, anybody who's like looking at this game and being like, is it accurate to the comics? They're probably just going to have an aneurysm.
Yeah.
They're made out of they're made out of bricks. Yeah.
Yeah. Authenticity though is absolutely king to us. So that's why we had to put the little kind of gadget device in. So there is like, you know what? He did this, and that's why it's legit.
That's awesome. Yeah. So the roster for the last one was what, like 160, something like that. Something I don't know.
Yeah, it was like huge. With the season pass, it rocked well over 200. So yeah, it was pretty big.
What are we looking at for this one? Are you adding more or just?
Yeah, we're kind of comparable.
Okay.
He says without trying to give numbers away.
Sure.
But but the awesome thing is that we're going and trying to put a load of characters we didn't put in before. Characters that are going to make their first ever appearance in a Lego Marvel video game, because we don't. Yes, you're going to have your iconic characters. You're going to have your Spider-Mans. You're going to have your Iron Mans and so on. But at the same time, we want like characters that have never been seen.
Yeah, I mean that's what I loved about the first one is you had the obvious stuff on the box. You had the stuff that sells toys, but then I got in there and you've got Howard the Duck running around. You've got Squirrel Girl, and I was like, oh yes. You had Stan Lee as the Hulk. Like that was awesome.
Yeah.
Are we going to see more kind of just really weird deep cut stuff like that too?
Yeah, we've got some stuff in there that is. It's super surprising because we have a great relationship with the guys who work with at Marvel. And then when you go and you got that little bit of a scratch and you go, is it all right if we put this character in? And then the next thing is like, they're like, yeah, and by the way, can you also put this character and this character and this? And it's all of a sudden it's gone, okay, you guys get this. The fact they know that the people that play and buy these games want that breadth and diversity. So that's where we're going.
Well, I mean, they have the luxury of not having to really clean up any editorial messes. They don't have to be like, check back to this last issue that we did this.
Yeah.
One last question.
Okay.
I haven't seen a lot of the way of X-Men. I know that's a very sticky thing with the mutants and the Inhumans and the likeness rights and Fox and Marvel and Disney. Are there X-Men in this?
At this moment exactly right now?
Yes.
I can say nothing.
Okay. Well, I'm worried, but that said, it still looks really, really cool, and I'm happy to see.
Do not be worried.
Yeah, I think you proved yourself very well with the first game, and you guys have fun, you get silly, and they're Lego games. Arthur, thank you so much for joining us. When is this out in the wild? When can people get it?
November the 14th on PC, Switch, Xbox One, and PS4. You can pre-order now, and if you pre-order the digital deluxe, you actually get access to classic Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, nice.
Like Charlie 27, classic Yondu, some really, really cool
Right.
stuff. So, yeah, November the 14th, that's when it's coming.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We've got lots more coming up from E3 right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you around.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access at E3 2017. Joining me is Chloe Rad to discuss Call of Duty World War II. So the first question I have is, kind of recently we've seen Call of Duty thrust into a futuristic setting, and mobility has gone crazy, like double jumping, dashing, stuff like that, but now we're kind of back to basics. How does that feel?
Yeah, so Call of Duty World War II is a lot more grounded. It's kind of going back to its roots, which I actually personally like a lot. I'm into the more grounded FPS games.
What are we getting in terms of like archetypes and perks and stuff like that?
Yeah, so in the build that I played, there were 5 preset loadouts. There was infantry, which is kind of like your basic assault class. There's the armored class, which is like your light machine gun class. The MG-15 is a little bit overpowered, but that was kind of fun. There's the mountain class, which is like your sniper rifle class. There's expeditionary, which has shotguns, and then there's airborne.
So what distinguishes a sniper? I mean, obviously, aside from a sniper rifle, are they a little bit more camouflaged? What's going on there?
Yeah, so the sniper class starts in a ghillie suit, which is nice. They have a cool perk that like doesn't let them show up in the kill cam, and it doesn't even reveal your name or your like location or anything. It sounds like it could be a little bit overpowered, right?
You told me about these kind of thematically appropriate game modes. Can you tell me what you saw there?
Yeah, so the 3 game modes that I got to play were Team Deathmatch, which is a classic, Domination, which is like capturing objectives. There were 3 points. I think we were in like Ardennes Forest or something. And then I did War Mode, which is the new sort of like operation style, like from Battlefield 1, that type of mode.
So on a basic presentation front, what did you think of the aesthetics?
There's like this intensity to it. What I saw of the single player particularly was like really, really brutal. Like, it's super like cinematic. You have these like huge, like epic kind of set pieces, like a bell tower like crumbling down on you, like a tank will roll in and like destroy like a whole bunch of people.
All right, finally, what do you think you're most looking forward to playing? Is it going to be the campaign? Do you have high hopes there? Is it the multiplayer you think it's going to get you, or is that maybe a little too simplistic? What do you think?
I am looking forward to seeing what they do with the single player. I think that they could probably do some really interesting things there.
Chloe, thank you so much for giving us a sneak peek at Call of Duty World War II. For all things Call of Duty first-person shooters and E3 2017, keep it right here on IGN.
No mercy in his land. We have to push through enemy territory. Let's go! Let's go!
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access at E3 2017. Joining me is Jose Otero to talk about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. So the very first question I have is, in the previous games, we got kind of the trio, the tag team trio of heroes. You can tag them out, but in this game, there's only 2.
That's right.
How do you feel about that decision?
So far, I think it can be a positive change. I mean, I have to spend more time with the game, clearly, but I think it is very much a sign that Capcom is trying to make Marvel vs. Capcom a little easier to watch, a little easier to digest, more understandable. Like right now, I love the pace of Ultimate, but it is really, it's fast. It's a little bit too much. It almost borders on just that little extra that's excessive. I think that here they're trying to reset, see what it does, see how it works, And ultimately, based on the time I played with it, it felt fine. It moved fine. It still is Marvel vs. Capcom in its identity.
Sure, and I think the other way that it's changing is the assists are out, but now you can just straight up combo alternating between heroes, and
this is
that
such a
makes
good thing.
the 2-hero limit kind of make sense. Can you tell me about it?
At any point in the match, you will just hit a button on your controller to swap the other person in, and this is mid-combo, this is mid-move, and this is ultimately, like, it's so fast and seamless, you can really sort of play around with combos in a way you couldn't before. Before, you were calling in a certain person with a certain input, and some folks, like me, we're not good at doing that per se. I think that opening up that barrier for skill is still gonna have a skill ceiling that folks can aim for and be good at, but at the same time, open it up for folks like me to try and hang and try and learn and get better at the game.
The Marvel, at least cinematic universe recently has been ramping up to the Infinity Gauntlet and Thanos and the Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
And I understand they're actually in the game. How do they work as a gameplay mechanic?
Oh man, so every stone has two power abilities to them. One is sort of a light, low risk, and the other one is a heavy investment sort of version of that. The Space Gem has this really cool ability that when you use its heavy investment option, you can basically trap someone in a box and they can't get out of it, and you can just keep them in a space and just wreck them from either side, cross them up. I saw other alternate versions with Power Stone, for example, and how you'll have like a really quick rebound ability where you'll smack someone into the air, rebound them off the side of the screen back towards you. Like, there's some cool stuff. Basically, the light investment version is sort of a, here's one quick thing you can do, and then the other is, this is where you can go nuts and really sort of play around with the combo game and experiment.
Fantastic. So my final question is, I understand Capcom wants to have a much greater emphasis on the narrative, the story. Do you have any idea how they're going to accomplish that?
Yeah, so I got to play the story demo, and you can actually download it right now if you're on a PS4 or I believe on an Xbox One, I hope. This is a team-up that has really kind of, I don't know, it hasn't really kind of emphasized a reason for existence. It's just, oh yeah, Marvel characters, Capcom characters, and Marvel is about stories. And so it is very much a lot of fan service for characters like Dante and characters like Mega Man X alongside Captain America or your Captain Marvel or your Iron Man. If you're playing the story demo, you get glimpses of that, and I think that it's ultimately a smart move. And it's a great, at the end of the day too, it's a great tutorial. It's a way for folks who are new to the game to jump in and try to learn it and sort of get acclimated and sample different characters. I think that's smart.
Jose Otero, thank you so much for telling us a little bit about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite for all things fighting games in E3 2017. You're already in the right place at IGN.
We are proud to welcome Xbox One X. November 7th, Xbox One X launches worldwide.
All of your Xbox One accessories and games will work with Xbox One X.
We can't wait to bring PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds exclusively to Xbox One later this year.
We're one step closer to payday.
agency.
I'll go low. You flank. Oh, yes! Jerry's wrap. All right, let's do this.
See you on the other side.
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access at E3 2017. Joining me is Destin Legary, who
Hey, everybody.
got to play Mario plus Rabbids.
That's right.
Kingdom Battle. That's a mouthful. So, what'd you think? Tell me about the gameplay.
I actually really liked it. It is XCOM meets Super Mario RPG. The XCOM elements are you controlling your team, having them take up different positions, different elevations, and attack the enemy. The RPG elements are the upgrades that you can unlock by doing various things. It's actually really, really cool.
Can you change your team out? Can you swap out one of the rabbits for, say, something that isn't a rabbit?
So I didn't see much of that, but at the end of the demo, we actually ran into Luigi, so it seems like there are going to be other guest characters. Maybe by the end, you can actually switch out all the rabbits and get in all Nintendo characters. That's what I'm hoping. Anyway.
So I have to ask you, do you like the rabbits? Because they're very divisive. I think people are kind of coming around on them, but what do you think?
They're okay. You know, the rabbits and like the minions, there's just these voiceless characters that speak in a weird voice. I think they're kind of cute, but I'm not in love with them.
So did you see some like conventional fantasy archetypes? Like is Mario the warrior? How does their moveset work?
So each character seems to be fairly default. They all have guns, right? But you can upgrade your guns as you level up your character. That's where the RPG elements come in. So you collect coins and you can buy upgrades and then you have more powerful weapons. But beyond that, not really.
So I understand you fought a boss at the end. Can
Yeah.
you tell me how that encounter differed from some of the others?
Okay, so you show up. There's a cutscene, like it's really dramatic. You're gonna save a Luigi. The encounter had you take care of the ads, the extra guys, right? But then during the demo, we actually took higher elevation so that we could rain down fire from above, and that actually gave you a stat boost. So you would do more damage if you were elevated on the enemy, and you could actually zone them out. So if you hit them and knock them back far enough, they'll actually be knocked out of the level.
But did you like it?
So I did not think I was going to like this game. I actually really enjoyed it. I like the XCOM elements, and it had a little bit of a Super Mario RPG vibe, so I'm digging it.
Destin Legary, thank you so much for giving us a look at Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. For all things E3 2017, you're already in the right place at IGN.
Ha-ha!
Hey guys, I'm at Xenoma E3. That's right, it's a new motion capture suit that doesn't use any camera sensors. It's called the E-Skin. Let's check it out. All right, I'm suited up. Looking nice. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1, countdown. And here we go. Woo! Punch. There's also the punch mechanism. You didn't tell me about that. And crouch. Oh my God. I didn't know I'd have to exercise during E3. This is crazy. I feel like Spider-Man, which is, I think it's the webbing.
We had this idea that we wanted to take Far Cry to America, but we didn't know how to do it. We were kicking around different ideas, and none of them really seemed to resonate. And when I think back to what we wanted to do with Far Cry 5, I think back to when I was a kid and sort of growing up in the 80s and feeling sort of the crushing weight of the things that were going on globally with the Soviet Union and America, and them locked in this titanic struggle. As a kid, you had this feeling like something bad could happen, and it just became a normal thing. And I remember thinking, you know, we're this close. I thought it was really interesting to apply that feeling to a character in the game. And that's what the father feels. He feels like, kind of looking out at the world, that something's off, that we are close to the edge. And if we were close to the edge, would we know what to do about it? Would we even know that we were on it? And so that's the creative of the game. It's not a sentence, it's not a structure, it's just a picture of somebody standing over the edge, right next to it, and the idea of we are here. And that's what he believes. And so his mandate is very, very simple. Save as many people as you can, whether they want to be saved or not. Joseph absolutely believes that the end of the world is going to happen, and he absolutely believes that he's got to save people. I think there was something really interesting there about this idea of this zealot, this person who believed that his belief was more important than anything that you thought, and that he was going to come and basically show you the truth of that. We met with cult experts, we talked to different people who had a real expertise in this, and we were asking, is it believable? And they were talking about, there's places in the United States where if you aren't with them, you don't eat. And so for us, it was completely valid and makes sense. We always want to be surprising. We want to always do something different. So I think that first iteration of the game going to America, there were ideas that were thrown out and we were like, nah, you can see that coming. It's not evocative. There's nothing that somebody couldn't just say, okay, yeah, I can see that's where they're going. What I remember is the feeling of Montana. It was really interesting, some of the stories we were hearing from that. We got on a plane and we went to Montana and fell in love with it and knew that it was right in the first 24 hours, just from the people that we met, just from the experiences we had. And you're like, wow, this is a petri dish for us. This is great. You're meeting all these different people. And I think we just want to be able to share that. We had some crazy experiences. We had some tense experiences. We met really honest people who could be great characters. And then what we want to do is make sure that we make it our Montana. So we built Montana, but we made our own county, Hope County. So you can't go on a map and find Hope, Montana. We build it, we build our world, and we build that little bit of the creative that's just a little bit bent. And so we just want to be conscious that we make it feel real, but remind us a little bit about some of the experiences that we've had in the real world. I think when we think about the game, we really wanted to make 3 key systems that work and feed the anecdote factory. And I think that the things for us is that it was guns for hire, fangs for hire, and friends for hire, right? And when you think about guns for hire, we want you to be able to meet people. And if they have a special ability, or even if they're a regular person, you go out and meet them and you can solicit their help and basically bring them into your group and take them off and be able to fight the cult.
Let's go.
What's important about that is that when you meet them for the first time, they may not be a hero. They may not be somebody who's proficient at stuff. But after a while, just like you're growing, they need to be able to grow. So we want to be able to give you that so you can kind of build this group and go and fight. At the same time, we want Fangs for Hire. So we're going to give you Boomer. It's called Fangs for Hire with an S. So there's more than just Boomer. And we want to be able to make it so that you can have a pet, and you can take that pet. And what we learned in Primal was people really responded to the idea of being able to take this animal with you. So when you can take Boomer out and you can basically start to tag people, or just go off into the world and hunt with Boomer and have a great time, that's an experience we want. And then with co-op and Friends for Hire, we want to be able to bring that in and make it so that you can have somebody that you want to be able to play with go out and experience the whole game with you. So if you think about Guns for Hire, Fangs for Hire, Friends for Hire, we want that whole system to kind of talk to each other and make it all work as one unit. We wanted to be able to make something different this time. We wanted to be able to make it so that you'd walk out into the world and you wouldn't know exactly where you're going or what you're supposed to do, and that you got to meet people and you've got to hear about what's going on in the world, and that those people or different places that you meet give you hints about different places you can go. We also want to make it so that if you play the game and you decide, I want to go north, and you play it for 10 hours, and we talk to each other the next day and I went south, you're going to say, oh, I met this person, this is the weapon that I got, this is the experience that I had, and I'm like, I don't know what game you were playing, but I went down south and I met Nick and I've got a plane and I'm able to do strafing runs, and I'm like, okay, and you go back home the next day and you play the opposite. And you play it the way you want to play it, and you meet people at the pace you want to meet them. And if you want to play in the open world and just mess around and have a great time, you can. If you want to have an earnest story moment, you can. In an action bubble that's contained, you can. It seems like the idea of this game and the thoughts that are being presented in this game are topical for the time we have right now. What was interesting is that, we started to think about this and the concept of We're on the Edge 3 years ago. And we think we've got something special, and we keep pushing that. And we think when we present it to people, they're going to love it.
IGN Live at E3 2017 is presented by Omen by HP and Atomic Blonde in theaters July 28th.
Someone set me up. Someone from the inside. MI6. CIA. Everyone's involved. Now, this only ends one way.
As if The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild wasn't big enough, now there's DLC on the way to make sure this game will always be running in your Nintendo Switch. Daniel from Treehouse is here to tell us more. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me again.
You made more Zelda.
Yes.
Which,
well, no, I didn't make it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Arnuma and his whole crew made more of it. So
that whole squad.
Yeah, they do their thing.
Just those talented guys who worked on one of the best video games ever made of all time.
I'm still playing it.
I am too.
Yes.
I put 120 hours into this game. I put another 40 in just doing a Let's Play series at IGN. No one in the world was saying, we really need more content in this thing. It's just really missing stuff.
Well, people wanted more content. People were actually excited when we said there was more content coming, and they were curious what it's going to be. Like, we've got the new hero mode coming out in the whole. The first, there's 2 DLC packs.
Right.
Master Trials, which comes out on June 30th.
Yep.
And then we announced the second one, the Champions Ballad, which we just announced during E3.
Right. And I bought both of. I bought the entire season pass without even knowing anything that was in there. I got the Nintendo Switch T-shirt for Link. I got the treasure chest in the world, and then I've been sitting there waiting, going, well, what's next? So. Yes. Now we know, right?
Now we know.
So let's talk about it. I think we're going to take a look at some of it too. Yep. So what's the full title for this thing, and what can fans expect to find in it?
So this is the DLC is called Master Trials. This is the new hero mode that we're showing off right here. What's different though, right now we're actually on the Great Plateau. Now, if you might remember here, this is like one of the first areas you play in. We at least we're built up some equipment though, but instead of being red bokoblins here, there's now blue bokoblins.
Oh wow!
Also, their ability to notice you is much better.
I was very excited to return to this area when I had leveled up a little bit and get revenge on some of the enemies.
Oh my God! You could kick their butt so bad when you were doing that.
It felt good to come home.
But yeah, that's the cool thing here. So it's a little bit more difficult now. Like a lot of these creatures, a lot of the enemies have been upped at the same time, but your weapons haven't improved.
Right.
So you still have to go through what is right now this first area, which is the Great Plateau. And
I like that we shot him with an arrow right in the middle of his snitch. He's doing his snitch whistle and we shot him. That's a good thing to do.
Up and the Flurry Rush.
So I imagine that stuff like Flurry Rush and combat scenarios that are very specifically timed are much more important when fighting tougher enemies like this.
Definitely, for sure, a lot more important. Learning all those different moves, trying to take advantage of your runes. Like something I only started doing more recently was taking advantage of using both bombs at the same time to make bigger explosions. Yeah. Throwing the square bomb and the round bomb and just having a bigger explosion happen. And
because I'll be honest with you, my combat style through most of this game was very chaotic. It was a lot of like drop a bomb, run away, shoot an arrow, hide, hopefully light something on fire, and stab a guy with my master sword.
Or light themselves on fire, which they would do. Yes.
I mean, that was a big part of it too, right? One of the things we also saw too is sort of this hero's path. Is it?
The hero's path. Yeah. So we can actually we'll show that right now quickly since Sarah's doing that right now. Oh, she's switching over. We'll get her to show the hero's path. So that's the hero's path. So right there, that's showing the entire timeline of what you've done. Now, you actually start from the beginning, and actually it's now showing the character moving, and this holds approximately about 200 hours worth of data of your whole thing. So your whole playthrough will be able to be viewed so you can see where you haven't gone by accident.
And it'll just be like squiggly lines every time I got lost, and straight lines when I knew what I was doing.
You can see keep changing. Cool. But the other cool thing too, beyond this whole hero path thing as well, is the ability to even show what's called the travel medallion. So one thing that people wanted was the ability to choose a location that's not a shrine.
Right.
So you actually have a travel medallion that she's going to highlight right there. You can see the travel medallion. You actually can put that anywhere you want on the map.
Oh, interesting.
And now you can instantly fast travel to that exact location.
So you can pick like a favorite spot.
A favorite spot or least favorite spot, wherever you want.
Because I went to, for some odd reason, and I talked to one of my co-hosts at IGN, Zach Ryan, we always warped to Kakariko every time we wanted to upgrade our stuff from after taking over shrines. And I don't know why, it's just nice to go there.
I went back to my house. I was at my house fully decked out, and I was putting my favorite weapons that glowed the most on the walls.
I think everybody has a favorite spot. And then we saw a different sort of loading screen there too, where it's
that's hero mode. Yeah, that's the hero mode loading screen.
Awesome.
And what's cool here in this new hero mode, there actually are some new types of enemies. Like this is a sky platform. There actually is an enemy on there as well.
Okay.
So you actually, different ways you can take it out. You can try to, there's a treasure chest on there as well, so we'll see how well Sarah's able to. Sarah's the one playing back there.
So interesting. So you want to use some kind of long-reaching projectile here. I guess you could throw a sword. That'd be a waste.
You could throw a sword. I mean, like in the trailer, what they did too, he actually threw an axe and took out one of the balloons.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to ask
Sarah's
you about
actually
that.
sneakily stealing.
Oh.
She just stole it. She even take him out. Oh, she got shot.
Oh, that's great.
And now she just take out the balloons and take one more out, hopefully. And he falls to his demise.
Man, that's awesome. That's really awesome.
So that's what you're able to do there real quickly.
And you get the chest.
Get the chest. No problem at all. Well done, Sarah.
Can we expect to see any new sort of items or weapons in this?
I'm glad you asked. That's what we're about to show right now. You're leading this demo for me. This is great.
How convenient.
So here's some different items. So if you remember Phantom Hourglass.
Yes.
Huge
fan.
He'll full suit here from Phantom Hourglass.
Dude, this is so awesome.
From the Phantom you saw before.
Oh my God. I was actually a really big fan of the amiibo integration in this game because it allowed me to unlock tunics from like stuff like the original Legend of Zelda. I'm a big fan of obviously the Wind Waker art style. And this is really cool because I loved sort of controlling these characters or avoiding these characters in the DS Zelda games.
Now this is one of Sarah's favorite outfits that she likes putting on. She's putting it on already.
This is really unsettling to see these two. Okay, that's better.
There is a Tingle outfit.
That's awesome. Because Tingle Island is in this game. There's like
a type of island, yes.
Yeah,
there's a type of island.
It's an island loosely dedicated to Tingle. Who knows? We don't know the lore behind it.
There's even Majora's Mask. It's not the Majora's Mask, so he's not going to go corruptedly evil. But
it is to me.
It is.
It isn't. This is my world.
Yes. You can call it what you want. And there's also the Korok mask, which is really cool.
The player can come up with their own story.
Any story you want. Any story you want, Brian.
Now, what does the Korok mask do?
The Korok mask is cool because a lot of people, there are over like 900 Korok seeds to find, and they're very difficult to find.
You guys put too many Korok seeds in that game. I know you didn't. Tell your friends. Aonuma, the rest of those guys. Dude, come on, man. That's too many Korok seeds.
Well, that's what the mask helps you for. The mask, actually, when you get close to Korok seeds and you're walking around, if she turns around there, it's kind of doing its little...
it wiggles.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's so cute.
So there is a Korok seed somewhere around this area in the nearby vicinity. I'm not sure if you've built this one or not yet, but...
That is adorable. Okay, so we see it sort of like... Oh, yeah, there we go.
The puzzle behind this one, for some people we're giving a spoiler, we're giving away one of the Korok seeds, but essentially what you're trying to do is make this one tree match the other two trees that only had one apple on them.
Is the Korok mask made from real Korok?
Ooh, it's a good question.
Okay.
I hope not. It's kind of cruel to answer from that. So hope not. That'd be kind of vicious.
And what does the Majora's Mask help you find? Is it a copy of Majora's Mask?
It is a copy. It's a replica of Majora's Mask. Just a different kind of aesthetic armor look that has.
The full game playable? No, I'm just messing with you. That'd be awesome. That'd be almost only the greatest Easter egg of all time.
Oh my gosh, it'd be crazy.
So does it have any sort of like? Is it just sort of like aesthetic?
So it depends. The new armor, some of them will have like, it could be resistance against the Guardians,
cool.
Some of those kind of bonus when you have those bonus armor set up. And there's some like the Korok mask right there, which gave you the ability to notice what's going on. So which look cool, like Tingle's outfit. So
Right. Yeah, they're just the coolest. I love that. I loved seeing Link running in the Tingle outfit because it's like, I don't know, it's sort of just like daytime pajamas.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes,
and it
works out well. But now we're heading over here to the forest, the main forest, where the Master Sword resides.
Yes.
If you remember correctly.
Spoilers
So
again.
this is a different area here. So basically, this is kind of where we're going to go into in a second when we go to the Master Sword. Is essentially, this is a training ground area for Link to essentially prepare his mind and body to fully unlock the splendor of the Master Sword. So when using the Master Sword, you notice it's always at like a durability of 30, except when you're fighting against Calamity, where it starts glowing, goes up to 60.
Right.
So you go into this training area now, essentially, there's about 45 rooms.
Ooh.
If you're able to beat all of it, you can then fully unlock Link's ability to use the Master Sword.
Which has now sort of become a staple. Not the Master Sword obviously is a staple in Zelda games, but this sort of, this terrible place where a bunch of horrible things happen, where you have to defeat room after room in synchronicity, has kind of become a staple in 3D Zelda games, right?
It has been a little bit.
We've seen stuff like this in Twilight Princess, and was there one in Skyward Sword? I know there was one in Wind Waker.
There was certain kind of challenge. I can't remember off the top of my head really
It's like an endless pit of doom.
Yes.
Yeah, because I know we gave the Twilight Princess HD, I gave my Wolf amiibo.
Ah, yes, the Wolf one, yes.
To level that up, to bring him into the game. So this is sort of like a massive trial, and Link, it's kind of like Eventide Island.
But you lose everything.
Oh.
All you have is the runes. You can't use your amiibo, so you can't use amiibo to bring treasure chests in, and you've lost all your weapons.
So Link's going in now in just his signature boxer shorts.
Yes.
which is his, the most powerful suit in the game.
And again, you're finding all those harder enemies this time around too. So you have no weapons. The only health you can get is what you can gather in this area. So you have not. So Sarah brings up her item screen for a second. She has
or lack thereof.
Yes.
And all your food's gone too?
Everything.
So if you cooked everything, you brought it in here, nothing?
Nothing comes in with you.
So you just have to find stuff in the wild?
Yes. In these rooms is all you can do.
Dude, that's awesome.
So yeah, so we'll see how good Sarah. This is really hard. So I'm gonna give Sarah credit for that. Like I've been challenging her to see if she can't die.
Yeah,
that's her biggest challenge.
How far have you made it in this?
Geez, I think the 5th or 6th room.
That's it.
I've only played it a few times. I'm kind of wanting. Working at Nintendo is fun and all, but sometimes I like waiting for the real game to come so I can actually take it home. Because I can only play it at work.
Oh no, I don't blame you. I mean, yeah, the same problem at IGN. The really cool thing about this is it feels like Eventide Island or Eventide Island. I don't know the technical saying. We were all saying it differently at the office. It was one of my favorite things in the game because A, it was evocative of Link's Awakening because it was about an island, and B, because it felt very un-Zelda. Like you're bringing in all the things that you've collected, all the things you've saved are now gone. So now Link here is scavenging, he's hunting. We have a rusty halberd, we have a stick, and we have an egg, and then a whole bunch of weapons we just got right there, which is really awesome.
And she's trying to run away. At the same time, though, the other thing that makes this more challenging, I forgot to mention, is, their health regenerates.
What?
Yeah. So you can't just run and hide forever. Like, she'll have to eventually take them on.
Oh, so you can't just like chip away at them and then run away.
No.
You have to defeat them and keep going.
Yes.
Which was not something in Eventide Island. In Eventide Island, I used to just go up and I would just steal the...
cheese them?
Yeah, I would cheese them. I would steal the ball from the Hinox while he was
sleeping.
Hinox, and then basically sneak around on everything else. This is way more hands-on. Oh, we just got wrecked.
Yeah. And she has a couple eggs.
We have eggs.
Every piece of food is extremely pricey. There's even that piece of steak she can run and grab. They were cooking.
That's good. That's good. That makes me feel a little bit better. And this is basically an entirely new area based on just where the Korak area, the Lost Woods, basically, right?
Essentially, you're going into the Master Sword to train his mind and body, ready to unlock the full splendor.
Oh, that's very Jedi of him. I love that.
So we're
or
trying to do
Empire,
that.
I should say.
So it's been so it's a real challenge in that. Ooh, there she goes.
That's good.
Now she has to basically pick one person to go after.
Yep.
And see what she can do.
Okay, so we've got a couple weapons to work with here.
And you still have to worry about durability, obviously.
Ooh, good move. Yeah, but like we're barely doing any damage. These guys are tough.
Because you're only using weapons of durability like 3 or 4.
Good dodging. Oh, and our club's broken, and everyone's running up on us, and now he's going to start regenerating,
yes,
right?
Yeah, if you can look at it, their like health bar starts kind of glowing, if you can see it. So yeah, see, actually it's already coming back up.
And which wave are we on right now?
This is the first room.
We're on 1.
Yes. And the cool thing, so it's not, when you start going through the other rooms too, it's not just let's throw enemies at you.
Yeah.
There's new puzzles involved with them, more into like using the runes in different ways, like using the paraglider. So it's not, this is just the very first room of 45.
So I really love this because Breath of the Wild is not an easy game, but if you play it the way some people play it, which I know some of my friends did, they did tons of shrines, they kind of maxed out their stamina and their health, and they get all these weapons, and by the time you show up to see Ganon, you've got all the divine beasts, you've got all these weapons, you've got all this cool stuff saved up, and it can be pretty simple, but this is sort of a just test of pure raw skill. This strips away everything that you've collected, all your crutches, all your safety nets.
Yes, all of it. All of it, and like even like...
Now, do you start to get slightly better weapons as you go?
Yeah.
Or okay, you're not
but
just
they're
stealing.
all breaking too as they go. So and the enemies can get more difficult, more challenging.
And I imagine you don't ever get a Master Sword because this all takes place inside a Master Sword.
You're basically going in the Master Sword, so
and that would be incredibly meta.
And Sarah's doing well, actually. She succeeded. I've been challenging to see if she could pass the first room on the live stream.
Yeah, dude, that's a serious challenge.
So now she's going to the next room. We'll see the next room real quick, and we can keep going for as long as you guys let us go for it.
And now, what sort of reward can we expect if we get? Or sort of, are there incremental rewards for getting to certain phases? Is there an end game here?
Well, the ending result is that you unlock the full, so you get basically the full durability of the Master Sword at all times.
24/7.
Yeah, so you get the full 60.
You get 4 bars on Verizon no matter where you go.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's but you won't get anything if you get to like wave 5 or wave 10.
No. If you die, you start over.
You just get humbled.
You start over.
Oh my god.
Yeah. so there's times like Sarah gets like Sarah who's playing, so it's like room 4. She's like, right. Oh, I'm doing so well, and then died, and you start over.
Little by little, we're starting to see. Do you ever get clothes? Do you do the entire thing in shorts?
We have to wait and find out.
Oh my God.
Let's see how far Sarah gets in this whole thing. So
it's nuts, because right now we're still in shorts, which is not a good look.
You have a shield, though.
Yeah, and shorts and a shield. Again, not a good look. That's like a guy that lives at the beach. And then we're just finding weapons on the ground. There's a lot of tree climbing and hiding here, which I like. Okay, so now we're dealing with fire chews. Is that the? Okay.
You got it right.
Yeah,
Good
that's
job.
That's it. There we go. Which don't seem like that much of a pain when you're out in the world and you've got all your stuff.
No,
with
your
you.
stuff. But yeah, but you got nothing. That's like a big problem.
Yeah, especially because you can't really use anything defensive. So it's just bomb a tree just to let people know
she's
you're
trying to
here.
bomb. I think she's trying to bomb that guy on the top of the platform and knock him off his platform.
Okay. That's a good technique.
She's trying to get there. And the fire is just burning everything to the ground.
Yeah, which is just adding this extra layer of danger, this fiery war zone over here, just making it like a giant do not touch zone. But she's running right into it because you can do that.
You can do the paraglide. Yep, you can paraglide and get this thing up there.
Okay, she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, no, Sarah's played a bunch.
She's good.
But she forgot to equip a weapon.
So we have, yeah. Oh, good move.
Good move. She blocked it.
So in terms of like health, oh, and our sword's broken already.
Yep. And she's running out of weapons.
Yeah, we have an axe.
She's going to be left to tree branches.
We have an axe and a couple tree branches. Oh my God.
There's just enemies everywhere. Oh, she got one of them up. That's good.
Okay.
This guy's only got a shield.
But he's not dead though.
But yeah, they got all their health back. But she did find a way. She found a sweet
Watch out
iron
for this
sledgehammer.
guy. Oh, he's snitching. He's snitching.
She's knocking them all off.
Oh, and there's another one on the tower over there.
Yes. There's enemies everywhere, so that's the whole challenge of this one behind all of this. You can see it. You kind of saw it for a second with that blinking of their energy meters coming back.
Nice.
Critical hits are important.
Yep. Yeah, incredibly important, because you don't really get a ton of opportunity.
Especially for that critical hit.
There
it is.
Okay,
and she got
so we got one down. And on average, there isn't really a number of enemies we expect to see per wave, but these are definitely more advanced, more difficult enemies here.
Right, because usually the easy ones are usually the red bokoblins, and this being
nice.
Oh, nice.
Get him.
Barely doing any damage though.
That was awesome. Yeah, but it was all for show.
Yes.
It didn't really do a ton of damage. So what you really want to do is you want to take out these enemies, loot them as fast as possible.
But stay focused on one, too. Because you run away from them, they'll get all their health back. That's how I used to play the game, too. Like a really hard enemy, take some damage, run away, hide, recover, figure out what you need to do next.
Pick on a few at the same time, and we just got whacked.
Or take
right
potions or the mighty banana, something to make you stronger to take them on.
And we haven't gotten anything like that yet. We're eating we have a mushroom and an acorn, and some weapons from the dollar store. No!
At all.
Oh, what a bad way to go out.
And that's the end.
Oh, wow. So that is incredibly difficult. This is above and beyond anything we've seen from this game so far.
Yes.
That is this is no joke. That is a legit new level of difficulty.
That was the idea behind it. They really want to challenge people on their skills and whatnot. And just give people who've been playing the game already, give them something more to experience to keep coming back and going through the world even more.
Now, when can people get their hands on this?
The first DLC pack comes out June 30th.
And they'll be able to play this right there?
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah,
and plus some of the other stuff we saw today, like the Hero's Path and
the Hero's Path. All the stuff we saw: the Hero's Path, the Travels Medallion, the new armor. We showed the Korok's mask,
and the Majora's
mask, the Phantom armor, all of that,
and Tingle pajamas,
and the Tingle.
This is a good time to be alive if you're a Zelda fan. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm really excited for this stuff. Now remember to follow us on Twitter at IGN for all the latest news. Our coverage of E3 continues right after this.
IGN Live at E3 2017 is presented by Atomic Blonde, in theaters July 28th, and Omen by HP.
IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Hello and welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2017. My name is Marty Sleva and I am so freaking excited. Brian Intihar, creative director.
Thanks for having me.
Spider-Man. It's here.
You know, I can't believe when you say that, like creative director of Spider-Man and just Insomniac working Spider-Man, it's pretty special.
How surreal is that?
To close the Sony press conference, to the reaction, seeing the booth, seeing like a actual helicopter being suspended by webs with Spider-Man on top of it.
Yeah.
It's been, we haven't talked about the game for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was like, people are like, are you tired of doing interviews? I'm like, actually, no, because it's kind of like therapeutic. I can finally get it off my chest, all the cool things I've been working on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it was one of the highlights last year, was all of a sudden out of left field as we get these keys for the game. Insomniac's working on it. We go radio silent for a year.
Yeah.
We're getting to the end of the conference.
People were really happy on Twitter about that.
Yeah.
They were really thrilled about that.
We're getting to the end of the conference, and I'm like, if they don't show Spider-Man, what are we going to do? And then all of a sudden we see this, and we finally see what the game is. So,
I think that was a cool thing when people saw the HUD pop on for the first time. It was like, so this is actually an mission relatively early in the game. Spider-Man's already taken down Wilson Fisk, a.k.a. the Kingpin. But a new threat has emerged in the city, the Inner Demons, and this is kind of one of their stops along the way that they're kind of going after different territories. And Spider-Man obviously arrives on the scene like a good superhero would, and he's starting to take down the demons while a little bit later, we get a phone call from Wilson Fisk saying, please save my guys, and then superhero stuff happens.
Sure. As one is wont to do.
Yeah.
So is this sort of indicative of what combat encounters are going to be like in terms of interactivity?
I think it's this demo gives a good example of like what we're looking for in terms of our core combat. This idea of him being like that acrobatic improviser. He's going to be combining, melee, whether it's on the ground, up in the air. So you saw some stealth in the very beginning. Webs, environment action, which you're going to see a lot throughout this video, as well as his gadgets. Like, Pete's a smart guy. He develops his own tech.
Yeah.
Those are mechanical web shooters.
Yeah.
We're not doing the organic thing. So, we want to kind of give you a lot of player choice to take these situations down. Like, we're actually playing this demo behind closed doors and at the theater, and everybody at Insomniac's playing it is changing up their play style as they play.
I love that. Yeah, Insomniac, as a developer, is always, to me, when I think of them, and especially Ratchet & Clank and Sunset Overdrive, I think of, weapon variety, gadgets, and I also think of a sense of mobility and locomotion.
That's great you say that. So like if you look at, in the very beginning of the demo, he places this object on the wall, the web tripwire, and the idea is that anybody who walks in that path of that little blue line will basically, a web will come out and grab him. But the thing is, the cool thing is there's multiple ways to use it. You can actually attach it to an enemy, and if another enemy walks by, they'll web slam into each other. You can stick one to a wall, and you can kick the guy up in the air, and they'll grab them. So we definitely want, the classic Insomniac way, fun weapons and gadgets. But at the same time, when it comes to traversal, a sense of flow, fluidity, and style that we had with Sunset Overdrive and bringing that to a Spider-Man experience.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you guys were announced as the developers, I immediately thought of playing Sunset Overdrive, getting all the way across the city without ever touching the ground.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's Spider-Man.
Yeah. It's just, he's a little bit more in the air than, whereas Sunset we kind of had a more grinding nature. This is more like swinging around, adding some parkour elements to them, and just really making sure that we have that sense of speed, fluidity, flow, and style that you expect from a more experienced Spider-Man.
Yeah. So you say a more experienced Spider-Man.
Yeah. Do you like how I threw that in there?
I liked that question? That was a really good. That was a really good segue.
My PR people will be super proud of it.
Obviously, the stinger at the very end of the Sony conference was the shot of Miles Morales.
Yeah.
We are playing as a little bit older Peter Parker, but obviously Miles is going to play a role in the story.
So yes. I guess there was some confusion whether that was Peter or Miles in the suit.
Some people were confused. I thought it was pretty obvious.
Yeah, well, there's a line. Something might be a little bit harder here. Is that he actually at one point when he's webbing the tail up, he says, "Come on, Pete, let's do this." He's referring to himself, And then Miles is in our game. I can't say a ton about him, but one of the reasons why we pushed to put him in the reveal, this demo is that. We keep talking about a unique Spider-Man universe, and we're not, it's not attached to a movie, it's not attached to a particular comic series. We want to kind of, respect the traditions of the franchise, the DNA of the character, but we also want to mix things up, and Miles is a good example of that, but at the same time, this is a Peter Parker journey, right? And having Miles there is going to let us tell maybe a little bit different story when it comes to Peter than maybe people sort of used to, but it's still is still that Peter Parker that you love and know.
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about, we've seen so many iconic Spider-Man stories in books, in cartoons, in games, movies.
Yeah.
How do you sort of subvert tropes and expectations and deliver something original while putting your own fingerprint on it?
It's hard.
Yeah.
I mean, we work really. I mean, we have a great staff of writers, designers, artists. I mean, look, really, it's really a collaborative experience. And then also working with Marvel, working guys like Mike Jones, Bill Roseman, and that crew, and also our Sony team as well. And thinking about if we just did the same story that a movie did, or even just saying, hey, there's a great line by Bendis or Slott that we really like, we just did the same events, people would be like, that's cool, it looks really fun, it's fun to play, but like there wouldn't be as much surprise. But we look at those stories, whether the original stories to what you're reading today is, what are the similar DNA strands that we can take and inject that into our story? And that's been really exciting.
Yeah.
And there's some really big, there's really some big surprises. And we're not telling a ton about the story in this. Sure. Obviously, we saw Fisk, we saw Martin Lee. But the thing we've been talking about is the best Spider-Man stories are when Peter's world and Spider-Man's world collide. And that's what we're going to do with, Martin Lee, because Martin Lee runs the Fee Shelters. Aunt May works at the Fee Shelter. Okay. That collision, and that's something we're going to be carrying across the entire game. And that's what makes the best Spider-Man stories whenever you've read them or you've watched them.
So is Peter Parker going to play a role in this game? Because generally Spider-Man games, it's Spider-Man.
For us, it's important to tell the story of Peter as Spider-Man, and they just go hand in hand. And this idea, when Spider-Man succeeds, Peter fails, and when Peter succeeds, Spider-Man fails. We want that kind of juxtaposition, if that's even the right word, I think.
That's a juxtaposition.
I thought it sounded smart. I don't know. It's been it's 2 days, right? I will tell you, I'm not going to go ton into the Peter side of things, but we want to deliver a human story, and having Peter be there, starting his career, he's just graduated college, all that's going to tie into the entire experience. And he will be very well represented for people who are just asking the question of whether it's playable or not.
Yeah. Does he work at the Bugle in the store?
He has a new job. He's a scientist.
Okay. Oh, very cool. I was about to say, being like a photojournalist.
The Daily Bugle is in the game. You've seen probably billboards for it, but he's, we want to play up the science angle for him. He's a smart guy, man, and we want to tell that side. That's another example of where people probably traditionally people think photographer, Daily Bugle. Well, we're going to go a little bit older, lean into that science that helps with the development of his suit, the gadgets, the web shooters, everything. So we really want to tie into that.
Yeah. Science also pays better than journalism. I think we can both attest to that.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about the things we're seeing. I love this sense of heroism.
Yeah.
You don't get that a lot in superhero games. You get a lot of violence and beating up the bad guys, but you have to do things to avoid collateral damage.
Yeah. So I think for us, I'm glad you say that, because for us, there's a lot of New York City is a character within itself for us, and you can't have New York City without the people in it, right? And to be a true superhero experience, we want those big spectacle moments, but there's got to be stakes with it. Well, just the crane was falling in an empty city, it's just damage, right?
Yeah.
But we specifically put that shot of people looking up at the crane because there could be that Peter would never let anybody die like that, or that when the helicopter happens, he's first-person mode shooting at it. We want there to be real stakes to everything Peter's doing in the game.
That is absolutely incredible. I am so freaking excited for Spider-Man.
So we're excited. You're excited.
2018?
Yeah, 2018.
Okay, so one of the 365 days in that year, we're going to get Marvel Spider-Man for PS4.
We just want to do it right.
Yes.
We know, I asked to specifically be on this game. Once we kind of got it rolling, I was like, I want to be part of this, because I know how important this character is to me. I know how important his character is to Insomniac, and also the amount of people talking about the game. The biggest compliment this whole week has been the number of thank yous I've gotten, and I don't deserve them. The team deserves them. Insomniac deserves them. And we just want to do the character justice, the world justice, and we're going to spend as much time as we can to get it right.
Brian, thank you so much. This is personally my game of the show so far. So
I like that. I like hearing that, because there's that Mario guy I keep hearing about every day.
Have never
Spider-Man.
Never heard of it. Spider-Man coming to PS4 in 2018. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Everyone, stick around. We're gonna have so much more IGN Live right here at E3.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Hey guys, I'm Alana here with IGN Access. This is Andrew, and we're at the PlayStation booth right now where you just got to check out some of Spider-Man.
I did. It was a live playthrough of the same demo from the conference, but we got a little bit more insight into kind of what this game is and what it's about. You are Peter Parker, but this is an older, more experienced Peter. He's been Spider-Man for about 8 years.
We're not getting another origin story.
Exactly. He knows what he's doing in combat, in traversal. He understands the tech. He has all these cool gadgets, but he's still a 23-year-old dude. And so he's figuring out his life. He is trying to balance being a good superhero with being a good person. It is actually open world. What we saw in the conference is more of just like a mission. Some of the stuff like Quick Time Event stuff, seems like those are just kind of spectacle, like blockbuster moments that will punctuate big story missions.
Right.
But the core of the gameplay is the Spider-Man game that I at least want, which is swinging around and doing whatever you want in Manhattan.
Do we learn more about combat outside of those QuickTime events? Because I know you and I both played Spider-Man 3, right? I really like the combat in that game.
Me too.
It's super fun.
I mean, the funny thing about Spider-Man games is like I don't think anyone has nailed swinging quite as well as Spider-Man 2. But even like Amazing Spider-Man, Spider-Man 3, and all those recent ones, yeah, the combat still feels good. It kind of shamelessly Arkham style. Like people have taken cues from other successful games, and I think Insomniac's doing that here too. It feels like Spider-Man, it feels like Peter Parker, but it really feels like an Insomniac game. It has the witty banter.
Fisk's men have fled through the building. Eliminate them.
Should have worn a helmet.
It just feels like a really good fit.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. So what inspirations do you think they took from Sunset Overdrive? Is there anything you learned that was like, oh, this has clearly been taken from that game? Because I love that game too.
Oh, me too. And what I love about the game is the controls. For me, not having been hands-on with it, I can't be positive, but it seems like what they're going for is that sense of momentum. I think Sunset Overdrive had this really cool kind of fluidity to it where you really felt like you could go from one side of the map to the other without stopping.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what Spider-Man seems to be going for it.
It sounds like it is going to be fast-paced and action-packed, and I can't wait to see more of it. Andrew, one last question. What are you most excited about?
I'm really excited. There at the end of the teaser, there's that tease for Miles Morales. They were extremely vague about what that means if you play as him, who he is. I love the idea of a dynamic between those two characters. I hope they meet. I hope it's something where you switch between them. They have different mechanics or something like that.
Maybe like Peter passes things on to Miles at the end. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
All right, for more on E3 2017, stay right here on IGN.
The web swinging looks a lot better. I think the combat looks great. I think it's kind of like Batman Arkham Asylum.
The fluidity of the graphics, it went from like quick time straight into cutscenes, just no black screens, no fade outs, no anything. It was just boom, boom, boom.
Let's go, let's go!
An interesting new villain. They brought in Mr. Negative, so I'm kind of hoping for a little Miles gameplay, a little less Peter Parker.
Miles!
I love him, so I'm very excited about the possibilities there.
There might be like too many like quick time events.
Hey, Willie. Nice jumpsuit.
I'm hoping that that's not like imperative to gameplay throughout the entire game.
Just, you know, a lot of stuff to explore.
It's pretty freaking cool.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live. My name is Lucy O'Brien. I am here with Sean and Kurt from Naughty Dog. Guys, welcome. How's your show been going?
It's been entertaining.
Pretty good. That's the word for it. Of course, we are here today to talk about Uncharted: The Lost Legacy.
Yes.
Now, look, I am extremely interested in where did this idea come from? How long have you been sitting on it?
Well, after we wrapped Uncharted 4, we kind of, put a nice bow on the Nathan Drake story. And we started exploring all these other characters in the Uncharted world. There's a vast cast, as you know. But the Chloe Fraser story just kept popping back out. It just grabbed our attention. We started asking the questions like, what would Chloe Fraser do if she was on her own job? I mean, she's always been the enigmatic type of, wheeling, dealing hustler. How would she now, fare as her, the leader of her own job or of running her own project? And then we thought about, well, who would be the best or worst companion that we could pair Chloe Fraser with? And it was Nadine Ross, the pragmatic, very militant leader of Shoreline. So that's how it started.
So tell me about the decision to make this a standalone title rather than part of DLC, for example.
I mean, it started as a smaller thing, and we were, as we, compared to, say, Left Behind, which was a supplemental story to a bigger thing, whereas filling in gaps, we have these new, unexplored characters of Nadine and Chloe that we really liked, and we really soon realized that we needed a bigger space to tell that story and to have those arcs come together and have those relationships build. So we just, we realized we pretty much had to make a full game to do that, so here we are.
Oh, fantastic. So tell me about Chloe and Nadine. How do they sort of come together?
Well, let me give you the overview. So Chloe, like I said, the wheeling, dealing hustler is after this Tusk of Ganesh, right, which is a fabled treasure of the great Hoysala people. She got intel that a recent artifact that holds a clue to the Tusk whereabouts has recently been unearthed. But unfortunately for Chloe, it's in the hands of this ruthless insurgent leader called Asav. Right now, she's desperate to get her hands on this artifact, so she enlists the only person knowledgeable about Asav and his whereabouts and his strategies, ex-paramilitary leader Nadine Ross. And of course, yes, the two couldn't be further apart from each other. Right? You have the pragmatic Nadine and the enigmatic Chloe, but they both need this Tusk. They both have vested interest in it. So it's about the exploration of how these characters pull, bond, grow, and splinter at times as they journey through this.
And Nadine is, it takes place after Uncharted 4, so we see now she's no longer the leader of Shoreline, so she's taking this job working for Chloe.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the bringing of them together.
Yeah.
Okay. And tell me how they're dynamic. You say it splinters at sometimes they come closer. How does that affect the combat and the sort of minute-to-minute gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, so we know Nadine is pretty good in a fight. If you played Uncharted 4, she's
badass.
So we know, that's part of the reason why Chloe wants to enlist her. She's the muscle.
Yeah.
So we definitely retooled our melee system a bit, and you see in the demo that we have on the floor, Nadine is kicking a lot of ass all the time, as you would expect her to, and she can take things into her own hands a little bit. So, that's part of that conflict they have of how they want to address a situation, the ideas that they have about it. We see the moment in this B-roll here where they're in stealth, and Chloe says, "You take left, I take right," and then Nadine just goes and takes both of them out because she can. And we always like to have our characters, our allied characters with you, surprise you in ways that reflect the personality. So that's one of those little touches.
So the whole game takes place in India. Can you tell us a little bit about the sorts of environments we can expect to see?
Well, it takes place in the Western Ghats. There's these unexplored archaeological sites that we visit that were the remains of this old empire. There's giant, we brought back the scale from the previous Uncharted, as you've seen in our trailer. It's just these giant, monumentally sized statues, sort of ruins of the capitals, and you have to traverse them, climb them, rope swing around them.
So there's still a lot of climbing.
There's a lot of climbing, there's a lot of discovery. Yeah, and we have everything, and high combat in these areas as well.
Yeah, we're pushing a lot of the exploration more. There's moments in the game where you go even bigger than we've ever gone, and really let you get in the Jeep and drive around and truly discover things, hidden things that without even a direct goal in mind.
Yeah, we wanted to get that sense of wonder and discovery and adventure back in Uncharted and plus it. And that's what I think we've done.
Tell us about your new villain.
Assad.
I know you guys are excited to talk about the new villain.
Yes. So our new villain is Assad. He's an insurgent leader. He's played by Usman Ali, who did a fantastic job in bringing this character to life. He is a formidable, intelligent villain. He's entitled. He feels entitled to these lands. So in the story, there's the two points of view. The old king's point of view and the new king's point of view. The new king was the more progressive king. He changed a lot of the stuff that Assad and his cause are trying to reinstate. So he feels that in order to get the tusk, he can rule these lands.
And yeah, he has this very calm demeanor, and he's very almost professorial in his knowledge of these things, but then he can flip in a moment's notice and be extremely violent.
Yes.
So he's very unbalanced, and you never know what he's going to do to you.
So what's the tone of this standalone? The Uncharted series is known for being a little bit more lighthearted than, say, The Last of Us.
Right.
Where are you sitting in Lost Legacy?
It's still fun. It's still Chloe. She's a funny character. She's a fun character. That's why we chose her. But yeah, she has her own tone. It's shaped by her performances, by Claudia Black's performances, and it's really, it's going to be its own thing. It's her journey. So by the very nature that it's Chloe and Nadine, the tone is going to have its own shape, which I'm excited about.
And it's definitely more personal to her in this journey, and her roots in India. Yeah. So there's just inherently there's touching moments, there's drama moments, but yeah, like I said, there's still fun. Chloe's she's fun.
Yeah. Did you sort of feel that Chloe, you said earlier that Chloe has always interested you as a character. What is it about her that makes her the right fit?
Well, one, she was blank canvas, right?
Yeah.
She was also the self-preservationist, right, of the Uncharted. She would, when it got too tough, she would bail out. She would always back out of the project at the last minute. So now having her own project, her own treasure hunt, she's no longer a sidekick. Can she persevere? Can she make it through it? And that was basically the sparks that led to the Lost Legacy.
Can we expect to see any familiar faces from other Uncharted games?
Well, this is Chloe and Nadine's story.
Of course, they are familiar faces, but
there's definitely
know what I'm getting at.
There's definitely references to the past games. People that have played the other ones. There's, everyone in the Uncharted universe has had contact with each other at some point. And that's a lot of the different motivations. So you'll definitely hear conversations and things where other characters are referenced, and it's a lot of fun.
Let's just say it's a small thieving community. We'll leave it at that.
No, that's fantastic. So what are we seeing here on the screen? This is a sort of breakneck escape moment here?
Yeah, it's true Uncharted, so at any moment things can start exploding and environments can start collapsing all around you, and the way we try to design our games is put it all on the stick, throw you into a crazy situation, and hope you survive by the skin of your teeth.
So it's still got that breathless.
Oh yes,
absolutely.
You're always on the edge of your seat. Always.
Let's have a quick chat about multiplayer. What are you guys doing with that this time around?
So yeah, multiplayer, we're kind of unifying our multiplayer. So Lost Legacy comes with the entire multiplayer suite of Uncharted 4, the same thing. So it comes with all the DLCs we've released, all the co-op survival, and we're also releasing some new Lost Legacy content that we'll talk about in the future. But yeah, we're trying not to split the player base, and so if you have either game, you can play together, and it's just one big Uncharted multiplayer community.
That's fantastic. Listen, guys, thank you so much for swinging by. I, for one, am very excited for Uncharted: The Lost Legacy.
Awesome.
For everything else Naughty Dog and Uncharted, stick with IGN.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Hi, I'm David Leitch, director of Atomic Blonde, and welcome to this early screening presented by IGN. I set about to make a rock and roll spy movie infused with 80s cool from top to bottom. So sit back and watch Charlize kick ass in a thread-the-needle performance of Lorraine Broughton. Enjoy the sneak peek of Atomic Blonde in theaters July 28th.
So I just came from a screening of Atomic Blonde.
I just went to see Atomic Blonde.
I just saw Atomic Blonde. And I learned that Charlize Theron should just be in every action movie.
I learned that the future of action cinema is alive and well and very bright.
I just finished watching Atomic Blonde, and I learned that the best way to escape a building is to tie a rope around someone's neck and hop right off.
I learned that you have to pay attention to the details, even in an action movie, to get the full experience.
I learned that there's a lot of partying, stylish, red and blue everywhere.
What I learned about the 80s was it was very colorful, a lot of great espionage. You got to be careful who you get close with because it just complicates things.
I just watched Atomic Blonde and I learned that I like 80s music way more than I thought.
I learned blondes have way more fun. Yeah, don't mess with a woman with heels. She knows how to use them.
I just saw Atomic Blonde and I learned that Charlize Theron is atomic, I guess.
Welcome to IGN Access. I'm Alana, I'm here with Marty.
Hey,
Marty, today,
yes.
You got to see more of Uncharted: The Lost Legacy.
Yeah, I got
What's
to
up
see
with
a
that?
behind closed doors demo for fancies only. I am so on board with this Uncharted game. A, we know it's a shorter game. We know it's sort of the length of like Uncharted 1. But B, I think the dynamic between Chloe and Nadine is so new and so interesting that I just want to follow these characters around. Because one is sort of like a scoundrel thief, and then Nadine is just like paramilitary.
Yeah.
You're playing as Chloe, you're hiding in like the underbrush in India, and she says to Nadine, she's like, all right, I'm going to take the guy on the left, you take the guy on the right. On 3, and she goes 1, 2, then Nadine just runs out, chokeholds the first guy and kicks the second guy. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is great. And then Chloe's like, well, I could have helped you with that. And so like right from the get-go, I'm like, yeah, their dynamic's really cool.
What a pleasant surprise.
In terms of action this time around, everything that I've seen of The Lost Legacy so far seems really stealth-focused. I agree with that.
Again, like talking about variety, the beginning of this was stealth focused, but then they turned it on its head. So everything I saw in my demo was very much like a crazy cinematic set piece firefight.
Yeah.
And again, we don't know what this says for the rest of the game. All of it takes place in India, but India is just one of the most diverse countries in the world, so I don't think that's anything to worry about.
I'd say we can use all the luck we can get.
I am excited to see the relationship grow between Chloe and Nadine, especially because they told me, it almost reminded me a little bit of Spec Ops, because they said, hey, when stuff in the story is going well between the two of them, the gameplay is going to be really cooperative. When stuff's not going well between them, like they are at odds in the middle of a firefight. And I'm like,
that.
Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's a thing that Uncharted 4 did really well, I think, is nail the conflict between characters and make you want that resolution all the time. So can't wait to see more about that later this year. For more at E3 2017, stay right here on IGN.
Casualty of war.
But they never find glory. Only death.
I'm not here for glory. I'm here for the mountain.
Nova, Major, get to the core.
You are no god.
Understand, I want what's best for you.
All right. Enemy on the property. I see.
What is this?
Should have worn a helmet. Too close. Come on, dude, let's go. Miles.
We're about ready to wrap things up for now, but IGN Live at E3 continues tomorrow with lots more coverage. We're going to take you to the show floor for demos of all the biggest games, including South Park, The Fractured But Whole, and Vampire, that really creepy new RPG we're all excited for. We're also going to be closing out the day with your favorite console shows. IGN Unlocked will break down the Xbox One X. Nintendo Voice Chat will look ahead to the future of the Switch. And my show, Beyond, will dig into Spider-Man and goof around a bunch, because we like to do that on this PlayStation show. And finally, we'll discuss the best games of E3 2017 to close out the show. And as always, remember you can find all the latest news, demos, trailers, and more at IGN.com/E3. And hey, if you're still out there, drop us a follow on Twitter. It's just IGN. Thanks. See you tomorrow, guys. We love you.